Every great championship comes to a defining moment, and every great champion rises to meet it. The 117th United States Open has reached that apex. A week in Wisconsin at magnificent Erin Hills has shown us what the best in the game are capable of. The days have been red-numbered. The performances have been undeniable. The records have been rewritten. But this national championship is never simply about numbers or records. It's about those defining moments. Moments that champions rise to meet. Moments that change lives. Moments that crown kings and leave us with memories that will never fade. We've reached the final round of the U.S. Open. It's a jam-packed leaderboard. It's a sprint to the finish. It's the defining moment. Yesterday, a record-setting day for Justin Thomas at 18, second shot.
Get in the hole! Yeah, take two. Oh gosh, Jimmy, be good. Hit it good?
He hit it good. He even hit it well. He made that eagle putt and shot 63. 9 under. Best round ever in a U.S. Open. Brian Harman at 11, second shot. It's not that lefty, it's this lefty. That's our leader after 54 holes at 12 under. If you've settled in and watched this U.S. Open at home and think you have a feel for what Erin Hills is all about after watching Thursday, Friday, Saturday, today is different. The golf course is showing its teeth, and we can't wait to dig in. Fox and the United States Golf Association proudly present coverage of the 117th U.S. Open. Again, welcome to Erin Hills, and to all the dads out there, happy Father's Day. There's Holy Hill in the background, and if you're playing today, say some prayers because it could be nasty here early. The wind will likely die down as the day goes on. By the time the leaders are on the back 9 of this golf course, the conditions should be much more calm. But right now, it is howling. You look at the last 5 U.S. Open champions who will join that list. Dustin Johnson did not make the cut. Jordan Spieth is out on the golf course right now. Martin Kaymer is still around. Justin Rose, Webb Simpson. But somebody's going to join that list today. Although if yesterday is any indication, we may be playing tomorrow. Here's Ernie Els, 2-time U.S. Open champion. Second shot at 5.
You can see Els here. This long par 5, par 4. See how hard the flag's blowing. Very different, like Joe just said, for these players. And the temperature, look, Els with the sweater, it's been high 80s all week long, and now low 70s.
Those are the dulcet tones of 8-time PGA Tour winner Brad Faxon. Here's Jordan Spieth. He's gone birdie.
You have the 12 guys that are on the course right now, Joe. Only 2 are under par. William McGirt, and the 2015 champion, Jordan Spieth.
Here are the 2 birdies. Paul Azinger is right here by my side. This is going to be in the category, Paul, of too little, too late, you have to believe, for Jordan.
Yeah, he really has putted poorly by his standard. Couldn't putt it in the ocean the first 2 days. Made a couple putts yesterday. He's got a pattern of missing to the right. He'll be able to fix that, I think, at some point, but not this week.
Matter of pride now, isn't it?
That's right.
So he has started birdie. Here's Doherty at the 6th, the par 3.
And this is our first look at 6 holes in the front of the green. I'm not sure anybody can get it close as hard downwind as it is. There you go. I thought all the holes looked tough today, Brad. I think it's going to be a real grind for the players.
Well,
Wind
Paul,
can shake a player's confidence really quickly.
Exactly. When you see these exposed greens like number 6, the ball can go anywhere.
Kevin Doherty over the back of number 6. Our leaderboard, and those are tee times over on the far right Eastern time. Brian Harman is our leader by 1, but this is so wide open. Thomas, Koepka, Fleetwood just a shot back, Fowler 2 back. Siwoo Kim is 3 shots back, and then 3 at 8 under. Patrick Reed, that's the guy I picked yesterday. Who knows how this will shake out here and where Brian Harman will be when he starts his final round here at Erin Hills. Welcome inside the booth. I'm Joe Buck along with Paul Azinger and Brad Faxon. You know, Brian Harman has been pretty open about the fact that he's got a chip on his shoulder, and I like the way he's talking. He wants to prove to people that he can get this done. Junior amateur champ, and so impressive all day yesterday, and he's our leader by 1.
Yeah, he's a player. He's that kind of blue-collar player, and the chip on your shoulder is good. I always say there's 2 kinds of players, chip on your shoulder guy and love of the game guy, and man, when you converge those 2, he's hard to beat, but he should have a chip on his shoulder. I mean, some of the Georgia teammates are getting all the attention, and just being a little guy, not hitting it as far, that's part of what drives a guy like that. I think he's going to have a tough day. Honestly, the golf course is going to be pretty big today. And he's got to warm up in a hard wind. You know, Joe, right to left or right-handed players like a nice right to left wind to warm up into, or maybe into you. You like that wind, but it's the opposite for him today. All the right-handers are going to get to warm up in a right to left wind. He's got to warm up with the wind directly over his shoulders, and it's a terrible way to warm up for a guy. And you know, it's a little thing, but you never know. It could affect him.
Well, you know what? I like the fact that the driving range and the first tee shot for these players is in the same direction. So he's going to get to practice, see what the ball is going to fly like that there. But in all likelihood, we're going to get a first-time U.S. Open champion, a first-time major winner out of the top 16 in the field. There's no major champion within, 8 shots of this lead, Oosthuizen and Garcia. It's going to be a miracle for one of those guys to come out of the pack with so many guys in front of them. So if you looked at that last 5 Open champions, you saw it was all their first time winning a U.S. Open. So I think this is still compelling. These guys are looking at, living a lifelong dream here. And I want to look at the guys like Patrick Reed, Harman, one of those guys in Fleetwood that know how to keep this ball down in the wind and have pretty good short games. It's going to be especially crucial today.
Happy Father's Day.
Hey, thanks, and happy Father's Day to everybody watching.
And my dad and everybody, happy Father's Day.
It's going to be a fun day. It's going to be a long day here at Erin Hills. Really long if you're out there with golf clubs in your hands. That's us in the booth. On the course, Julie Inkster at the moment. Shane Bacon done such a great job with the interviews and reporting during the week. In our studio, Holly Saunders and Gil Hance. And our rules analyst, David Fay. Hope he's not getting paid by the word. He's barely been on. Here's Ernie Els at 5 for birdie.
You can see the pants flapping in the wind here. And, we talk about how the wind is always affecting shots in the air, but look at how it's affecting this putt for Els. That putt was straight downwind, and I'll tell you what, it's borderline already with this wind condition.
Yeah, it is. And we started the week off talking about the challenge the USGA was going to have in setting up the course, anticipating wind. This is a windy, windswept property ordinarily. The course was built with the wind in mind. Second shot for Spieth at 3.
Good shot on that back hole location.
Brad, it rained like crazy. That's a good look here. This divot's coming off in front of the ball, not behind it.
You know what I like too there, Zing? That club face is in a little bit of a shut position coming down there with that weak grip. He really bends down and bows down that left wrist. That keeps the ball down. He's a good wind player.
You got to remember there's 2 ways to shut the face. You can either turn the toe down or you can hood it. And that was more of a hood. That was a beautiful thing. But I was going to say that what course isn't easy with no wind, especially with all the rain we've had here, Brad? I mean, somebody has shot 10 under at Pebble Beach. Somebody has shot 10 under at St. Andrews in the conditions that we've had here.
Well, it didn't make Congressional less of a course when McIlroy destroyed that because of the soft conditions. So I hope all the critics here ease up here on Erin Hills. This is a fabulous site, a fabulous golf course.
Kevin Doherty now from across the green as he ran it off the back side of it. 26-year-old from Torrance, California.
And Joe, just to note, that pitch shot he hit probably flew 25 or 30 yards in the air and backed up. I mean, this is absolutely extreme conditions. Now on the third hole, Spieth's playing with Keegan Bradley. What's he got down there, Julie?
Well, he doesn't have much of a shot. The conditions out here, you know, they moved this tee up 30 yards to make it shorter, and they're still, Keegan hit 2-iron into here, so it's dead into their face. It's hard to control the ball. He's going to have this big old hump right there in the middle. You can see downwind. It's not easy out here, and as you guys said, the putting is tough. I mean, the ball's moving a little bit, oscillating a little bit. So we'll see.
You know, like I said earlier, the USGA does have the burden to get it right. They've already moved some tees up. They moved the one up here on 3 some 30 yards as a result of what the wind's doing. 13 they moved up over 20 yards, I think, something like that. So the real challenge for the USGA is that the greens don't get too fast and we don't have balls blowing all over the place.
Here's L's par putt, and I'm sure he wasn't expecting this. He's not done yet. Now Spieth's surveying his third shot from just off the green. Looks like a putter.
Yeah, he hit 4-iron in here, and he's got a very difficult putt. He has to go up over a ridge. He's downwind. He's going to have to watch the speed because he goes up and then it goes straight down. He got up to a really good start, made 2 very good birdies, about 18 feet and 20 feet on the first and second hole.
Julie, that's the distance that he was so masterful the last few years, and has been off, like Paul Azinger said earlier at the start of the broadcast. And Jordan Spieth starts making 20-footers. That's why he's been the best, or one of the best in the world.
You know, his speed's been good all week. He just missed the line a little bit. And it happens. I mean, nobody putts good every week.
We're going to visit with Mike Davis a little bit later on in our day. There he is, the executive director and the CEO of the USGA. Keeping the lips moist and protected from the sun, but he's out there ahead of the pack. He is at 16 right now, setting up the green, and this is kind of a minute-by-minute proposition for the USGA. When we talked to him, he said obviously the speeds will be slower on the greens today, 3 to 4 inches slower, in some places up to a half foot slower. Because the greens are still moist, they will accept the golf ball. And so they're not worried about that. But Brad, here's the other part. If they get big gusts of wind, which at least it's calling for big gusts, they could stop play at some point here early. But as I said, about 4 o'clock, the forecast is for the wind to really die down. So the leaders are not going to get as much of these extreme conditions as those who are out early today.
Well, here's Bradley's putt for par, and what was a beautiful pitch shot from across the green. But Mike Davis does not want to embarrass these golfers. You know, I think they'd like to see a little bit of wind and challenge like this, but he doesn't want to have to stop play. And you know, they single rolled the greens this morning. They didn't put the rollers down 3 times. They said, we're going to put the rollers down. It's going to keep the greens smooth, but we don't want to get them, you know, that target speed. Like Curtis Strange told us, these are about 6 inches slower than they've been the previous 3 days. And
well, they've been rolling 13 on the stemp, so that means 12 to 12 and a half, and they got to hope that's right. You remember a couple years back at St. Andrews, the home of golf. I mean, the golf course is older than the United States, and they got it wrong because the 11th hole, the wind blew so hard and it was blowing off the green, and they had to stop play for hours. So you know, even the most experienced can get it wrong, but I believe these guys are all over it. They've done a terrific job all week setting up the course the USGA has, and so more power to them. Let's hope they get it right this last day.
And a good 3-footer there for Spieth. You're going to notice some of these players a little wider stance today, a little bit lower in their posture, and stay out of the wind. And you know, I really believe that you have to time your stroke when gusts are up here. Now this is Els's 3rd putt here on the 5th hole for a bogey. Now just watch. He makes it, but the crosswind on these putts is what scares you. Do you have to trust that the wind's going to blow it, or do you just hit it solid?
I hated putting in the wind, Brad. I just hated it. I loved the ball strike in the wind. You know, it was like throwing a rabbit in a briar patch when you get a guy that can knock it down and, you know, sometimes uses the same club just because he changes his trajectory. But I was never comfortable putting in the wind. I don't know about you. You had a longer, more fluid stroke than me. You probably hated it more than I did.
You know, this is on the second hole a moment ago. This hole location's been on the front of this green previous 3 days. Now on the back portion of this drivable par 4. Now Westwood stepping away. Look at this. Now David Fay, we see that ball roll like that. What is his option, or is there an option?
Well, you first have to determine if the player accidentally caused it to move. Let's listen first.
Right now, but it was in play. I didn't go on anywhere near it. Nope. Well, as it was, yeah. Play from there, yeah. Yeah. It was the wind, so that's what.
Well, as the official indicated, there are two situations. If the wind caused the ball to move, you play it from its new position. If the player had accidentally caused the ball to move, it would be replaced and there would be no penalty. That's a local rule that was put in this year for any club that wants to use it, and it was in response to what happened last year with Dustin Johnson.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, Lee Westwood was with Dustin Johnson last year at Oakmont when his ball moved on the 5th green, and they alerted Dustin that they would be looking at that situation when Dustin got to the 12th tee. And now here's Lee Westwood involved with the win at number 2. Now it's Jordan Spieth at 4.
Oh, from this angle? It's definitely blowing off the left. Yes.
Moved the tee up 33 yards from yesterday here at the 4th, and the hole playing under 400 yards at 399. Actual yardage, and playing quite a bit longer than that, obviously. So Brad, you didn't mind putting in the wind because it sabotaged the majority of the field, or what?
Well, mentally you have to be so strong because there's going to be so much more luck or rub of the green really on these greens. Like I said, you almost have to time when you putt, so your regular routine is be finding that left-hand rough. Sometimes it's good to be away from the edge of the fairway there. You might have a chance.
There seems to be two schools of thought out there with regard to a U.S. Open. There are those who say, oh, I like to see the best in the world struggle. I like to see him really have a tough time making a par on a hole or hovering around par during the course of the week. And then there's others like me. I want to see the best in the world play great. We've seen the best in the world play great for 3 days, and we're going to see the best in the world struggle here today.
Well, yeah, we are. We saw 6 of the top 10 have to go home. The top 3 players in the world got undone by this golf course. You got to believe that's wind affected. That tracer shows a draw as it left, and then a cut back to the right. That's pretty much into the teeth of it, maybe a little left to right. And those bunkers are awful. You don't want to be in there if you can help it. There's no real recovery from there.
If you're Brian Harman, or Justin Thomas, or Brooks Koepka, or Tommy Fleetwood, and you're somewhere watching this, what do you turn the TV off, or what do? You watch this and knowing that the conditions should improve as they get onto the golf course later today.
Depends on your personality, but if you're one of those serenity now guys, I just want to rock around and have fun out there, I mean, I think this place is going to tear you up. There's no method teaching that's going to help a guy today. These method teachers out there, and when that wind's blowing 20 left to right, buddy, it's a game of feel. I think feel trumps thought today. These guys got to really be ready to and willing to grind it out. And You know, the we mentality is out the window. It's on you today, buddy, whoever you are.
Paul, I always thought the most extreme and adverse conditions kind of settled me down a little bit. You know, it was really survival. You know, it took away the pressure of the moment. I mean, these guys are going to feel the most pressure they're going to feel in these last few groups in the U.S. Open, but because it's so extreme, I think it's a different mentality, and it might take your focus off the result and put you on task at hand, which will help some of these players.
Well, I agree with that, because you don't feel like you're going to embarrass yourself if you shoot a bad score because the conditions are so brutal.
Westwood after bogey on 2. And I mean, this is a theme. You saw what happened to Els's putts there on 6, and how far by Westwood's little birdie putt there after his initial putt moved from the wind, and a good drive by Lee Westwood.
You know, really in the end today, you got to survive mental battles, and there's going to be one mental battle after another for these players in these conditions.
It's howling out here at Erin Hills, blowing that tall, fine fescue. We are just getting started on Father's Day in Wisconsin. A long, fun, adventurous day of golf ahead. Here is what Lee Westwood experienced at 2. David Fay, you talked us through it then, but just go through it again if you would.
Well, again, 2 scenarios. If the player accidentally moves the ball, the new local rule, no penalty, replace. But if the ball moves for no apparent reason or due to wind, you play it from its new position. In this case, you played it from its new position. And there was discussion about what happens if it gets so windy out there you have to suspend play for a while. That's never happened in the U.S. Open. I was mentioning that to Mike Davis earlier. Closest it ever happened was 1957 at Inverness.
Thanks, David. Here's Jordan Spieth at 4. Third shot.
Saw his tee shot go off into the left-hand rough. Pretty nice recovery to get into the green side bunker, and Jordan will have that for par.
Westwood across the slope here. He would have been a guy that would have liked to have been in contention this week with this condition. He's played in a lot of adverse weather growing up in England and playing so much in Scotland. A solid hitter, can hit it low, keep the ball down.
Jordan Nabrugi here at the opening par 5. A lot of attention this week. Grew up in Wisconsin, the 23-year-old, born in Bridgeton, Missouri, and ranked 970th in the world.
Watch this hole all day long. It's actually pretty tough hole location on the right side there with the wind blowing right to left. It's only 3 from the right-hand side, and if you miss it right today at the first, you're going to watch your ball feed to the right and then have to pitch it downwind. So see a lot of guys miss left there at the first, I feel.
Now Keegan Bradley is looking at a par putt at 4.
He was in that right bunker, as you guys saw, and he only had 140 yards. He had a great lie, and he hit a 7-iron, and it looked like a high foul ball. The ball just came up in the air and dropped all the way back down about 30 yards short. He pitched up to here, and now he's got about a 15-footer and should break a little bit right to left to him, maybe a cup. But right on this 4th hole, it's up on a plateau, and you got nothing blocking it, so the wind really affects it.
Keegan was one of those players that was affected by the outlawing of the belly putter. But he'd like to anchor that sucker right now.
Still see the speed of these greens as that ball runs well past. Our Lexus Tracer, we go back to the tee and Keegan's shot. Watch this thing. We'll be seeing this all day.
Started out trying to draw. The wind ate it up.
Yeah.
Be a long, frustrating day for some. Jordan Spieth started birdie, birdie, par, and now he's trying to make this for par at 4.
Should go a little bit right to left. He was right on Keegan's line. But, you know, as a competitor, you know, he knows he's probably out of the tournament, but you want to see as many people as you could pass today.
A par here at 4. Now up ahead, William McGirt
Right around 80.
at the tee at 6.
83 to 85 in that range.
So it's 199 yards, but they're playing it for somewhere around 183 or 85, as we heard. Probably want to land this short of the green and let it bounce on. That's a pretty good shot. He put a lot of spin on that. That means he hit that with tons of integrity. He just hit it just a little bit. That ball's going to chase all the way across the green.
Back to Keegan Bradley for bogey at 4. Tough hole today. Here's Nabrugi for birdie at the opening hole.
Only had 96 yards, Joe, in there, licking his chops with a wedge.
Oh, he's really got a nice resume going. Was a low amateur at the 2015 British Open, tied for 6th. Lowest amateur total ever at St. Andrews. Here's Lowry, who last year entered his final round with a 4-shot lead at Oakmont. That hole not so easy today, is it?
No. Are we going to say any of these are very easy? All credited to the wind.
Well, and as I said earlier, the holes are cut in really, I think, fairly difficult spots. They've moved a few hole locations as a result of the wind from what they would have ordinarily liked. I thought the holes were cut in easy spots yesterday. Turned out to be the case. Without any wind, they just tore this place up.
Birdie putt for Gary Woodland at 1. Good athlete, former basketball player while in college before he transferred to KU. Weather today, it's going to be nice, at least with regard to precipitation and temperature. 71 at the moment. The high will be 74, but wind gusting up to 25 miles per hour. Different day, condition-wise, to say the least, here at Erin Hills as we go to Jordan Spieth at 5.
Surveying his second shot straight downwind here.
Yeah, I think Keegan's going to go ahead and go first. He's about a yard closer. But just to give you guys a little comparison, Jordan on number 3 hit a smoke drive 267 yards into the wind, downwind 338. About a 70-yard difference right there.
You meant 238. No, is that right? What was into the wind, Julie?
267 into the wind.
Good grief.
Julie, you've been
338.
following this group. What's the most difficult part of the game so far for these guys?
Well, I think it's club selection. You know, it's just really hard to, you know, into the wind, if you're going to get a gust, if you're not going to get a gust. And then now here on number 5, excuse me, you're straight downwind with the front hole location. I mean, it's just going to be hard to get this ball close. You're going to see a lot of people backing off today. It's caddy nightmare today.
Well, it's never the caddy's responsibility to tell you what club to hit. It's his responsibility to tell you what he thinks it's playing. The player's got to hit it. This guy's got more moves than a show dog, this Keegan Bradley. He's one heck of a player. Dropped off a little bit, but it's in there.
I think also it's going to be, I mean, if you can hit second today, I think that's going to give you a huge advantage just to see what the ball is, how it's reacting.
Now Jordan Spieth second.
He's got 152 in front, and he's just trying to land this maybe a 48 something to the front downwind.
You know, you really have to figure out too where you want to play your next shot from. Keegan Bradley's going to have a little bit of a downwind shot. We saw Els's downwind putt here. You could get this past the hole, putt back into the wind. That makes it so much easier. Landed right by the hole, but these front hole locations to a downwind, next to impossible to get the ball close.
So there's Jordan Spieth here in 2017. And there's Jordan Spieth and Justin Thomas. Spieth on the right back in 2007 in France. These two have known each other a long time, competed against each other as junior golfers, and now here they are in a U.S. Open while Spieth has struggled. Justin Thomas yesterday record-setting. What a putt. Putting away from the hole at 5 for birdie. That moves him to 4 under. He was just getting started. We'll jump ahead to 15, his tee shot.
Oh, come on. Be as good as you look.
3-wood in hand and up the hill and back down the hill. And then what was a near perfect round in a U.S. Open, he would miss that and make only birdie at 15.
And the 15th hole is going to be 68 yards longer today and playing dead into the teeth of that wind, so we won't see anything like that.
Here he is at 17 for birdie. That ties him for the lead at that moment at 9 under par. And then the second shot at 18, 3-wood in hand at the par 5.
Get in the hole! Yeah, J2. Oh gosh, Jimmy, be good. You got it good?
It wasn't good. It was great.
It was great, Joe. I don't know if you'll ever see 2 3-woods back to back like that ever again. I mean, that was just something special. 3-wood's a hard club for a player to get. Watch him shaking the tension out here. I felt he was nervous when he was sitting on the bag. Shook out the tension, and then here we go for 63, 9 under par. You gotta be kidding me. What a round.
He said he was hungry. Waiting to putt that. I'd say he was hungry. Hungry for an eagle, hungry for history, and the first ever to shoot a 63 in a U.S. Open and not be leading at the end of that round. You know, Johnny Miller shooting a 63, the par of 71 back in 1973, and he wasn't just leading at the end of it, he had won the U.S. Open. The comparisons are right there. Both took place on June 17th. One in 73, one in 2017. Look at the difference, though, at that bottom line. In the field, rounds under par. To the left, Justin, 1 of 32. To the right, Johnny Miller, 1 of 7 at Oakmont. Here is Keegan Bradley at 5 for birdie.
A doubly hard shot there, putting through that much fringe and getting onto the faster greens and then letting the wind. You saw the wind blow it to the right as it started to slow down. And here back in the front of the second hole, the Ruji's second shot, flying it way back to this back hole location. And boy, he's got to be a proud young man playing here on Sunday in his home state. First man to tee off on Thursday. Take a look at this. That's Mike Davis. This is the 18th green, Joe, and that's a beautiful tribute to the king, the legend Arnold Palmer, whose profile is on the flag here on the 18th hole.
First U.S. Open without Arnold Palmer. And that is the tribute the USGA is giving the king here at 18. The winner back in 1960. The only U.S. Open he would win in his incredible life and his incredible golf career. So they're trying to figure out the hole location. You think they have enough cooks in the kitchen down there on 18?
But unfortunately for Mike Davis, if he gets it wrong, they're going to point the finger right at him.
Well, you mean Mike Davis can't do the we thing? Like,
yeah, really. You know,
like
I like
Spieth or Ricky Fowler.
Yeah, I like where they're putting the hole today. If it was on that left side where it was yesterday, I just feel like it'd be a torture chamber for the players. This gives a player, right now that hole's straight downwind off the tee, and it should be left to right second shot, but a lot of guys are going to be able to reach this in those final groups, and it should be for a pretty exciting finish. If that hole was on the left, I think it would dull it a little bit. I like right where it is. We may see an eagle, may see a double bogey here at 18.
You heard that noise. That was the cup mic going in. And while initially that microphone inside the cup was meant to just hear the ball hitting the bottom of the cup, what it's really provided is great audio on the green with player caddy conversation, frustration by a player after a missed putt, whatever it might be. Also caught the rules situation with Dustin Johnson last year at Oakmont. So it's nice to have another opportunity to listen in and try and take you where you haven't been before watching a U.S. Open. There you go. The Arnie flag is in. Back to 5.
Jordan Spieth's birdie putt. Back into the wind. Good aggressive effort, but now the tricky stuff starts with a 6-footer.
Fathers and sons out here at Erin Hills in the wind. Temperature is down, low 70s. And some nice pictures. These great people in Wisconsin. And from the USGA and from all of us at Fox Sports, certainly happy Father's Day to all tuning in. Here's Jordan Spieth, who was the winner at Chambers Bay in 2015 at 6.
J-Bone!
Oh gosh, sit down. Flat line, sit down. Sit.
Got to figure the Texan loves to play in the wind. A little long is not bad here. There's a false front short of the hole. If you come up short today on 6, you're going to have a hard time getting it close.
He made his par putt at 5, so he's 2 under for his round here on Sunday. Here's Daniel Summerhays at 5.
From on the upslope here. Hoisted it up in the air. Hoping to get it to stop. And he sure did.
It did rain here last night, Brad, so it's not like the greens are going to be concrete. They'll dry out as the day progresses, but they're still throwing lawn darts out there.
Back at 1, here's Kevin Na, third shot. And it's been a roller coaster ride this week for him. Beautiful. He'll have that to get to level par for the championship.
Doherty here, look at the scores, plus 10. He's abbreviated finish.
Brad, these guys were hitting sandwich into the screen yesterday.
That's well done.
They just tore this hole apart. Birdies all over the place. Today, though, this is going to be brutal tonight.
Hard hole location in the back right. A lot of stuff's going to happen here today. Crowd knowing, sensing how close that is for that ball to end up in the bunker.
I don't think it can.
I'll tell the lead here.
I mean, that was he had a chipped 8. Okay. I still think it's just a normal 9.
Right, way right.
8 over through 8. He's got to be proud, though. The first Chinese player ever to make a cut at the U.S. Open. After this, we're going to go back to.
Oh, yes, sir. Hold on, sir.
Yep, good shot. Again, it's just on this surface. Now let's go down to Gil Hansen and Ollie Saunders here in the studio.
Thank you, Brad. Very happy Father's Day to all of you in the booth, everyone at home, and the man standing next to me here, golf course architect Gil Hanse. And for 3 days now, Gil, we have seen calm conditions, but now it's Championship Sunday. The winds are up. The elements are now finally in play. What does this do to the golf course specifically?
Well, it's fitting that it's Sunday because today's the day that the architects have been praying for. This is the golf course that they really wanted to show off, and wind is the invisible hazard, but it's a critical component of the layout of this golf course. Most of the holes, because the landscape dictated it, the architects decided in the routing to lay them east-west. So most of the holes will either be straight downwind or straight into the wind. But one hole that is going to play crosswind is number 9.
And we just saw that, yes.
And that's going to be a hole, you know, Joe had mentioned earlier, people like to tune in and watch carnage and difficulty. This is the day for that, but this is the golf hole. When you look at the surrounds of it and the way the wind's going to blow across it, you've got that little thumbprint that feeds into the green. That's going to take balls and shed them off to the side. Then you're going to have to pitch over the bunker into the green. And we've seen how deadly all those bunkers are around the green. This is going to be a fun hole to watch.
Club selection is so important here because the hardest shot at Erin Hills is?
The second shot on 9.
I knew you'd know as he sent it back to Joe.
Here's Jordan Spieth with his birdie putt at 6. Rest of that for par, but he's been impressive here at the start, as he was on that Sunday at Chambers Bay 2 years ago.
The green is really exposed to the wind. He's putting straight back into it. Just overguesstimated its influence. Now he's got to putt back downwind with the green running away from him. The first putt probably went at about 11 on the stump. The next one's going to be about 14 downwind on the stump meter.
Now this for par at 6.
Yes, this is a good 6 feet. You know, he rolled in a nice par putt on the last hole. You got to say he stays aggressive with his putting. You never see him leave too many short. Back up the hill, left to right, but it is downwind, as Paul said.
Julie, you won 7 majors. What was your key to putting in the wind?
Boy, that's a good question. Widen his stance, got to try to keep some weight in the thighs and try to stay over it.
In other words, you were just good.
Or lucky, very lucky.
Well, I like what Julie said. I mean, nobody's doing it better than Jordan Spieth either, and he's the only guy that's played more than 2 holes that's under par on the golf course.
Keegan Bradley now for par.
Yeah, he's made 3 bogeys in a row. He'd like to make this and get off that bogey train right now. See if he can get something going on the next par 5, number 7.
Burnett had a couple little tugs, make sure it doesn't go flying off in the middle of his stroke.
Yeah, this is a hot dog day, wrapper day, and keep your hat on tight.
It's like you watching your Giants back in the day at Candlestick.
That's exactly right.
4 over for his round. On to the par 5 he goes. Keegan, by the way, is a Red Sox fan.
Big Red Sox fan.
Says a big Red Sox fan. Here's Doherty, who played collegiately and was a teammate of Ricky Fowler's at Oklahoma State at 9.
Well, and he's a real protege of Tom Pernice, one of the great Champions Tour players. And Pernice says this guy's got all kinds of potential. And you see the wind there kind of affecting that at the very end of the putt. Lee Westwood's putt here for birdie. Hit a beautiful iron in here. Can he coax this one in? Yep, Westwood makes a birdie, goes back to 4 over after those early bogeys. You saw the wind blow his ball there on number 2.
Birdie putt for Kevin Na at 1.
Can be done at the first. Bunch of birdies there already today. That's the 10th birdie at the first.
Here at 8, second shot for William McGirt, who had a solid Masters this year, only 2 back after 36 holes in 5th place. Tough weekend. Finished tied for 22nd. First time he's made the cut at the U.S. Open.
It's the same right as going that way. That's right. Yeah, you're good.
I really like this guy's golf swing. It's not what you would call textbook looking stuff. He gets his hands real high and club high in the air. A lovely tempo. Almost reminds me a little bit of Bob Murphy, a little bit of a pause. But he hits a beautiful draw.
If you're hitting 8, you got to be right. Left of the bunker.
Hopefully we can keep this angle. Take a look at how weak his right hand is. It's one of the weakest right hands you'll ever see in golf. He's got it right up there on top. Gets his hands really high at the top of his backswing. And a long right arm through the hit. It's a nice backstop there. The ball would turn and feed back around.
Unbelievably, this hole is one of the easier holes on the golf course with that hole location over to the right.
That one fed back away, so that's something to look at. So let's take a look at this swing again, Brad. He gets this club very high at the top, that weak right arm or right hand, I should say, but he hits everything with that right hand and that right side as he goes through the hit. He might clear his left side in his thinking. Who knows what he thinks, but watch how long the right arm is right there. Man, you can play golf with that right arm. You can play at the highest level.
Yeah, that right arm is way up, right elbow's way out, like Freddie Couples or Jack Nicklaus at the top of his swing.
Second shot for Kevin Na, 2.
Push it a little right.
Down it goes.
Long, huh? Went down a little bit.
You're going to see that a lot, Brad. That's a dicey little hole location. There'll be some wedges in there, but if the player's not paying attention, go right over the green.
Possible to get up and down from there. Watching these guys in this wind, if they're going to keep it down. And look at this beautiful hole. We talked about how many blind shots there are on this golf course, and here you have options. Totally take it over the left, take those bunkers out of play. With a lot of players are using 3-wood so they can have a full shot in here. These bunkers on the right. If you can carry those two big bunkers on the right, it slopes down the hill, and some players have driven it on the green. They get it down there to that low area. Get a look at this hole location today. Way in the back, up on that slope. This green has been reduced in size, one of the smallest there. Look at all the runoff, all these closely mown areas. Saw Lee Westwood's ball blow. This is exposed here up at the top, and we'll get to see what Kevin Na is going to decide to do as he chips back to that really short pin. Now on 7, Jordan Spieth off the tee.
A lot of things make this tee shot tough today. Wispy stuff on both sides you can't play from. The wind's almost directly into the players from an elevated tee, so your trajectory is predetermined on these elevated holes, and then dead at the wind. If it's moving one way or the other, it is compounded.
Second shot here for Lee Westwood at 6. Appears another major will come and go without Lee Westwood hoisting a trophy.
He was in contention early after 2 rounds. He was 3 under par, just 4 shots off the pace. He stumbled yesterday in perfect conditions. Knocked himself right out of it, shooting 75.
Here's a beautiful view of the backside of the 9th green. Tyler White, look where he is. And this is a peninsula of a pin placement. You've got that, Gil-Hanse termed that thumbprint in front. If the ball gets in there, it could roll off the green. And now Light and the heavy stuff.
It's above his knees. Goodness.
Well, they had such a cool winter here. And then so much rain late. Made a lot of this fescue grow up. And here it's not done. Will it stay on the green, or will it go all the way down? We came out here for the media day a month ago, Paul, the local golfers would all say, I love it here. The second shot on the 9th is the hardest shot at Erin Hills, and now maybe it's going to be the 3rd shot.
How about that reaction from the crowd? They were so pleased to see it come out. Huge roar when the ball came out, and then look where it ended up.
Well, you know, Joe said it earlier. I think a lot of people like to see carnage. They like to see, you know, they're maybe a little sadistic in their tendencies, and you're going to see some of the highest scores you've ever seen today if the wind blows like this all day long.
I got a buddy, he says 80% of the people are deficit thinkers. The deficit thinkers love it, Joe.
I'm not one. I like to see these guys play well.
I do too. I like it. I like both, honestly. I just like to see a guy just gut it out, you know, when it's all the chips on the line. And today, at the end of this day, we're going to get to see what somebody's made of.
Well, this is almost impossible to get close. Got to go over the bunker, downwind. He's 26 years old. His first U.S. Open.
Take a little longer to get around this golf course today.
You want to go?
It didn't get any easier right now. And those locals were so accurate on the second shot here when you missed this green.
You know, sometimes you just get in a situation you can't get out of. I mean, obviously he could have flopped that more to the left, but at 9 over, you're trying to show off a little bit for the crowd.
Look where he's aiming this thing. Looks way to the left. Now that shot for double bogey, that putt. I like it that he's smiling. He knows.
How about this putt for Martin Kaymer for birdie at 1?
Well, that's pretty clever right there. Should be a 2-putt for Kaymer. Maybe not, actually.
Back to 9 now. Ernie Els for a birdie. Good shot just to get it in the middle of this green, and that's 2 or 3 feet from that ball being down where Light was playing his 3rd from. Els switched putters last week to a company called Bloodline.
I was just going to bring that up. I didn't know the name of the company, but that putter will stand on its own. Maybe not in these conditions, but if you let go of it, it'll just stay there. Is that right?
Yeah, it stays up there by itself. It's got a distinct different weight in the shaft and the head configuration. Center shaft there. And, you know, you saw him go through some issues at the Masters this year with his putting, but really, that's really difficult, more harder than anything to come back from, and he's seemingly done it now.
Langer did it about 3 times where he had the severe yips and recovered, and now he's at age 59 going strong as ever. McGurt's putt up the hill there at 8.
Now back on 9. This is Light's putt for his double bogey. Shoot 4 over going out. Come on. Well,
one bad shot off the tee, and the next thing you know, carnage.
What a thrill. First U.S. Open, final round with Ernie Els. An other, the dreaded other. Now Els. See how this putter works here from just over 5 feet. Little crosswind. No practice stroke by the ball. When his open at Muirfield, that was some of the windiest conditions ever played that Saturday. That's a good score today, 1 over par. Keegan Bradley, his 3rd shot here on 7. This hole playing dead into the wind. Well short.
Way short.
goes.
You
It's
can
even
visit
on the green.
usopen.com to follow all the championship action, including live streaming coverage, real-time scoring, and the latest news and player highlights from right here at Erin Hills. Now it's Jordan Spieth.
This hole today played through 632-yard hole, dead in the wind. Jordan hit his drive 257 off his tee. Then he hit 3-wood to here. It's got 121 left, and it's got to be playing at least 145 to 150.
Actually, I always thought this was the most awkward tee shot on the course. Very difficult layup.
Especially when you're hitting 3-wood.
Watch the swing here. Shorter backswing, hands forward, cut off the follow through. Keep it down. Good shot for Spieth. There's only been one birdie here so far on 7. Kevin Kistner. This is Nas putt for par. We saw him blast it over the green. Oh my! And that ball got blown in by the wind. That was trucking. His hair starts to look like that fescue he was doing videos of, doesn't it?
Hello, pot on the kettle. It's like you.
Thank you. That'll get some more tweets from Twitterverse. Now
Get off
let's
that,
get back
please.
to golf. Speaking of hair, William McGirt's now tee shot on the 9th. I'd love to know if anybody can get it close to this hole location today. Wind across.
Kind of a shot maker, this guy. He's not just making the same swing on every hole. He's doing it, feeling it. Missing it left. That might be doable, though. It looks like he's got a good lie, Brad, and he's coming back into the wind.
Into the wind, plenty of room.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
I love his game.
He's probably still actually going to have to start right at the hole, but
Yeah.
On Jack's tournament last year, just a journeyman player.
Had a miraculous up and down behind the 18th green to win the Memorial 2016. Ranked number 102 in the world at the time, and it got a lot of people's attention.
Highlight of his career so far. Here's Gooch's tee shot. Always helps to hit second on these holes, but it looks like it's going the same direction. That will be a popular place to putt from. Those balls that get to the fringe by that sprinkler head. Be lucky to stay there.
I'm going to ask you again, Paul Azinger. If you're going off at 3:54 Eastern, your name's Brian Harman or Justin Thomas. You watching this on TV? You turn the TV off. You pull the covers over your head. You listen to the wind hit your rental home. What do you do? Or do you watch?
You know, the anxiety that he feels right now. I told you yesterday about Tony Jacklin saying when he had the lead for 23 hours. This is a lead on Saturday night at U.S. Open. He said for 23 hours, I would have traded places with anyone on earth. It is that hard. Your mind goes bananas. And I don't know if Harman's watching or not, but I probably wouldn't be watching, honestly. I might have watched a little bit in the morning, but once you see all what's going on, I'd have got the heck out of there. Switch the TV off.
All right, we're going to step aside. We're going to send it over to our friend Shane Bacon, and this little group will see you later on in the day here on Fox. Shane, all yours.
Thanks, Joe. I'm here with Alan Shipnuck, Michael Bamberger, Sports Illustrated senior writers. You can read all their stuff on golf.com. They're doing a great job this week. And we know a lot of the names on this leaderboard, but the one leading, Brian Harman, maybe a lot of people at home don't know a ton about him, but he's battled with some of these guys on the first page of the leaderboard throughout his life.
Well, Brian Harman ended Ricky Fowler's college golf career. They tangled at the 2009 NCAAs, and this match has passed into legend because on the 15th hole, Harman made a do-or-die putt. He looked up, and Ricky was on his way to the next tee, and he felt so disrespected. He played the rest of this match in a cold fury, came back to win. Georgia knocked out Oklahoma State, and that was it for Ricky. But I caught up with Ricky last night in the locker room and replayed this for him, and he'd never heard that Harman was upset. And he said, "Oh, I feel terrible. I would never resort to gamesmanship. I'm going to find Brian and explain it to him." But I really think this story tells you more about Harman than it does about Fowler. This is a guy who has a chip on his shoulder, and he kind of fuels himself with these grievances. I sincerely hope he makes it to the Hall of Fame because his speech will be Michael Jordan-esque.
I want to hear it as well.
Well, it's interesting that you mentioned he's got. He sort of has a jock swagger. He was here 2 weeks ago. He missed the cut at Memorial. Shane, you and I talked about this the other day. And he came up here and he flew in a private plane with Dustin Johnson. He's telling me about it. I happened to be here 2 weeks ago. And it's like, oh, no big deal. And I'm like, kid, it's a big deal. You flew here in a private plane with the greatest golfer, of your era. But then he came out here and he played 18 holes, and then the wind was just like it is right now, right out of the northwest and strong, like we haven't seen all week. The driving range is completely empty. There's nobody there. He set up shop in the middle of that driving range with nobody around, carrying his own big staff bag out there, and he hit ball after ball after ball. And his buddy Marucci was just telling us inside, who was his captain up at the Walker Cup in 2009 at Marion, he plays fast, and fast is good when you're in the wind. You don't want to, fast is good when you're under pressure. And, I said, am I disturbing you when you're hitting balls? He said, no, I enjoy it. And his thing is just rhythm, 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 and keep going.
Yeah, and Buddy Marucci telling us that he saw him hit a ball at the Walker Cup in 2005 on the first tee. He stripes it down the middle, Brian Harman, and he said, this kid, I want this kid on my team. He's got a ton of game.
And just one little follow-up on that. In the 2009 Ryder Cup, it's at Marion. It's a tough, tight course. And he's had confidence issues, he told me, up and down. But in 2009, it was an up period. And he holes out an impossible greenside shot, and his caddy told me this the other day. And he takes off his hat and he says, Brian Harman, ladies and gentlemen, Brian Harman.
And another guy that's chasing, Justin Thomas. We saw what he did yesterday, 9 under par, and he is having an unbelievable season, a career season as just a young man.
Well, and he needed it because he spent his entire career as Jordan Spieth's little buddy. Jordan was Frodo. He's going to save the golf world, and poor Justin is Samwise, just lurking in the background, ignored. But he just played one of the most electric rounds of golf I've ever seen. And if he wants to be considered a superstar like his buddy Jordan, he needs to go out and win this. And he knows that. He wants to be considered an equal, and this is really his moment.
I think that's, similarly to Brian. He also plays with tremendous athletic swagger, and it's interesting given how slight he is and how short Brian Harman is that they do this. But anyway, he was recruited to the same outfit that has Tiger Woods and Justin Rose by Mark Steinberg and Mark's group. And at one point, Michael Jordan was called in for the recruiting process, and I mentioned that to Justin one time. I said, what was it like to play? Just you show up for a golf game and there's Michael Jordan. And it's like, oh, it's no big deal. I'm like, no, dude, it's a big deal. You're playing golf with Michael Jordan. But maybe it's not. Maybe that's what the youth of America is like today. But
yeah, Justin Thomas has a ton of confidence. I actually talked to his agent earlier today, Lance Young, who represents him. Lance Young used to represent Steph Curry, and he said they've become buddies. Steph Curry and Justin have become buddies. Lance said he texted Steph after the championship and said, congrats, man. Great play, and congrats to the Warriors. And said Steph texted back and said, thanks, man. Why doesn't Justin go out and get another championship this week? So Justin saw the text and said that was really cool. So he's got Steph Curry on his side as well. A lot of fun. Thanks, guys. We really appreciate all the insight you brought this week.
A very good morning. This is the final morning. My name is Shane O'Donoghue with you for the next short while in the company of Open champion from 2011 Darren Clark, two-time US Open champion Curtis Strange, and architect Gil Hanse. This is Adam Hadwin, Canadian, and he's got a lot of vocal support out there as we go to Keegan Bradley here on the 8th.
It's like a full wedge. Not enough. We figure it's fine. Oh, is this helping or? There's be a lot off the left. You got 3. You feel comfortable with that? Yeah. Right.
This is a tough second shot here. He's crosswind, the pin on the left side. He's got to really start this kind of the left side, 10 yards left of it, and let the wind take it in. He does have a backstop that will help him.
Found the bunker, Julie.
Yeah, because they're going right into the wind, even though it looks like cross because of the angle that they're coming in.
You can see the speed of the clouds as well.
Jordan's played very aggressively. They hit driver off his tee. It only left him 99 yards. But again, he's got to control his ball flight. He's got to, you know, I would just throw it past the pin a little bit and let it come back.
Today, with that wind blowing to get close to some of these flags, they're going to have to use all of their imagination, all of their skills. You know, it's a tough golf course when it's this windy. They want to hit it a little bit lower off the tee through the wind. Yeah, then their second shots and third shots, they have to go aerial into the greens, and things like this are going to happen. If you don't get it quite right, you're going to see balls spinning away from flags, spinning back off greens. It's just going to be a very, very challenging day out there.
Summerhays, chance for a 4 here on the 7th. Oh, nicely dropped in. Beautiful judgment of pace and line. And an absolutely fascinating day ahead. And, you know, with this wind, it's really changed things. And it's fantastic to have your company here on Fox. We'll be with you to guide you through this final day of the 117th US Open from Erin Hills in Wisconsin. I'm Shane O'Donoghue alongside Darren Clarke, Curtis Strange and Gil Hanse. Now, you're a wind player, Darren. You know how to handle it. I mean,
sometimes.
What would you say to these guys, especially those now who really are in contention ahead of going out in this final round?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a real demanding, tough day today with those weather conditions because, as I just mentioned there, you want to flight the ball down off the tees to try and take it out of that wind is so strong. But then you have to put it in the air going into these greens. You know, you got to fly it in there. If you want to stop it, you got to go through the air. So that presents challenges. And this could be a day where you're going to see which guys really did their homework on the golf course. You've really got to miss it. If you're going to miss it, Curtis, you've got to miss it on the right place. If you don't, you're going to be chipping up slopes. Ball's going to be running away from the hole all day. So I think we're going to see lots of interesting shots that we haven't seen thus far this week.
Well, the late Arnold Palmer, you know, he won at Birkdale on very windy conditions for his first Open championship, but he won the US Open on this day back in 1960. I know he was a great friend of yours, Curtis. You shared victories and war stories with regard to this, the National Open, and, you know, we're commemorating him today with these lapel pins, which is, I think, a really nice touch.
It is, and we talk about somebody who could hit low bullets too. He would love a day like to this. He hit bullets and as solid as anybody. But it's a wonderful tribute. Today we have this pin commemorating his 1960 win. Everybody that comes through the gate today gets this. Wow. Pretty nice. He was a good man. He was one of our best, maybe the best man we ever knew. And we miss him, but we will always remember him, what he gave to the game, and all of his contributions.
Well, it was a big moment for him winning his National Open, and then of course he came so close in so many others and wanted to win at Oakmont several times and came close at Olympic, but he's so much a part of the tradition of the US Open. And these are commemorative pins. They're replica player badges, if you will, which is very neat because, you know, as a fan, if you're outside the ropes, as I've been so many times, you look at the players and you envy them because, you know, you get to wear these player commemorative badges, don't you?
Yes, you do. You know, when we go and play in all these tournaments, we always get the players' badges, and some of them are a little bit more special than others, and certainly these ones are going to be very, very special.
Yeah, and Darren mentioned homework. Today's the final exam. This is the final exam. So this is the golf course going to play the way the architects hoped it would play today, and pay attention to the edges around the greens, the feed-offs, the slopes, the ones that come in, the ones that fall off. They're going to really be perked up when it comes to the wind.
Does this mean they should have pulled an all-nighter last night getting ready for the day? Because they should have.
I think Darren might have pulled an all-nighter.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Well, it's going to be a real war of attrition who's going to outlast the others. Best round on the course so far is from Jordan Spieth, who won this championship 2 years ago at Chambers Bay. Outside Tacoma, Washington, overlooking Puget Sound. Our best to all those at that fine course. We're here in Wisconsin. First time the U.S. Open has been here, as we take a look down at the 9th, and Kevin Kisner.
And coming up this slope, we'll see a lot of balls in that bottom where he is. You know, we talk about hitting the golf ball today. The putting on some of these exposed greens could be the most difficult part of scoring.
6th hole, Stefan Jaeger, 6 over.
Nice putt, and you're right, Curtis. You know, it's not just trying to stroke the ball on your line, but you have to allow, with the greens as fast as these are today, you have to give maybe a little bit more break or a little bit less break because of the speed of the greens combined with the wind out there.
Now Spieth for a par.
Yeah, these are the tricky ones where you got the wind going right to left, and it should break a little bit left to right, and kind of in your mind, you know what's going to do. Got to get your line and stay very committed.
It's a day for hitting them in very firmly if you can, Julie, but you take the risk of running at the same distance, if not more, by the hole.
Yeah, I've never seen him really die one in before, Darren. He likes to hit them right in the back of the hole. Be interesting if he looks at the hole.
As they make their way to the 9th. Nice tidy card from Spieth.
We got his yardage book out there, about to figure out. He's probably looked at the numbers already. He's got them written down, but he's probably walking onto one of the most challenging holes that there's going to be out there today. 170, 172. Probably looks a lot more like 222 when you stand back on that tee, when you're so elevated with the wind blowing hard across. Tough hole today.
Well, we talked about how interesting this hole has played this week. Actually, much easier than we anticipated because of the lack of wind, but there is not a lack of wind today. And our apologies from the very start. You're going to hear a lot about the wind today, but it's going to be the biggest factor we have seen in the U.S. Open in a while. But this hole, only playing, you know, hitting 9-iron, maybe wedge in a crosswind today. It's exacting. You have to get your yardage, get your feel, and then hope for the best, really, because the ball's going to stay in the air so long, and the wind's going to affect it so much. Let's take a look at the direction. Yesterday was 8 miles an hour at max. 20 today. There you see the average. Yesterday was right at level par. Today 3.38, and only a few groups have gone through, so I can only imagine it might go up a bit.
Yeah, when you guys look at a golf hole, and you played it yesterday at 123, and now you're playing today at 172, what does that do to your perception when you step up there? I mean, aside from the obvious.
30-64, bud.
Yeah, it's different. It's, you know, obviously yesterday you're going one of that front flag, you got a shorter iron. Today the guys are probably looking at the hole. The perfect shot shape is a little left or right one, holding up against the breeze. But that's when you get on into all sorts of trouble. If you overdo it, you're down on the right, and you got no shot. If you don't do it enough, you're in the bunker on the left. So whatever it is, whatever shot they're trying to hit, is going to be a challenge.
It's interesting too here, guys. He just threw the ball on the ground. There's no peg. I think that's just to keep it a little lower into this wind. He's hitting an 8-iron here, and as Darren says, he just kind of want to try to hold it up in the wind a little bit.
Oh boy! Fight! 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 Now! Sit! Oh my God!
Doing some begging to that ball.
And there's going to be plenty of that today. And just trying to not having maybe the confidence to throw it so far out to the right. You hit it solid. It starts going a little left, but that okay. It's on the surface. He can putt it.
Look how narrow it is back there, Curtis. With that wind pumping across there. That's anybody going at that flag today. Anybody that gets it to pin high will probably be a mistake.
expect to see the majority of balls short of the hole. Now Keegan.
Do you like it?
Just about the identical shot for Jordan Spieth.
Strong breezes on this Sunday for the conclusion of the 117th U.S. Open Championship from Erin Hills in Wisconsin. Now, the USGA is a proud partner of Drive, Chip and Putt, a wonderful way to let your kids experience this great game of a lifetime. It's playtime. Visit drivechipandputt.com for more details, and we may see you next April at Augusta National. Well, we head over to the 9th. 2015 champion.
And I want to ask Julie Inkster, back into the wind, coming across this green, downhill at the hole. How hard can it get?
It's hard, but the good thing he had Keegan Bradley right in front of him on the same line. And I thought Keegan's ball was about 20 feet short, and it got up there about 5 feet. So it is quick once it gets past that point right there. It's very well judged.
Judy, what was your secret for playing golf in strong wind?
Well, you have to hit the ball solid. That's the main thing. I mean, whether you hit a high ball or a low ball, you have to hit it solid, because once you hit a shot that's a little bit off, that wind will take it.
Wise words from a two-time U.S. Women's Open champion, Julie Inkster, who's part of our commentary team. 3 wins in a row in the U.S. Women's Amateur Championship. Tiger-esque.
She's got a lot of that hardware from the USGA.
Yeah,
good for her.
Keegan's really struggled with his ball speed on the greens. He's already had 3 3-putts. And I think it's hard when, you don't have maybe 100% confidence in your putting out anyways, and then it brings some wind into it. You just got to be really decisive and try to stay still with the ball and roll it.
A little bit from the right. Well done. 2 putts from 30 or 40 feet are going to be very good today.
Beautiful stroke there from Keegan. Had to move away from that longer putter, so seems as if he's got his method down now.
That's another discussion for another day, but Keegan was one of those long putters when they made those outlawed. Webb Simpson, Keegan Bradley, and a few others, Adam Scott, all major winners. It really put a career on hold and could have slowed it down tremendously, and I think in Keegan's case it has.
Definitely, Curtis. He used to just roll in putts somewhat like Jordan, and he struggled for a little bit, but he's been working diligently and working very hard to find a method that he's comfortable with, and it would appear he's found one.
This fella's found one a long time ago, but you're born with a sixth sense to be able to putt like he does. You can't make yourself a putter, a great putter like Spieth. You can make yourself a good putter. I don't think you can make yourself a superstar like Crenshaw, Spieth, Nicklaus, guys like that.
What a great opening 9 from Jordan Spieth, 34, 2 under. First 8 players out this morning. Look at that for a difference. Averaging 38.38. Jonathan Randolph played with Justin Thomas yesterday. Went to college with Ken Brown's son, Tom Brown. Got his card. Very important week for him.
He must have felt as if he was shooting millions yesterday watching JT do what he did.
Now back over 11. Will McGirt at second at 11. Pretty good lead.
Stuart Sink. Chance for a 3. Showing some good form of late. Nice putt from Stuart Sink.
You can see then he's got up the start to get off to, making double and 2, bogey and 3, and fighting hard.
little earlier on the 8th, this was the second shot of Lee Westwood. Just a quick tour around the course as well, just to show you the routing and the direction of all the holes, starting at the first, which is the par 5 is short, par 4 second, and great variety and very little earth moving with regard to the building of this course, Gil.
Yeah, very natural. They found all the perfect landforms for the golf holes. They've routed most of the holes east-west, so the wind's going to be down or in on most of them.
So there you see the direction of the wind. It's gusting at around about 20 miles per hour right now. A formidable challenge in this final round. Could reach upwards of 25 miles per hour. That is a tough breeze, Curtis.
Well, it's a tough breeze. Ordinarily, you would play within trees and you could get out of it at times. Here, you can't. All very exposed. Some greens and tees more exposed than others, and the players know where those are. I remember off the top of my head, 7 and 18 are greens that are going to be very, very difficult. And the 9th tee right here.
Westwood made par on the 8th. Here he is on the short par 3 9th.
I think this one won't have too much air time. He'll probably try and knock it down a little bit, bring it in a little bit lower. That's the old pro there. Curtis is not trying to just hit it into the green, but it's as if it's caught that little fingerprint.
The old pro, you mean somebody with some baggage, has tried to hit it at a pin like that in the past and has learned from it, but that unlucky. Hit a good shot, and Gil, I don't like that. I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize to me. It's a wonderful golf hole, and I just don't know if it needed that little extra touch of having that severe contour in the green. I mean, everything around it is challenging and wonderful, but my good friend Bill Coore, who partners with Ben Crenshaw, he talks a lot about one word when it comes to architecture, in particular modern architecture. It's restraint. It's show a little restraint. You don't need to throw everything in, and maybe that thumbprint, one touch too far.
Well said.
I don't mind if you hit a good golf shot, and it should finish. In my opinion, you hit a good golf shot 9 times out of 10, it should finish on the green. If you hit a bad one, I got no problem with slopes, repelling it off the greens, running away and stuff. But it's just harsh, this one. When you do hit a nice shot, like Lee's just hit there, onto the middle of the green, it's a big penalty to see where it is.
So now Summerhays on the tee. Now he's just seen what happened to Westwood's ball. He knew a low spot was over there. So
do you like this one, Nick?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
Like, how are you going to hit it?
It's going to start at the right. USGA lines and come in like that.
Okay, still a pretty straight one at that, right?
Okay.
Yeah, that's good. Just
caddy's name's Nick Jones. They got it figured out. Can he get it done? Aiming farther left.
Oh, damn it.
where is that?
He's going to have to punt through it. We haven't seen a lot of that. That'll be very interesting to see how he can negotiate.
Further right, I had the Hemi is just more back into the wind. It's really hard to hit 7-iron though.
Well, there's Steve Stricker, the Evergreen, Wisconsin native, who had a bit of a hand in the designing of the 9th green. A little bit of consultancy there. He's going to have his hands full trying to negotiate that hole a little bit later, Gil.
Well, the players will know who to go to now.
All right, let's go to the 10th, and here is Jordan Spieth. And an opportune moment as well to say hello to Tom Watson, the 1982 champion at Pebble Beach.
Oh, that's so lucky.
Big fan of Jordan Spieth, likes his grit, and it's exemplified in his play so far today. He's a couple under. Nobody really coming near that level of scoring in these conditions, and he just likes the way that he carries himself. He likes his determination. Obviously, he's a very expressive player. And, good morning to you, Tom. Ernie Els, the 2-time champion, on the 12th.
Talking about a man that can play in the wind. Ernie's fabulous in the wind.
Good call there, Darren.
I've seen him do that too often. You become the player that Ernie's become without being able to manage your trajectory, and he's certainly, when he gets wind, he's fabulous in the wind.
Now Keegan Bradley still got his little idiosyncrasies. This is the way that he kind of prepares and sets up to the shots.
Oh dear.
Maybe we can work with it. Come on. Maybe we can work with it.
Now Westwood over at 9. Difficult pitch up over the edge of the bunker. Downwind makes it that much tougher.
Look at that, he's almost stopped it beside the hole there, and the wind is just making it trickle on. That's why this hole's going to play so tough today.
Now back up at 11. Will McGurk to go to +3.
That works.
There you see -1 for the day. Good round. Now back over at 2, the short par 4. This Andrew Johnson, this for his 3rd shot. Another little short hole is going to be much more difficult because of the wind coming out of the left.
I think you're going to see a lot of guys maybe going to that putter as well today, you know, to get it onto the green, because if you get a little bit of too much loft there, a little bit of check, you can look very stupid very quickly.
Good point.
The putter is always the safe play. You know, that bad putt is always going to be better than the bad chip.
Absolutely. Every clinic I give, I end with a 3-minute boring session on getting it on the ground as quickly as you can.
Yeah, definitely. You know,
especially when you're nervous.
And just because, you know, the people watching from home, they see the pros out there hitting their flop shots and lobbers all the time. It's not really the way for consistency to play that lobber all the time.
Now Summerhays from around the valley swale. Look out, look out, look out, look out.
Gil called it.
You know, Darren, the older I get, the farther from the green I putt.
Like us all. Now, Daniel, if it had been me, as much as I cannot run, I'd have got up to that ball a little bit quicker than he did. Just a nice little gust came along and knocked it backwards.
Now over at 5, big par 4, Martin Keimer, +2 for the championship. There you saw the bunker that he wants to aim just left of, 329 to it. Former Open champion at Pinehurst.
Yeah, get left.
Beautifully played. Right in the middle.
Okay, this is a challenging moment for Keegan Bradley. What can he come up with? That looks good. Oh, wow, lovely touch.
Brilliant out of that stuff. He made that look very easy. A very difficult shot, very easy.
Now back at 9, Summerhays from coming up short from 50 or 60 feet. This 15, almost 18 feet for par.
That's the problem, Curtis. You know, hitting putts like that, you leave your first one short, you want to have a go at the second one, the wind gets it, keeps going. Now he's got, what, 7-footer coming back for bogey. Not what you want.
Spieth for a birdie. He's got his eye in. He's going to run this one close. If we know anything about this guy. Oh, great judgment of pace.
So, Curtis, what are you looking at for the winning score today?
Ooh.
What do you think?
Well, as we watch Lee Westwood for par. I think pars are a good score on any hole today. So with that said, you know, I'd like to be sitting at about 10 or 11 under par right now in the clubhouse.
I think you're pretty close right there. It's going to drop down a little bit later on,
And
but
we're going to have
still.
to watch that. And you know, if that happens, then we do have the 2 par 5s finishing. And now over 10, Keegan Bradley for par. You know, we just don't know. You know, if Brian Harman goes out and plays some of these tough par 4s as well as he did yesterday, if you get through the tough holes, then you survive. Justin Thomas is going to be hitting at 40 and 50 yards by him on the tee. He's going to have a distinct advantage today, not only with his length, but the strength.
Oh, bogey attempt there. That's a pity. That's how tough this place can be, certainly in these conditions. So it goes to 9 over Daniel Summerhays. Well, let's take a look with our 4K camera technology brought to you by American Express. That's Steve Stricker here on the range, getting ready for his tilt of this final round.
No wonder he hits it so straight. The club is perfectly placed on the downswing, right on his plane. Perfect arc. Not a real handsy player, more shoulders and arms.
That's why he's such a good wedge player. There's no flash speed with his hands. He's very wide. He's got a more very old school one-piece takeaway, no wrist motion. It means he doesn't hit it that far compared to relative terms, but very, very accurate.
Well, when he went bad for a couple of years there and came back, that's the one change he said he did make, was firm up the backswing. Now back up at 11. Stuart Sink for birdie. Stuart going much better of late. Played well last week. Good team, good man.
He is a good man, and his wife Lisa is fighting the battle at the moment, and we wish her all the best.
Now back over 3. The beef. Second shot. From 218. You know, Darren, you were talking yesterday. He's quite a character, but he can really play as well.
Well, he's got game, Curtis. And, you know, he loves all the fun side of things, and he's brilliant the way he interacts with the crowds, and everybody has a bit of a laugh with him, but he can play.
Moment ago, Satoshi Kodaira here on the 4th, approaching this little par 4. Go. That divot flying back into his face.
Oh. Well, now he's going to have what Mama told you not to ever do, hit bunker shots into the wind. That and a few other things, but now back over 11. Speed second shot. Up the hill a little bit. Wind out of the right.
I thought they're going to have a good look at it there.
Just short.
There's certain holes they're going to have to take advantage of here, all depending on where the wind's coming from.
Definitely, you're going to have some pin positions, some hole locations that are much easier to get close to. You can use the wind a little bit to get to them, but you're right, Curtis. You know, there's going to be so many tough holes out there that you have to take advantage of those opportunities when they present themselves.
Tough day for Paul Casey yesterday, 75.
All because he made the triple over there on 3. I was with him all day, as well as Brian Harman. He just hit a poor second shot, but then got very unlucky. Put it over there in the high heather and high rescue. I keep calling it heather. It's as tough as heather.
It is.
But and when you make triple at the 3rd, it just hard to recover from that.
But he tried to do the right thing, Curtis, and chip out sideways, but just went right underneath the ball, had a fresh air.
Well, it was so impressive with his comeback in the second round after a treble on the 14th. But as we look to Jack Maguire here on the opening hole. And And a quick mention of Ireland's Lisa Maguire winning the Women's British Amateur Championship yesterday. Attends Duke University.
Wonderful,
Devil.
Wonderful player.
Leona Maguire, I beg your pardon. Lisa is her twin.
She's going to be out on the ladies' tour very soon, I'm sure.
I'd say so. Here's Kadira. And Leona is #1 in the women's world rankings, and they'll be joined by Hannah O'Sullivan next season, the former women's amateur champion in Portland. So things looking up for the Blue Devils.
Now Keegan Bradley for birdie. Doesn't look real tough, but down the hill and will swing a lot from his right. We always talk, it is about line and speed and putting your putter on that line, but sometimes it's hard to match those up when you have such a breaker like this.
Only sometimes, Curtis. Frequently.
Good effort. A little bit easier. Or at that speed, a little bit more to the left.
Scotty Scheffler coming on his own way here on this opening hole. This is his 4th shot, the amateur. Beg your pardon, 3rd shot.
This is one of those opportunities that Curtis and I were just talking about there. He was par 5, got a chance to make birdie, and this one you want to really get off to a good start and try and get your round going early.
Texas Longhorns, Scotty Scheffler, and his sister Callie attends Texas A&M. She's on the bag.
It's a tough hole location to get. You've got a really strong shoulder feeding into the green from there. The pin's tucked just behind it, and the wind blowing across. It's going to be hard to get right in there.
Now Spieth for birdie. Very makeable. It's one of those good putts that just didn't go in.
Last year and the year before that, they all went in, though, Curtis. That's the difference. He's playing every bit as well, but just not quite making the amount of putts that he did.
Isn't that the difference we were talking earlier in the week, Darren, is the fine line between winning tournaments and all of a sudden we're writing off his, his slump. Yeah. It's all about making a putt here and there.
That's all it is, Curtis. And it's not making a putt here and there. It's making a putt here and there at the right time.
Right.
It's those momentum putts, and they're the ones that he just hasn't been making of late.
But the game doesn't change from day to day, from tee to green very much. Oh, you have good days and you have some not so good days. But if you putt, you can salvage those not so good days into good rounds.
Most definitely. What the pros do, they turn 75, 76s into 70s and go out and play the next day and shoot a 64, 65, 66, and all of a sudden it's a good week. But you got to putt well to do that, Curtis.
Maguire for an eagle here on the first. He had the eagle yesterday, and this was it. Florida State. Ranked 569th in the world, but playing like a superstar there on the first yesterday. What can he deliver today?
Trying to get a bit of feel for it there, as Gil mentioned there a moment ago. Big shoulder here, so it's probably going to break an awful lot from right to left, and just trying to figure out the speed. Almost got to put it up to the edge of the green there, Gil, to get it to come back down to the hole.
Yeah, you absolutely do. It's a big, strong slope. Principally, it was supposed to be used to kick shots into the green with your second shot when it was reachable.
That was one of those putts that the higher you go, the faster it was going to be coming down towards the hole. But if you go a little bit straighter like he did there, then you always run that risk of hitting it 10, 12 foot past.
So we go to 3.
Beef Johnson, this for birdie from just off the back fringe. Big swinger, very much down the hill.
Scotty Scheffler now has this for a birdie on the first.
Slow going up the hill that way, obviously. Breeze uphill into the breeze. Always difficult to get putts like that to the hole.
Big Ernie here on the 14th, third shot. What a rhythm.
Casey Kerr there is caddy. I've been out here on tour for a long time. All he does is be telling Early what a wonderful guy he is all day long. One of the best cheerleaders you come across. Great
Positive
catcher.
reinforcement though, isn't it?
Oh, definitely. And Casey will be taking all the credit for that one. Ernie just hit it. All the good stuff with Casey.
Well, you know, he pitched up at the Masters this year knowing that this could be the last time that he'll be there, but obviously he's got a great history in the US Open and the Open Championship. As we look at Brandon Grace here on the second. But Ernie Els coming to the end of his 5-year exemption for winning the Open Championship at Royal Inman St. Anne's. Maguire gets the birdie.
Nice comeback putt there. That's one of my pet peeves with 3 putting par 5s. That they just hurt.
12s now. Spieth. Very unhappy with the line he took yesterday.
Wind. Come on, Wind.
And he landed in a similar area, but not as bad. That's okay there.
I got no push from that.
Scotty Scheffler has this for a par. Ooh.
That's okay.
It is now.
What, he's taking a breath again now? He's just walking off the green.
You can breathe, breathe, son, breathe.
Kuchar. Chance for a 3. Mark it down as a 3.
Speaking about putting, this guy's been Cooch has been a great putter for a long time. Very solid with that method. Rolls them in with not much regularity.
Now Kevin Kisner over at 13. Today playing 216 yards. Much easier hole location. The last 2 days have been front left, front right. Really tough to get it close. Wonderful shot there.
Now, Martin Keimer, who ran away with things at the US Open at Pinehurst, number 2. With putts like that. And we say hi to Tom Pashley and his hard-working crew down there in Pinehurst. So Maguire will be first to go here at the second.
Well, we've seen big hitters come close to this green. McIlroy drove it on this green the first day. That's certainly not going to be the case. And you see our graphic, our anemometer, gusting in his face. That was a big word.
That was
and a tongue twister.
Comprehension.
You know, I finally woke you up, Clarky, didn't I? But now, instead of driving it over the edge of that bunker, go well left of the bunker. A lot of fairway that you can't see here.
Good there. If you take a look at this pin position, it's 26 back and 4 off the right-hand side. So the further left that you get yourself, the better angle you have your little pitch shot coming in. Anything over to the right today, off that tee, you're not going to be able to get anywhere near that flag. little bit more left, but he's good there. Good shape, both of them.
From Ridgewood in New Jersey. We were in Ridgewood last year for the U.S. Junior Girls. Kevin Chappell now with his second shot here on the par 5 opener. Oh, that's a good shot. That was from 274 yards.
Iron in from 274. Impressive.
He's got the white hat right now, but he was wearing the black one on the practice tee. We need a replacement.
Yeah, let's just say all the hats are cinched down a little bit tighter than they were yesterday. Trust me, I got to get out there in this stuff.
To get a couple of those Phil Mickelson paper clips going on. As we look at Spieth. Oh, creative.
The only way, if you hit it into the rough here, you can use the bankside side of this green and try and run it in that way and slow the ball down. It is one of the few greens on the golf course you can actually run the ball in, Gil. I think that was designed deliberately this way because of the little blindness.
It certainly does. It just nestles down in that little valley.
Yeah, it's totally fine.
Now back on 9, Jordan Nibrugi, +3 for the championship. Brewers talk quite a lot about this little hole just in the middle of the green, wind coming out of the right. Don't take on the flagstick. Man, what a good looking swing.
Maybe not the worst miss there.
No, I think he's going to have a nice play. Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Bit of green to work with, sort of into the wind. For the
Wisconsin native Jordan Nibrugi. Pretty cool stuff driving past this in my hometown. Yes, and great finish at the Open Championship at St Andrews a couple of summers ago. Paul Dunn, you might remember, was the Irish amateur who was leading after 3 rounds, but it was Nibrugi who actually went on to win leading amateur awards there.
Where do you come up with this stuff?
I don't know. Voracious reading.
That means reading a lot.
Yeah, that's a good word, yeah.
Now big hitting Gary Woodland.
This is good fun in the box this morning. That the U.S. Open has been played here in the state of Wisconsin. We're here at Erin Hills. And one of the next men on the first tee had a hand in, well, a little bit of consultancy with the 3 designers, Dana Fry, Ron Whitten, and Dr. Michael Herdzon. His name is Steve Stricker from Edgerton, Wisconsin. 50 years young.
This is the 12:20 starting time. Please welcome, from Madison, Wisconsin, Steve Stricker. And from Sweden, David Lingmer.
He's got as many U.S. Open appearances as Fox does.
He's a very tidy little player, Dibley. Much better than he gets credit for.
Biggest victory so far. And we were just there a couple of weeks ago in Dublin, Ohio. Jack Nicklaus's Memorial Tournament. He was the winner. Now, Jordan Spieth missed his birdie putt here on the 12th, so this is for a par. To stay 2 under for the day, 2 over for the championship. That's a pity.
He moves early. We mentioned this yesterday. He moves very early whenever he misses it, but he knows as soon as you come off the blade that he hasn't quite started where he wanted to. And he does move very quickly after it.
A couple of wins in the US Junior, the Open. It's got a good USGA record. As we go back to Nibruge here on the 9th.
Not a difficult bunker shot, but it's made more difficult because of where the ball lies in the sand, and look at what his right foot is up on that mound. Going back into the wind, so it made it a little easier.
Well, it's short, but it is devilishly tricky.
There you see the 9th hole at Erin Hills, playing 172 today. Not part of the original routing, Gil Hanse.
Yeah, it was a hole they put in just to kind of bridge the gap between several holes, and it was an extra hole. It's just such a good golf hole. They had to figure out a way to get it in the design. So they got rid of what was the original 7th hole, the Dell hole, blind par 3, and they incorporated this into the routing. And it makes perfect sense.
Great little hole in the fact that you're coming off these 500-yard par 4s and 496 and 512, all these long holes, and then all of a sudden, I know it's playing a little bit longer today, but you get thrown in this beautiful little short par 3.
Kevin Chappell now for a 4. Yes. Good start. You can't birdie them all if you don't birdie the first.
Wisdom.
I remember someone saying that to me, and I've never forgotten it.
Maybe you should.
I should forget that. The beef. Yes, indeed.
Are we going to have a smile? Are we going to say that? Is he going to flash the teeth at us? Is he? Is he? No.
Now back over at 9. Nibruge, this for par. USGA has slowed the greens down about 6 inches today, and good on them because the conditions are going to be so tough. I don't think the players will see any difference at all, though, because they will dry out quickly with these winds. It's no humidity out there. Now Keegan Bradley, just a moment ago.
Nice shot there.
And they've actually changed this hole location from where it was originally cut.
First look at the 16th, the par 3 here at Erin Hills, and this is Kevin Doherty. He's chosen an 8 iron. You see the wind assisting. So many different teeing areas here, lots of variety. It's okay. Found the dance floor. As we go back to the tee, and Hao Tong Lee, hugely talented Chinese player.
Like that USGA.
With them playing so much downwind, trying to get the ball high enough and stop it quick enough to get close to that fly is going to be a challenge today.
Wind is actually into them there. It is swirling. He's chosen an 8-iron as well in search of his first birdie of the day. Has a chance.
He didn't find it that difficult to get it close to the hole. Good shot.
Now, big Ernie.
Now back over at 15. Ernie Els, everybody's buddy. This for birdie. Pretty good looking stroke there. Yeah. His swing has aged so well and will continue to age well. Now, just a moment ago, back over at 13, the par 3. This Jordan Spieth. Chances. They're making it look easy. That could very well be the best shot we see all day long on that hole.
Well, you can follow the US Open on Twitter, on Facebook and Instagram using the hashtag US Open. You can join in the conversation. Now, they are all waiting on 18. We made the point yesterday in the essay at the conclusion of play that it was like a movie. If you've seen Field of Dreams, I mean, they built this and they have come in their droves. The bleachers are absolutely full already, and play will not conclude for another 6.5 hours here. Well, this was a moment ago on the first for David Lingmerth. From 97 yards for the Swede.
Now back over at the par 3, Keegan Bradley after that wonderful tee shot. This for birdie. Well done. And he was away. Jordan Spieth put it inside him on the tee, off the tee.
Now on the first here is Steve Stricker.
One of those guys that hasn't aged a bit in the past 15 years. He's been the same size, worn the same size of pants. I've gone through about 10 different sizes of pants. He hasn't changed nor aged a little bit this past 15 years.
And a remarkable kind of approach to his career, quality over quantity. Took sizable chunks of time off and eased back, but still was able to play to such a high level.
Now back over at 13. This to keep Keegan from getting the skin on this hole. Yes. Boy, you certainly think you might win a couple of bucks with the 2 there, but not with this group.
Good hat.
16th. It's been a really tough day at the office for Ao Tong Lee. But this for his first birdie of the day. Sometimes you're the pigeon, sometimes you're the statue.
I like it, I like it. I like it.
Some days it's your day, Curtis.
Yeah, just having a tough day. You get days like that. You know, you have a US Open golf course in a very strong wind. They're out early and the wind's been blowing all day. It's just a tough day for him.
Now for the birdie. It almost went in for the eagle on the fly. Oh, Lord. Yikes.
Not as if you could blame a spike mark or anything, because these greens are pure.
Scotty Scheffler's here on the 3rd. One of only 2 amateurs to make the cut, along with Cameron Champ. Both very impressive ball strikers.
If we get a chance to watch Cameron Champ this afternoon, if he plays well, the word around the property is about this kid and how far he hits the golf ball. The word is he's the longest in the field. Incredible club head speed, that ball speed, all that stuff that doesn't make any difference to me. He hits it farther than anybody else. Just can create a lot of speed.
Coached by Sean Foley, I believe. Coached the guys out here.
I think Sean was telling him, "You're swinging well, young man. Go get him. Leave him alone."
Do you play the U.S. Amateur or the U.S. Open as an amateur, Curtis?
I did not. I tried to qualify one time at for the Wingfoot, the Massacre at Wingfoot in '74, and I, thank goodness, didn't make it.
Well, there you go. Cameron Champ is on 4 under off at 153. And here he is. So he's just warming up the short game at the moment, getting ready. He'll be off in 15 minutes. But such an impressive athletic striker of the ball as well. The swing is something to behold. Maguire now
for birdie at 3.
And Curtis, this is one of several new greens around the golf course. 3, 4. They were put in preparation for the Open Championship because they had basically greens that they didn't think were quite right for the championship and the needs required. So one of those new surfaces there, you can see segmented, a few little quadrants in it, a little bit different from a character standpoint, but it still sits beautifully in the land.
Oh, it lays in there beautifully. One of the tougher greens on the golf course.
It absolutely has been. The old green was up and to the left of this current green.
Just looking at that scoreboard over there, seeing all the guys cramped up at the top. 106 of the last 107 major champions were inside the top 10 after 54 holes.
Oh, what a beautiful tee shot there from Ernie. Almost hold it. That's coming back.
It's a nice design feature. It's a downwind hole. You've got that tier in the back. I think this whole location is accessible because you know you've got room behind it.
Watch this again. Wow.
Or you can almost just fly it in the hole.
So bringing out the official just to observe the damage that was done around the cup area. But he made par. 2 putts. And this is Matt Kuchar, former U.S. amateur champion.
One of the other new greens, the original green was just down and to the right front, a little bit more of a punch bowl green. This sitting up on the ridge. Beautiful silhouette, nice skyline green. Again, part of the variety of the golf course. I think the architects have done a wonderful job in presenting different looks throughout this property and different angles, different twists and turns in the landscapes. And the sighting of their greens has been, I think, one of the highlights. Yeah, there we go. The beautiful little skyline will fall off to the backhand side of it.
How tough is it? Do you get it right the first time? Have you ever gotten it right the first time?
Boy, that's a tough one to answer without sounding like a bad guy. But yeah, I mean, you definitely, you're going to have twists and turns. In this property, the original design, they wanted to build a minimalist golf course. They wanted to have it be lay of the land, and they took out several blind shots that were part of the golf course to make it more of a quote-unquote championship test, a little bit more playable, a little bit more visible. But the original design was, you know, really just a nice homage to natural golf, and I think that they did a great job extracting the best holes on this property.
That was a good par there from Brandon Grace from Fancourt in South Africa, down in the town of George. And top 5s in the last 2 U.S. Opens, so that's a solid showing again here. And Kuchar now has this to tidy up for a 4.
Kuchar doesn't miss those. But it's just said, that's good. Pick it up.
14th and Keegan Bradley on the par 5 with his 3rd shot. Nephew of the legendary Pat Bradley, a winner of the U.S. Women's Open back in 1981. Good morning or good afternoon to you, Pat. Hope that cowbell is still working. Every time Pat would win, they'd ring the cowbell at the front door.
I got it.
You didn't look as if you did. It's all right, you're not in view, so I was just not so sure about that one, Gil.
She's a very proud auntie. Anyway, as we look over at Jordan Spieth.
From this angle, is it off the left, right, or straight in? Sorry. Not off. Okay.
Walking the golf course early this week and seeing the players play the first 3 days on this hole. This is one of the quirkier shots on the golf course because it's a short shot, only 90 yards or so here, 111 for Jordan. Blind shot, can't see the surface. And when I say quirky, I don't mean bad. I mean, it just keeps you off balance. You just don't know how far to fly it. You don't get a sense of the distance because you can't see anything.
Well, that's that lay of the land architecture. They really wanted to let the landforms dictate, and obscured visibility, I think, is a reasonable hazard. If you get in a player's head, because these guys are so good physically in the way they hit the golf ball, from an architect's perspective, I think the only things we can work on is getting in their heads, not letting them see everything, having them feel a little bit awkward over the shots.
And that's when it becomes vitally important, as we talked about earlier this week. You got to trust your caddy. Caddies are working hard this week. It's a long, hard walk for them, but as well, they've got to be on point with their numbers, and whatever number they will calculate, because of not being able to see the bottom of the flag, as you said, Gil, depth perception comes into play. So you really got to trust them implicitly.
Second hole for Steve Stricker, short par 4. Let's go down to Shane Bacon. He is with one of the contenders, Tommy Fleetwood.
Thanks, Shane, here with Tommy. Tommy, all of a sudden, the wind picked up. Have you been paying attention to coverage this morning to see how players are reacting to this wind?
Not a lot. I haven't had much chance to watch. Yeah, I can tell how hard it'll be playing. And yeah, the wind is sort of what the course has missed for the last few days, I guess, with the scoring. So today's going to be a real different challenge. And we'll just see how it goes. But yeah, the course is definitely going to play a lot different today.
Do you feel like flighting your ball, playing it that way, or putting on these greens if the wind's gusting is more important?
Very good question. I mean, I don't know where they put the tees. Obviously, there's going to be some long holes, and you're going to be playing into the wind. Flighting your ball, keeping your ball under control is going to be massive. But yeah, putting where they can put the pins, there's with the slopes of the greens and the speed. Putting in the wind is always that much tougher. I mean, all round wind just makes the course play tougher. So everything's going to be important, and you just got to try and put it all together as best you can.
And your game plan all week has been playing to the center of the greens, playing away from these hole locations, and playing smart. Do you feel like that's going to really benefit you today?
As long as I hit the shots. It's all right having the plan, but you still got to hit it where you want to. So as long as I keep doing that, then things will be okay. But yeah, the plan won't change. We've gone over it this morning already, and we looked at where we want to hit it, and we're just going to stick to that and see how we go. No matter what, just stick to where we want to hit it, and we'll see how we get on.
Well, Tommy, appreciate it. Good luck today.
Thanks.
Back to you, Shane.
Big day. Thank you very much. And Tommy chasing a place amongst these boys. Martin Keimer with that runaway victory in 2014. Lots of European champions in a bit of a successful run there. But Tony Jacklin is the man who started it off, really, 1970, and followed it up after that win in the Open in 69. GMAC, 40 years the gap. 2010 at Pebble Beach. Rory then the following year at Congressional. Justin Rose memorably in that tussle with Phil Mickelson at Merion in 2013.
And Beef here seems to go in with putter frequently for off the edge of the greens, as we mentioned earlier, Curtis.
You know, I'd like to make just a comment on the comments from Fleetwood there. You can have a game plan, whatever that is, but you never know what the conditions are going to suit you or how they're going to affect you when you get on the golf course, how you're hitting the golf ball. Every hole is going to be different than what you've seen before, as we watched Jim Furyk here at the first. And it depends on how well you play, how solidly you hit the ball. Because remember, there's only 3 ingredients to play this game. Put it in the fairway, put it on the green, and try to make a few putts. Now, everybody goes about that differently, but that's priority today.
Well, Fleetwood hits a lot of fairways and a lot of greens. It will be a fascinating watch to see how he manages it all today. Stricker now has this for a birdie on the second. Slippery those putts. Probably a good 2 feet. Birdie putt for Spieth. Best round of the day so far out on the course. Couple under.
As we were talking earlier, score anything about 70 today is a really, really good round of golf out there. So Jordan holds us to go 3 under for the day. He's on target to beat that, so he's obviously playing very, very well.
Great response to that drop shot on the 12th. Such a lovely, tidy card in these conditions. Tickets for next June's 118th US Open at iconic Shinnecock Hills are now on sale, folks. You can visit usopen.com and click on the icon for tickets for more information. We hope to see you there. Jamie Lovemark was on the Walker Cup team with Ricky Fowler and Dustin Johnson and Webb Simpson 10 years ago, captained by George Buddy Marucci at Royal County Down. He is in this grouping along with the amateur Cameron Champ from Sacramento, California. And this is the swing they're all talking about. So watch out for these two big hitters.
This is the 12:53 starting time. Please welcome from San Diego, California, Jamie Lovemark. Sacramento, California, Cameron Champ.
And this is the man they're all talking about. 4 under.
338 yards. This is average drive this week. Wow. He's not hitting too many off the toe with that. They're off the middle of the club face.
Coached by Sean Foley. It's a little bit untidy.
Took a different line there than most of the guys we've seen this week.
You know, he just doesn't look as fast as his club head speed is, and as far as he hits it, he doesn't look like he jumps out of his shoes like a Justin Thomas.
I think that's just gifted talent, Curtis. We talked about it in putting earlier.
T-A-L-E-N-T.
Yes, sir.
He has it and we don't.
Used to.
Used to.
Used to.
Zach Johnson. Nice shot into the first as we go to the other amateur who's up on the 4th. And this is for a 3, Scotty Scheffler. So that's going to be a very interesting battle now to see how these two guys perform, because there is the leading amateur award and there are 2 horses in the race. And he is now within 1 of Champ, who's in trouble already off the first tee shot.
Bram, this would be the first birdie at 9. That a moment ago, and boy, that's like stealing a half a shot from the rest of the field in this short par 3. How did he get it back there?
Well, he got lucky. He must have thinned it a little bit.
Now over at 15, Jordan Spieth. The drivable par 4.
Ooh.
That not good.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Now back way over on the other side of the golf course, number 5, Matt Kuchar for birdie.
walking up there talking to himself.
Paid a visit to this young man in Sheffield at his home just last week, Matt Fitzpatrick, US amateur champion of 2013 in Boston, over at Brookline. And we go to Stricker on number 3.
Let's show you how long this par 4 is playing. Strick with a fairway medal. That's from 228 up the hill, hurt and win. Pretty good leave.
Going to see some of these par 4s playing so long today, I think, Curtis.
First green, and this is a birdie attempt for a very, very good putter, Zach Johnson. Just overcooking it now, studying the line coming back.
He's very good at that.
Pro.
Yeah, he pays a lot of attention to. You'll always see Zach getting right behind it if he knows it's missing, and try and get the read of the putt coming back into the hole again.
Now the second at 15. And this is what we might see later this afternoon. It's going to be could be a very pivotal hole in the outcome of this championship. All depends on how he can get the shaft going through the tall strands.
Yesterday we saw it playing as short as it'll play all week, and now today there's going to be a little bit longer length. Guys are going to have to think. Totally different game plan. I like the strategy of this hole. There's different zones you can hit it into. Yesterday was go ahead and give it a mighty blast, as we saw Justin Thomas do, but today a little bit more thought off the tee.
That little quadrant that they have the flag in there, that back right one is the firmest part of this green as well. But today it's into the wind, so they'll probably be a lot more aggressive.
Michael Greller and Jordan Spieth having a good old chat there as we go to Keegan Bradley here.
And once again, sorry there, Shane, uphill blind shot.
What's that? Got a couple feet on.
I love Ken Brown's description of the whole location on 18 yesterday. It looks like the flag missed the green, and I think when you're standing down below looking up at this green,
yes,
it's going to have the same kind of feeling. It's stuck out there on the edge. Speaking of edge conditions, you'll see some of that today.
When that ball's halfway there, he's thinking, get up a little bit. I've hit a nice shot there. I'm going to have a nice chance for birdie. Not now.
I like watching this early golf because it gives us a sense of what we might see this afternoon, what to look forward to.
As we go back to the first, and Zach Johnson now has this for a 5. Miscue.
Oh.
Needs to regroup. It's windy out there, and that is an unforced error.
That was a bit of a reaction from Zach there. He's just not used to missing them.
And he holds more than his fair share, there's no doubt about that. But not a great start for the 2015 Open champion, Zach Johnson from Iowa. Well, let's just fill you in at 2:54 local time here in Erin Hills. Brian Harman will be in the final pairing with Justin Thomas, neither with a major victory. A lefty and a righty. Brooks Koepka, great performance from him. Tommy Fleetwood, watch out for him in Birkdale, folks. It's his home course, and he can play in the wind. But so many in with a chance of winning here. How is it all going to play out in the final round? But from Gil Hanse, from two-time US Open champion Curtis Strange, from the 2011 champion golfer of the year, and for myself, Shane O'Donoghue. Sorry, Darren, I should have name checked you there. The champion golfer of the year sounds fantastic. We're going to hand it over to Paul Azinger, Brad Faxon, and the one and only Joe Buck in the studio to call him home.
All right, Shane, thank you. As we just rolled through the scoreboard, we are happy to be back in our spots now, just off the 18th fairway in our tower, getting set to take you through the rest of the afternoon and into the evening. And with the conditions out there, we will have longer rounds of golf, to be sure, compared to the first 3 days here at Erin Hills. Old Fax is down there on the practice tee, trying to get as much last-second information from those toward the top of the leaderboard as he can. I have the pleasure of sitting next to Paul for the next little bit here. Brad will be back in just a bit, and we go to the 15th here. Jordan Spieth for birdie. Best round going on the golf course right now at 3 under. He birdied the first 2 holes. And he's been playing really well here today. And as we said way back when he was beginning his round, fall into the category of too little too late, but will make him feel better heading out of Wisconsin if he can keep this up through the next few holes.
Well, he's low by 2 right now. The fellas are having a little trouble today. Only 8 guys under par. And the wind is really the only defense of a soft golf course. I don't care where you are. They just shot 10 under at Pebble Beach this week, or they just shot 10 under. Somebody would have shot 10 under at St. Andrews this week. Soft and as light as the wind has been. It's a windswept property, and the architects designed it for that. And it needs wind for defense, and that's another good putt for Spieth. He's really turned it around on the greens. 3 under. He's low by 2 at this point on a Sunday.
Back at 3, Steve Stricker for birdie.
Watching Stricker warm up this morning, and he hit a shot, and I was walking by. I said, Strick. And he turned around and looked at me. He didn't watch his shot, and he holed it, and the crowd went absolutely bananas. Stricker never saw it. He's waving at me.
It's 20 in the U.S. Open, and getting to do it here in his home state of Wisconsin. And here's Cameron Champ.
It's just going to go. Yeah. I almost want to hit like a knockdown 50. If you're going to hit 50, you got to make sure it stays under the wind. Oh, it would. But the height. That's what I'm saying. 29, 20, 18. So smooth 50. 16 steps left. Yeah. Almost halfway between the tower and the flag. Yeah. Yeah.
A 54-hole score of 212, the lowest score by an amateur through 54 since Bo Hostler posted a 212 at the Olympic Club in 2012.
All right, put a good move on it. Stay level.
It's only 3 yards from the right side. It's pretty far back at 131 yards. We've seen a lot of shots under 100 yards into the screen today. Not many birdies to this point.
Drove it into the rough down the left side, off the tee, and
109 birdies total to this point on the first hole, and only 8 of them today.
The amateur leaderboard is impressive. One guy tied for 17th, one guy tied for 27th. We've seen a lot of Cameron Champ the past 3 days, and plenty of Scotty Scheffler, who is at 5. His second shot a moment ago.
It's a straight downwind. This hole can be a real bear into the wind, but they're just going to be hitting wedges into it today.
Now to 9 and Webb Simpson.
72 yards, probably about 8 or 10 yards downhill. Look at the crosswind. Good luck fitting it in there. Big bunker on the right that you just will not see anyone get up and down from, I don't think, today. That's a great shot. I think. Will it stay? Will it stay? It will. We got a couple yards to spare. That would roll all the way down off the green. One birdie at the 9th all day long, and there's that area you see the moving arrows that he just did clear. Got to have the skill set to be able to hit some kind of a holding fade into that pin, and you got to have the courage to do it. Later in the round, when these guys, these leaders come into here, there's no bailout short on number 9 today. You got to get it up there close to pin high, or it's going to roll all the way off the green.
Ryan Brehm made the only birdie here at the 9th, and now Cabrera Bello. Watch out.
Get lucky.
Just doesn't hold up there. He's back into the wind, but he's got a terrible lie. That's going to be really tough. He's got a little downslope, and that is real gritty, grainy sand. It's crushed granite. All kinds of little nodules come flying out onto the green. You got to pick up.
I'm going to go here. Speed for par at 15. Boy, that putter has betrayed him. He put it in timeout when the tour was in Texas, and now it's back in his bag. But he hasn't been able to putt like we are accustomed to seeing, especially in a major championship. There's Jamie Lovemark now, his 3rd shot at the opening par 5.
To get this close, he's looking up around the collar there. Joe, it's going to come swinging sideways. Not quite sideways. There you can actually get a real sense of the hill. Uphill and then downhill. The wind's not helping him much either. It's tough to get this in there close. Haven't seen anybody really roll it up gimme from here all day. There you go. Not overly complicated greens. They're actually fairly easy to learn and figure out. There are a few greens that can, you know, need your attention, full attention.
Well, the Senior Open is right around the corner, and Steve Stricker is expected to compete along with our own Steve Flesh at Salem Country Club in Peabody, Mass. Turned in a nice performance here this week. Here's Scotty Scheffler for birdie at 5.
Amateur medal up for grabs. That'll be a battle today between those two. Champ here, the other amateur, also sitting at 4 under, hits a poor putt at the first. If that guy ends up with a wedge game with his ball speed and power, he'll be a superstar.
Par 3, 16th for Speed. Coming off that 3 putt at 15. Beautiful.
As hard as the wind's blowing, even downwind, the greens still don't have a lot of fire in them. They were a lot harder a few days ago before all the rain this week, and it even rained a little bit last night when we left.
Birdie putt for Jamie Lovemark at 1.
Good shots will get rewarded. It's not impossible out there. I mean, these guys are used to playing in a heavy wind, but there's just nothing to stop it here. And the problem with the wind today, Joe, is it's not just steady, it's more gusty than anything. And you know, as this championship progresses, good shots turning out bad is a real possibility. We've got to see how these guys can handle it down the stretch.
Here's Keegan Bradley. 8 iron to the par 3, 16th.
The Feskew's so tall at 16 that they can't see the bottom of the flag. It's been semi-blind par 3 all week. The 6th hole is that way as well. Cabrera Bello, second shot at 9. It's into the wind. That's magic right there. Like pulling a rabbit out of a hat to hit that shot.
Here's Cameron Champ now for par to stay at 4 under. Tied with Scheffler for the low amateur score. Not finished yet. A little bit earlier at 12, second shot here for Gary Woodland.
That's it.
Els for par here at 18. Finishes with a round of 74 today, 7 over for the championship. We go back to Stricker, so 2 of the older guys. From Els to Stricker, his second shot here at 4.
Called the primary cut. So you've got a decent opportunity to get this to reach the green.
And we will welcome you inside our tower. Joe Buck along with Paul Azinger. Brad Faxon getting as much information as he can down at the practice tee. I guess we'll see what the future holds for Ernie Els, who is playing in his 25th and maybe final U.S. Open. His exemption that he picked up with his win at the British Open runs out this year. He needed to finish in the top 10 to get an automatic entry next year at Shinnecock Hills. We'll find out about that, but let's talk about the golf course and about what we're going to see as these leaders have been waiting for the start of their day. And as we joked about earlier, are you watching on TV? Are you seeing how hard it is out here, or are you putting that out of your mind until you get your feet on the ground?
Everybody's different. I mean, part of me wanted to watch, and then you get so nervous. It's the hardest weight in the world, you know. Be like taking an NBA player, it's the 7th game of the playoffs, and he's got to make a free throw to tie the game with no time on the clock. And then as he's about to make the second one, the official comes in and says, no, you got to shoot it tomorrow. I mean, I'm not saying he won't make it. I'm just saying it's going to be a rough night's sleep. So, and an anxious wait. You know, that's the thing. It's the waiting that's the hard part. Players don't relax till they get out here. Once you get here and you're back in your element, players feel pretty good. But this wind, you know, it makes a coward of you if you're not careful, and it'll wreck your confidence if you hit a couple good shots that turn out bad, Joe. And that's what they've got to be ready for. And, you know, there's a lot of adjusting, a lot of situational awareness, if you will. And there's no method technique that's going to win today. Feels trumping thought today, and these guys, the guy with the best feel is going to end up getting it done.
You know, you think about these professional golfers, the amateurs in the field, they've been saving their best for last, especially those toward the top of the leaderboard. This golf course has saved its best for last. So much talk about the low scores. There won't be many today. The wind is up, the scores will be up, and we will head to the first tee here at Erin Hills.
This is the 1:15 starting time. Please welcome from Spain, Sergio Garcia.
Well, what you got, Sergio? Could post a low number and make people think about him again. 4 under to start his day for this championship, and the reigning Masters champion. Tied for 5th last year. His best finish in a U.S. Open, a tie for 3rd in 2005. Playing in his 72nd consecutive major, but for the first time he's playing as a past major champion, although the past just dates back to April.
Eddie Pepperell.
Eddie's 26. Turned pro back in 2011, his 5th year on the European Tour. He's got 16 top 10s. And he starts his day 4 under.
He tweeted last night that his favorite player in golf is Sergio Garcia's playing partner today.
Hit it. And his favorite player in golf just said beauty on that drive for Eddie Pepperell. And we look at the 7-time major champion, the winner, as we've said many times already today, in 1960, this U.S. Open championship, and the largest final round comeback of 7 strokes. 3 career USGA championships and a World Golf Hall of Famer. Officially in 1974. Now, welcome back into our tower. I'm Joe Buck, along with Paul Azinger, and pleased to be joined by Mike Davis, the executive director and CEO of the USGA. I don't know how you watch that and you don't get chills. I know, along with setting up this golf course, you are a tremendous fan of the game of golf and really developed a special relationship with Arnold Palmer because of that over the years.
Well, first of all, Joe, Paul, happy Father's Day, and happy Father's Day to all the viewers. You're right. Everybody seemed to be touched by Arnold Palmer, even if you just saw him look at you and you were in the gallery. You know, it's interesting in that video. It was actually there was something of him coming up on round 2, 1994 U.S. Open at Oakmont. It was his last U.S. Open. He thereafter went into the media tent, and I promise you there was not a dry eye in the media tent. He meant that much to everybody. So he is special. He's really kind of the father of the modern game. And you know, you look at all his records, and for us, it starts with that 1954 U.S. Amateur that he won, then that great 1960 U.S. Open, which you can argue, you know, it stands up there with the 1913 U.S. Open. Francis Ouimet won, Bob Jones with his Grand Slam in 1930, and then go the whole way to 2008 when Tiger Woods played Rocco in that great playoff. But that was a great Open, and then you saw the 3 trophies, so he won the Senior Open, and the only other guy to win the U.S. Amateur, U.S. Open, Senior Open was Jack Nicklaus.
You know, I'll ask you one more about Arnold Palmer, then we'll talk about today and the 2017 U.S. Open. Michael Bamberger has been joining us for these telecasts, and later in his life, Arnold Palmer told Michael that comeback in 1960, overcoming a 7-shot deficit, winning at Cherry Hills, he said, you know, that took a little bit of the sting out of me going forward. Had that not happened, maybe I would have won more U.S. Open championships, but as it turned out, just the one.
Well, you think about the other ones he could have won. He was in the hunt for other U.S. Opens that he could have won, and he would argue probably should have won. But you know, he was our U.S. Open champion, and we're proud of that. And you know, he's just done so much beyond just golf. I mean, how he's given back to the game, given back to humanity, and just, you know, if we can be 10% of what Arnold Palmer was, we'd be great.
Let's talk about today. And at the 18th green, the flag stick has the Arnold Palmer flag in it, which is a nice touch by the USGA. At some point, maybe somebody's celebrating today. Maybe it's tomorrow, a U.S. Open championship. But the golf course setup today was different than you thought it might be because of the conditions. The wind is up. Just walk us through where we sit condition-wise and with hole locations and whatever it may be as you put this Erin Hills 18 holes together today.
Well, Joe, obviously a different day because of wind. And the first 3 days, light winds, soft conditions, which for these elite players make it easier, and then just perfect putting greens. And you put those 3 together, and it's ideal scoring conditions. So where we are today is we did slow the greens down a little bit. We were cautious with our hole locations, moved a few teeing grounds up. But heck, this is the final round of the U.S. Open. It needs to be a great test of golf, and it will be.
We didn't exactly make it easy. I know that. There's only 8 players under par at the moment for the day, and I looked at all the hole locations and I thought, uh-oh, this is going to be tough today. And I noticed you shortened a lot of the holes into the wind, and you lengthened some of those that were downwind, and I kind of put a little pressure on you this morning. I mean, the burden is on the USGA to get this right. This is a tricky golf course, lots of tees, and it was supposed to be windy all week. But this is the only day, really, that the burden was on you guys to really think it through.
But, Paul, that's right. And, you know, they still have a soft golf course, so they can control the ball when it hits the ground. It's just when it's in the air, they've got to control their spin, their trajectory. And where we were cautious with hole locations, if you had a downhill putt to a downwind, that's really the combination that can get you into trouble. So we were very cognizant of setting holes where they weren't both downhill, downwind.
There's David Lingmerth, able to make a birdie at the par 4 fourth to get to 4 under. Let's go up ahead to 17, and we continue to talk with Mike Davis. How do you think 18 is going to play today, Mike, as we project forward, and we're going to see somebody come down 18, you would have to believe, with a chance to win, as Spieth can't make the birdie putt, but will have the tap in for par. It is downwind, reachable today, no doubt.
So it's reachable, and we kind of laugh. It's at 675 yards in terms of the tee markers to the middle of the green, and so believe it or not, it is reachable because it is downwind, but we gave him what we think is the easiest hole location probably on the green to really allow some aggressive play. Reason we set tee markers the whole way back is there is such a strong wind behind them. We wanted to see as many drivers as we could.
Well, I like where you have the hole cut today. I was afraid it was going to be on the left on Sunday, and instead it was there yesterday. We saw a few mishaps there yesterday, Mike, and I'm glad it's there. I mean, we're ready for an exciting finish. I like the way the course is set up today. It's not easy, and the players are going to have to play their tails off in the utmost pressure and extreme conditions.
Yeah, you told us, Mike, coming into this week, that this 9th hole, this little par 3 with all the length out here and all the long blowing fescue and everything else, that this 9th hole could be nasty, and it's got a pretty serious crosswind today and certainly not playing easy by any stretch.
Joe, you're exactly right. You know, sometimes the short holes, including par 3s, but it could be par 4s, par 5s, you can get more aggressive with your setup because you know they're going to hit less club in, and this would be the case here at the 9th hole. But it's a back right hole location, and the green feeds essentially front left to back right. So you have to play it that way, and then you put the wind on top of it, and that little architectural feature that, as Gil Hanse says, the thumbprint that's in there that sends balls off the green, and all that together makes for a very precise shot that's required.
So, Mike, I'm holding this green book, and I think we're going to, well, let's wait and watch this shot. But these green books now are so sophisticated. I'm just kind of curious if that's something that you take into consideration. Do you have it in your pocket when you're trying to figure out where to put the holes?
So I don't know how to answer that, because I'm going to give you 2 answers.
We're going to show it here after this ball lands on our screen. I couldn't make head nor tails of this thing, to be honest with you, as a player.
Well, it's interesting. First of all, yes, I do have one of those, and they are helpful because we do look a lot at percentage slopes. But I will say that what's happened in the last year and a half with these green reading books that's come out is that it's almost allowing a player and a caddy to know where their ball is, to know where the hole location is, and not even read the putt. And frankly, the R&A and USGA are troubled by that, saying part of the game of golf is your ability to read the putts. And so we're actually studying this right now, but in the meantime, they're allowed for the time being.
It's not the arrows aspect of it you're concerned about. It's the fact that they can put numbers in like 2.5 and 4.7 and that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's right, Paul. In fact, we go a step further. They can get to the point, and we're afraid they will get to the point where you just look at a book and you can calculate that, okay, I've got a 12-foot putt, the greens are running at this speed, this percentage slope, so I know I need to aim 2 inches to the left of the hole, and they didn't even read the putt. They just read a book.
Well, this hole, this 9th hole, is playing as the second toughest hole out there today, scoring average at 3.5. We're looking at Sergio Garcia, long putt for birdie, and we will wind down our time with Mike Davis. I know you have work to be done out there on this final day, we assume, here at Erin Hills. Just by way of a summary, I personally, I talked to a lot of players this week, didn't talk to anybody who didn't tell me that this golf course was tough but fair. And you know, even Rory McIlroy on his way out of the door loved the golf course. I think all in all, people walk away from this experience at Erin Hills going, this is a place I want to play. And for you as the executive director of the USGA, I assume, and I want to ask you, I assume you're pleased with the way this week has gone here.
Joe, it's been a wonderful host site. You know, when we chose it, one of the things that appealed to us was this wonderful piece of land, this well draining. we got several inches of rain, and look at it, there's no mud out there, and so that's part of it, because you can get the golf course better, but better spectator experience. So I think we've been very pleased. Like you do at any one of these things, if you had to do it over, you'd make a few alterations here and there, but great start to a golf course that's only a dozen years old.
Mike, thanks. Thanks for all the cooperation over the week and certainly the past couple of years, and we will look forward to more heading forward.
Thanks, guys.
That's Mike Davis, Executive Director and CEO of the USGA. He's had his hands full today, no doubt. And here's Stricker. Opportunity here at the 5th to get to 2 under par for the championship. Zinger, I was thinking as we were looking at Amy Saunders, who was so good in that piece about her father, Arnold Palmer. She's known as Arnold Palmer's daughter, and maybe someday will be known just as much being Sam Saunders' mom.
Yeah, no kidding. Sam Saunders
on tour that could really play.
That's a fact.
Here's Sergio. He likes to say, pull the chain.
That's his downswing key, is pull the chain. What does that mean to Sergio? I don't know. Try it tomorrow, see what it means to you.
Able to chase that near the front of the green. Just a low heater he hit in here at 2. Let's go back to the practice round and watch him pull the chain.
Pull the chain, Sergio. Well, this is really amazing how much lag Sergio gets. Watch how much he loads into his right leg and gets behind it. There's no sway, but he's all into his right side, and there's the pull of the chain right from the top. And then it looks like he's putting his right hand on his kneecap. And nobody drives it better than Sergio Garcia for distance and accuracy. And if there's any doubt that the club swings in an arc, it's every one of these swings we've seen from the top, Joe. Every single club head swings to the left in that arc, and the ball's headed right on down the target line.
So Sergio walks to what he hopes will be a birdie here at the 2nd. He parred 1. Here's Randolph, his 2nd shot at the par 3, able to creep that onto the green.
Ninth hole tee box is way up in the air, and it's a big part of the difficulty of that tee shot is that you can't really predetermine your trajectory. It's predetermined for you. And while guys want to knock it down in that crosswind, they're not able to really get the ball down out of the wind there at 9. Lingmerth at 5, playing straight downwind today, the 5th. 500-yard par 4, whole cut on the front. None of us were sure whether or not anybody would be able to get it close, but they have been able to. It's still pretty soft from all the rain this week. These guys at 4 under, they kind of have a hope and a prayer that maybe they can post 9 or 10 or something, maybe shoot a 6 under. And in their minds, in the back of their minds, there's still a little hope. No pressure at this point. But I believe all of them feel like if they can really conjure up some magic today, that you never know.
Well, Lingmerth is conjuring up some magic. 2 under for his round today with the windy conditions. You can visit usopen.com/VUSO to virtually play Erin Hills and compete for a chance to win a trip to the 2018 U.S. Open at Shinnecock Hills. Here's Stricker now for birdie at 5.
Stricker's a guy who did hit it in there close at the 5th. This guy's won 5 Wisconsin State Opens, his last one in 2000. His wife was the Golfer of the Year, Wisconsin Badgers Golfer of the Year 1980. The heck of a golf family.
And he can always roll it. 2 under for the 50-year-old. Well, not as easy as it's been earlier in this week. Here on a Sunday, that hole location cut toward the back, and Garcia now with this little effort here, his second shot at 2.
Screen runs away. It's extremely fast, but back into the wind. A lot of times these players, all they want to do is just hit these little spinny saucers. We'll see if he tries to one-hop it back there or run it.
Oh, yeah.
A little combination of both, but that's not going to stay, Joe. That's going to go all the way off the green.
Over.
He hit such a nice shot. He's shocked by that. He was on a nice upslope, pitching back up the hill downwind. That caught Sergio by surprise.
Boy, that was just nasty. That ball had a little check to it and just trickled, and off the back it went, and here's why.
Yeah, it's my favorite hole location of the day. This is the smallest green on the course, and actually they made it twice as big as it currently is a few years ago. And you can see that just ever so slightly past the hole is going to run all the way down to the bottom. It's in your father's U.S. Open. Not a lot of rough around the greens this week. These guys are pitching off tight cherry lies. Let's see him go toe side to center on this one. And that's going to do the same thing. Or not. Oh, boy.
Those two are surprised. Those balls are over the green. While they were playing, here's Jonathan Randolph for par at 9. Can't get it up and down out of the bunker. Here's Trey Mullinax for birdie at the par 5 first hole.
That putt snaps.
All right, little different approach here for Sergio Garcia over the green at 2.
Roll is fairway metal. Fairway wood. I can't say fairway metal. I'm too old. Throwing his fairway wood up there. I don't know why it's easier with this club than a putter, but somehow it feels like it is. Good speed, just misread it. Thought it was going to snap hook up that hill, but it didn't. And a little chicken left on that bone.
To try to stay at 4 under, 8 back. Past champion Jordan Spieth, second shot at 18.
Really good line.
That's a mammoth tee shot. And Jordan able to reach the green. Get used to seeing that. 681 yards downwind. Where's that going to end up? That'll stay on. I have a putt for eagle. Round of the day so far. Jordan Spieth only 2 under.
Pepperell for birdie at 2. Teammate of Justin Thomas's at Alabama. Mullinax, and here is Casey. Oh, hits a stick. Paul Casey with a couple of triples this week. His undoing. Now Garcia trying to clean up his par. Well done.
You know, Joe, like I say, in our minds, 4 under's got no chance, but not in their mind. In their mind, they know that if they can really get something going, they can post.
Well, here's 6 under. JB Holmes' second shot at 1.
A couple bombs there for JB to reach into. First hole playing a crosswind mostly. The second shot a little bit downwind, and this guy takes it back that short. One of the longest hitters on the planet. Lots of club head speed right there at the bottom. Big, powerful guy, thick chest. It's just about every shot right on the sweet spot. You rarely see J.B. Holmes hit a shot on solid.
Now second rip for Matsuyama at 1.
Look at that. And there's another guy whose swing is short of parallel. My old coach John Redmond used to say to me all the time, son, I've never lengthened one swing, but I've shortened thousands.
Let's go to 6. Second shot for Steve Stricker at the par 3. th U.S. Open for Steve, his first since 2014. Best finish is 5th. He accomplished that twice in '98 and '99, and here we are in 2017, and he's really played well.
Yeah, he has. Look at him hitting a little chip shot from right here on the fringe. You think that's not confident? Come on, Stricker. What a good shot. It's a tricky hole location today, right on the front of the green, straight downwind, playing 199 yards. There's a false front there if you don't reach. It's a dicey little chip back onto that green.
Here's Spieth for eagle at 18.
Well, they always say Jordan is not the longest hitter, but he's long enough. Get 2 shots to go 681 yards. You're long enough in my book. Another thing my coach Redmond used to say too was the woods are full of long hitters, and you know we admire these guys that can hit it a mile, but you never heard of them unless they can hit it straight, Joe.
Well, our leader in this championship, Brian Harman, certainly not the longest hitter in the field, but he's got the best score. Here's Casey at 4 for par. This would be 3 in a row for David Lingmerth as he lines up his birdie putt at 6.
That's a heck of a shot to get it to stop short of the hole. Putt will be pretty fast. And there's a false front here. He's standing right about on it. If that ball was where his feet are, it probably would have rolled back down there where Steve Stricker was just a minute ago. He's trying to get this just right. Not everybody uses a line, but the guys that do, pretty precise about it. It's a weird way to walk in, huh? You know, that's maybe a little bit of the L theory. You kind of figure out the read, and then you make a 90-degree from the line you want the ball to start on to the ball, and then make a 90-degree to that line. It's like he almost looked for the line for his feet, disregarded the line he wants to start on. Whatever it was, it almost worked. Now that would be a paint job in my book. Could have easily gone in.
Well, this is a birdie putt for Jordan Spieth to shoot 69. Show that a score in the 60s can be done. And by the way, he will have started his day in the worst of the conditions that any of the golfers will face all day. It's supposed to get better, less windy as the day progresses.
A couple marshals on the driving range asked me if I thought anyone would break 70, and I just kind of mock laughed at him. I said, are you kidding me? These are the best players on the planet. Of course somebody's going to break 70.
And Jordan has done that. 1 over for the championship. Great face for the game of golf, and now he will go to wherever he wants to go, and he will be rooting for his good buddy, Justin Thomas. Another good buddy of his is Ricky Fowler. Less than 45 minutes away from the start of his 4th round.
It'd be more fun if these guys all disliked each other than the fact that they're all friends.
Well, that brings up an entirely different conversation. That's our Rolex countdown to the start time for Ricky Fowler. Brad Faxon is back with us here. And
how about that? He didn't even cover home plate. No, just was standing, like just got lost. I mean, fast ball.
We're talking about baseball out on the practice tee. And Fax, what do you got?
Well, obviously that's Butch Harmon, and no doubt that's Ricky Fowler getting ready. Butch said on the range just a little while ago that he said we got to work on Ricky's transition here on his downswing. He was getting a little quick in transition. If you notice the statistics here, 21% of his misses were to the left, leads the field. Misses to the left, or actually leads the leaderboard of guys missing the left, and he said I can fix this in 5 swings.
We'll find out when Harmon goes out there and starts his day. Both these two made birdie at 1. While we were away, here is Oosthuizen for birdie at 2. Don't forget about Louis, now 5 under. Let's send it over to Shane Bacon with a special guest.
Thanks, Joe. Here with Jordan Spieth, round of 3 under 69. Solid play, and especially considering these conditions. But first things first, how would you assess the week?
Yeah, I thought today was a good round. Disappointing before today to, obviously not have a chance. But we came out today and had some, when we were hitting balls on the range, it was almost worthless. It was blowing so hard, and came out and kind of kept our heads to the ground and gained some confidence off the round going forward. Putter just let me down. I hit the ball great this week. It just couldn't quite get the putts to go, and that happens.
Yeah, how much different was today than the first 3 rounds?
Not a ton. I think my expectations on these putts were lowered given the conditions, and that kind of freed me up a little, gave me some leeway, some miss leeway, if that makes any sense. But I was very pleased with the performance. My 2 bogeys were actually 3 putts where the ball just kind of got away from me. But all in all, really excited with today's round. I'm glad we didn't throw the towel in. I tried to backdoor a top 25 was kind of my goal for the day. I think I'll fall just short, but it was fun out there. I had more fun today than any other day, and maybe that's something about that going forward.
Yeah, I know that your goal is to win every event you enter, but you've got a couple of buddies that have a chance to do this with Justin and Ricky. Will you be paying attention? Will you be out here? Will you be watching the whole round?
Well, it's a leaderboard full of guys I'm used to playing with. Patrick, a Ryder Cup, President's Cup partner of mine, with a phenomenal round yesterday. You got Sneds going off now. He's been a great mentor to me, and then JT and Rick. So it's going to be exciting. I'm definitely going to. I'll be back. I think I'm going to leave. I've got a while. They haven't even teed off yet, so I'll probably go back and pack up, and then work my way back here for the closing stretch.
Yeah, well, this photo on the screen here, you can see it, Jordan. This photo has been floating around. Do you remember where this was from with you and Justin?
Yeah, this was that was actually in Avion, France, and I was I think turning 14. Justin had just turned 14. And we were playing in the Avion Junior Masters right before the LPGA major. And we had a good time. JT and I met about 3 or 4 months prior, played a couple tournaments together, and then we were chosen to go represent the United States over there. And what a unique experience for being so young. And it's kind of cool that we're both able to kind of battle it out in majors now. You just never know how things are going to go over the years. And 10 years later, we're out here. And JT's got a chance to do something special today.
Yeah, well, we appreciate the time. Great playing
Absolutely.
Today.
Thank you.
Back to you, Joe.
All right, thank you, Shane. Such a great face for the game of golf. Hard to remember. He's just 23. A winner of this championship at the age of 21 at Chambers Bay. That is his only top 10, that win 2 years ago. Here's J.B. Holmes, his second shot at 2.
Well, he had a little steeper descent there. Joe spun the ball and kept a little short. Better than going over here. And now Jamie Lovemark from the left rough on 5. Massive drive.
Come on, hit.
Back to win.
Good shot.
Beautiful shot out of the primary rough there by Jamie Lovemark. Maturing as a golfer. Trey Mullinax Justin Thomas's teammate. We keep saying that. One of my favorite swings I've seen this week. He can smoke it. Ability to hit it high up in the air and stop it, and also to hit it down. A lot of control of what he's doing. Put that name in your memory bank. Now JB back for birdie on 2, and you know, you talk about all the instructors are here. We saw Butch with Ricky. There's an instructor named Matt Killen from Kentucky that works here with JB and with Justin Thomas. He's got a lot of guy to work for, and you can see JB looking at that greens book. That's for confirmation or affirmation in what these guys are seeing with their eyes. Is it really what's actual? I like trusting what you see with your eyes, not what you see on a piece of paper.
I like to feel it in your feet too.
Absolutely. Definitely feel it in your feet. And I think it's something the best putters in the world have already done. They do it subconsciously. They do it innately.
You know, the Eagles wrote that song about you can't hide your lying eyes. Sometimes your eyes can fool you, though, and you need another pair of eyes to look and fix what's not, so that you, well, what you can't actually see or feel.
Here's Xander Schauffele for birdie, just leaving it short at 1.
It's interesting, that putt from behind the hole doesn't break very much at all, but if you're short, you're going to play somewhere about 10 or 15 feet of break all the way up into the collar of the green, so you get past that first hole if you can.
This is Matsuyama with a chance to get to 8 under.
Matsuyama in a position where he can go out there and get red hot. He's far enough out in front to post. Yank that.
Sometimes you have to try and play the wind thinking you can get that gust, and certainly a miss there. He's looked unsettled a lot this swing.
Lexus Tracer with Sergio Garcia on the tee at 4.
Yeah, Sergio, he's able to work the ball both directions. He's fallen in love with that little butter cut.
He won't be scared, tell you that. He's gone 68, 75, 65 yesterday and had a legitimate chance at a birdie at 18, which obviously would have given him 64, but he starts the day. Patrick Reed does 4 shots back. Brian Harman is our leader. And he'll go out with Justin Thomas, who had that record-setting round yesterday of 63. 9 under par. It's never been done in a U.S. Open round. Charlie Hoffman about ready to go. Hoffman so good yesterday. Shot 68 to go with his 70 and 70 on Thursday and Friday. And we roll on down the leaderboard. This is a moment ago. Second shot at 4 for Sergio Garcia.
Get in the hole! Only 123 yards. Uphill second shot into the wind. And one thing to watch for today is who can hit it pin high in these conditions. That's what I'm looking for.
Here's Brendan Steele at 1, his 3rd shot.
He got undone on 17 yesterday, missed the green to the right, made double bogey. He's hitting it as well as anybody in the field. Just to work a little magic today to get back in contention.
This is the 9th green. Michael Putnam shot, and you see the graphic of the wind, not just the speed, but the direction. And when you look at this hole location, which is way in the back right, you see it's 172 yards. That was 135 yesterday. Tiny target.
Brad, that wind graphic showed 15 miles an hour, which was about a 9 to 10 mile an hour drop from what we had this morning. The wind is forecast to lay down after the leaders get underway.
Yeah. I still think it's I agree. I think it's a hole starting on the yellow stake. You know what I mean? Or even just a touch right of that, the guy. Yep. And we want it coming down. The lady in pink just right at his ball.
Mm-hmm. What do you think in that hole number?
So we're trying to land it adjusted 54, correct?
Correct.
Probably playing 48.
Yeah, I was thinking 50 in my mind the whole time. Just a hold on that guy?
Yep.
Perfect.
Okay, so the correct shot to play here is to hit some kind of a straight ball. If you draw it and let it ride on that wind, pretty tough to get it close. See if anybody's really willing to hit a cut down that hill. That looks like a cut swing, Brad.
Kevin, he had a cut swing going. He has kind of a shut-face fade. Works with Mark Blackburn, who was here earlier in the week. And Chappell's a good wind player. He's playing a lot of knockdowns on that sort of right-to-left wind they had on the driving range. Now over to 3. Matsuyama, see if he can get this pin high zing.
Only one birdie on the 3rd hole today, Brad. This is a monster. Go. 500 yards into a 20-mile-an-hour wind. He doesn't get there, and he would much rather had that in the bunker. Miles short.
Here's Sergio Garcia for birdie at 4 to get to 5 under.
There you go. Way to convert there. It almost snuck away.
The closest major winners to the lead at the start of this day. 8 shots back. Sergio and Oosthuizen. Here's Steele for birdie at 1.
Everybody's left it woefully short there, and I think the reason why is because you don't want to be 2 or 3 feet by. There's quite a slope there to the right of that hole.
J.B. Holmes, another shut-face fader. Really opens his body hard through the ball. Ooh. Right on line.
Good job, man.
Grant Snedeker has been tremendous, especially at this facet of the game. By the way, you can hear the plane overhead that's buzzing. That's not our aircraft that's up there. And there are people complaining on social media about the sound from that aircraft overhead. This is not restricted airspace, so.
Wait. Somebody on social media is complaining.
We just had Admiral Fargo here.
flash.
Maybe we should get him after him.
He's been doing that all week, just ruling it brilliantly. So the point is, we can do nothing about the sound. We'll just all have to bear with the turning prop up there overhead. And that's the reaction from Brandt, who came close to starting his day the right way.
Sergio now turning back downwind here on 5. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right into the wind, or a little bit across now. Hoist this thing up in the air.
Yeah, good swing right there.
Not too many guys can drive it better than Sergio's been driving it the last few years. What a display.
That is a mile down there. It's about 340
yards. They're making a mockery of this hole this week. Now here's Schauffele for birdie. This guy was intense on the range. He didn't say much to anybody. He really went about his business. He's impressing everybody with quality play so far. It gets in within 4. Xander Schauffele.
A moment ago at 10. This is Matt Kuchar. If it goes in, you know what will happen after.
They'll boo?
No, it's not booing, Paul.
Do you know this is going in, John?
No, I assume. The Kuchar.
While we were away, this is J.B. Holmes' putt for birdie here on 3. Paul Azinger mentioned before, only 1 birdie.
Third shot here for Bill Haas at 1. Bill has birdied this opening par 5 all 3 rounds.
Be pretty brave here and fly it all the way to the hole, knowing if you miss a little bit long right, you're in big trouble. A little bit long over the flag is great. That is pretty good and getting better all the time. Right back up the hill, that won't have a lot of movement. Good shot, good start for Bill Haas.
Playing in his 9th U.S. Open. Best finish to tie for 23rd. In a pretty decent position here this week. Here is Matsuyama for par at 3.
A good putt there after not a very good putt on number 2.
Third shot for Charlie Hoffman at 1. He's gone par, birdie, birdie on this hole this week.
That'll also be a pretty straight putt for Charlie. Maybe move a little bit to the right. So 2 very good looks on the first hole. A couple players sitting at 7 and 8 under.
We're going to head back to the first tee. Be Patrick Reed and Russell Henley. Patrick Reed wears a red shirt. He said his way of channeling the power of Tiger Woods. If you ask the question, is Patrick superstitious? He only plays golf with balls with the number 3. He always has exactly 12 balls in his bag. He marks his ball tail side up with a 1927 quarter. Carries exactly 6 tees in his pocket, and if he starts breaking them, he has to get down to 0 tees before he starts to reload.
Well, that's just typical. Golfers are all pretty crazy, actually, when you get right down to it. That's a little over top, or over the top, Brad. Were you superstitious?
I never liked Titleist 4s.
It's bad luck to not be superstitious. Here they are.
This is the 2:21 starting time. Please welcome from Kiawah Island, South Carolina, Russell Henley.
3-time winner on the PGA Tour, 28-year-old, ranked 57th in the world, and his best finish in a U.S. Open, tied for 16th as an amateur in 2010.
And from Houston, Texas, Patrick Reed.
Despite all the success at the Ryder Cup, this year's been a struggle. 1 top 10 in 18 events. And that happened back in the Tournament of Champions in January. Tied for 6th. That's it. Ranked 19th in the world. Best finish in a U.S. Open, tied for 14th at Chambers Bay.
Let's pop, let him.
The left side's the shorter side to come in from. Both of those guys may be able to reach here.
Let's take a look from above at the routing of the golf course. Starts on a par 5. It ends on a par 5. First time for a U.S. Open since the late 20s. So in the modern age of golf, that's a first. So that 9th hole, that tricky, tough, windy par 3. And there's the finishing hole, 18, which measures at 681 yards. But as you can see by the arrows, straight downwind.
Yeah, and the players are going to have to deal with all kinds of different wind conditions today. They're going to have to adjust their feels on the fly. They're going to have to hold the ball on the wind and let it ride. That's the big challenge today, is how can they manage the wind?
The USGA wants to hear from you. The USGA and R&A have proposed sweeping changes to modernize golf's rules and are inviting you to share your feedback. Visit usga.org/rules or follow #GolfRules2019. Hoffman missed his birdie try, and now Bill Haas comes up short with his try for birdie here at 1. Top 50 player in the world, and 35-year-old heads to the second tee. Here's Steele at 2.
Yeah, the #1 scrambler on the PGA Tour this year. And look at this. Can you get better than #1? Look at him looking into the camera.
This guy's got the guts of a burglar, Brad. He's one of those players that can sneak in there.
Well, he's way up there. A lot of stats that you'd want to have. Overall stats, driving distance. And it really helps in these windy conditions. And now, alongside him, Snedeker. He play enough break? Yes! Boy, most guys haven't played that enough, and it's been diving to the right. That's a pretty nice little pairing there. And we saw Sergio whip that drive right down the center.
What else we saw, Brad? We saw him hit a great wedge into the wind, uphill at 4. Now, probably a wedge here downwind. Sergio controlling his distance both directions.
What'd you say about pin high back there, Paul? You can do it against the wind and downwind. Incredible.
Chez Reavie for birdie at 6. There we go. Yesterday was a birdie barrage, and we're seeing him find the bottom of the cup here in round 4. He may be from Kiln, Mississippi, but he is synonymous with Wisconsin and an area north of here, Green Bay, Wisconsin. Our friend Brett Favre, toughest guy I've ever covered in professional sports, and Ricky Fowler has the Green Bay colors on his bag, and why not? Get some good wishes from the local fans here who live and die by the fate of the Packers, and for my money, they'll be good going into every year as long as Aaron Rodgers is around and he's healthy. So Ricky Fowler getting set to go. He will begin his day 2 shots back of Brian Harman. And he'll be playing alongside Si Woo Kim, the 21-year-old who is playing in his first U.S. Open. And Kim is right there, 3 shots back at 9 under par.
Both of these guys have won a Players Championship. Ricky Fowler, the most experience of anybody on this leaderboard. Somebody expect to make a move today. This is a big moment for Ricky Fowler.
This is the 2:32 starting time. Please welcome from Republic of Korea, Si Woo Kim.
When he won the Players Championship this year at the age of 21, he became the youngest winner of that great event. Became the first player from Asia with 2 PGA Tour wins before his 22nd birthday. So brilliant out of the bunkers that week. See how he does here at the par 5 opening hole.
California, Ricky Fowler.
Missed the cut the last couple of years, but tied for second in 2014. That was the good news. The bad news, he was 8 shots behind Martin Kaymer, the winner. Top 10 player in the world. 1 win this season. It came in Florida.
When you're young, you think you'll get a lot of chances to be in this position, but you never know how many more times you'll get this chance. Ricky Fowler with another great opportunity today.
Third shot for Russell Henley.
That's how it's done right there.
He's going to be 3 shots back. This is a birdie try for Patrick Reed here at 1.
Yeah, they're 21 yards apart in driving distance. This is a big swinging putt, kind of slow.
This is 9, and that's Jim Furyk, 47-year-old Ryder captain, Ryder Cup captain next year. This green is only being hit by the players 38% of the time today, and #1 on the golf course in difficulty. Send it, Jim! I don't know if that's a smart play or really the only play. If you start with the flag and hit it solidly, that's where it's going to end up.
Well, we saw the great shot in here by Henley. If he knocks this in, he'll go to 9 under, only 3 shots back. Patrick Reed made his par. Henley, a birdie. Matsuyama for birdie at 4.
Oh.
8 under. He's 181st in strokes gained putting on the PGA Tour this year. That a big one here at 4. This a moment ago at 2.
Bill Haas's second shot. Oh, lovely action there. It's been such a hard shot to judge the speed. Really well done for Bill Haas.
Ricky Fowler has gone birdie, par, birdie the first 3 rounds. Here he is at 1.
Ricky's got 316 left from here. Just going to lay it up. 200 yards will give him at 115 to the hole.
Joe Scobber and his caddy liked it. And you can see why. Ricky's been so good with a wedge in his hands this week. Siwoo Kim now.
What a great tee shot here, just 3 yards ahead of Ricky. He'll make practically the same play. Wind out of the west right now, going about 10 to 12.
Pretty cool looking shot. He just held off whatever that was, 3-wood or 5-wood. Just tucked inside the first cut of rough. Big difference. Couple inches right there.
Here is Siwoo Kim, his 3rd shot at 1.
Little twirl. I see why he twirled it. You actually want to get it ever so slightly past the hole there. That putt will be reasonably straight.
3rd shot a bit earlier at 12 for Matt Kuchar.
Uh-oh. Mr. Chipinski pays him a little visit. Nice.
Show your love of the game with official U.S. Open merchandise. View the entire 2017 collection of U.S. Open merchandise online at usgashop.com. Now Ricky Fowler at 1.
105 yards.
That'll be the birdie putt for Fowler coming up here at the opening hole, and back to the tee we go.
This is the 2:43 starting time. Please welcome from England, Tommy Fleetwood.
Number 7 on the European Tour in scoring. It's his second U.S. Open. 33rd in the official World Golf Ranking, and this is just his second U.S. Open. He tied for 27th at Chambers Bay in 2015. Fired a 69 in his final round there.
Got to believe it's like throwing a rabbit in a briar patch when you get a guy from Europe playing in the wind.
And from West Palm Beach, Florida, Brooks Koepka.
When the crowd dies down, you can hear the effect of the wind on one of those tarps back there. It sounds like somebody's applauding while these guys are teeing off. Brooks Koepka right out of the gym earlier this morning and on to the practice tee, and now the opening hole. Best finish tie for 4th 3 years ago. And he can bomb it. He was a Florida State Seminole there, Azinger, just like you.
Yeah, he sure was. Got a bright future. Real likable guy. All kinds of power. He needs to display some touch today as well.
This shot needs some touch. Patrick Reed sounded like he chunked out a little bit. Just a little bit behind it.
The roar you may have heard when they were walking off the tee at 1 is for what happened up ahead. Here's Ricky for birdie. One back. Now Siwoo Kim for birdie.
This just 16 feet. Awkwardly straight is how I would describe this putt. Looks like it has to go right, but it just flattens out.
Such a good read on your part, Steve. We've seen it all day. Funny thing is, from below the hole, it breaks about, well, it breaks a ton. We'll just say that, depending on how short you are.
Here's Matsuyama. This was just a moment ago on 5. 500 yards downwind with the front right hole location. Helps to be in this fairway. Oh, and like Sergio Garcia, Matsuyama pulls the string and stops it for a gimme. Patrick Reed surveying the green on 2, and this green has already had a bunch of 3 putts from just within around the 20-foot range. We saw earlier in the day, Lee Westwood had a ball low about a foot away from where he originally was.
Yes, they don't have anything, stopping this wind right here. So he's got down grain, down the hill, but he's back up into the wind. And he did hit that shot a little chunky. Wasn't what he was looking for. It's about a 25, 30 footer. Should go a little bit right to left on it.
Julie, that was a nice putt. Got to be very careful there. That ball can get away from these players. Now this is back on the tee. Fowler after an unbelievable birdie putt there. And here's how the players in the field have played this today. You can see that safe area over to the left, blind to the player from the tee, and then these longer hitters that go for it. And the scoring average distance, boy, Fowler has the ability to get it down there where everybody's been, but nobody's driven on the green yet.
With 3 teeing grounds up on the second here, it's just 225 to carry this right-hand fairway bunker.
See the tracer on the right. Oh, he gets a nice bounce off the downslope there. We'll have a little uphill pitch. A1 right there. We're talking about that shoulder turn and how much his head is tilted. And I got to give credit to Andy Plummer from Stack and Tilt. I mean, all the guys that talk about keeping their bodies still, Andy and Mike Bennett, they were the one that told me about how you can move the neck so much to increase your shoulder turn. Let's see Kim now. Driver.
A strategic change for Ricky Fowler. He laid up off this tee yesterday, playing a lot more conservative. Went with the driver today, Brad, into the wind. Now it's got it right there in the little birdie zone.
Well, like Steve Flesh said, they moved the tee marker so far up, so almost everybody can get it over those bunkers. Now watch out for Russell Henley. Not many guys can get more confident with a putter when he gets it going, but he's been driving it well this week. If anything, he needs to make some putts compared to his driving.
Yeah, here's Fleetwood at 1 second shot.
Found a flattish lie, a lot of undulations in this fairway, so found a level spot. Just going to lay up down the right side. 200 yards, even just over 100 for his third.
Copy? Yeah. I got it right on those guys, those cameramen up there. Yeah.
Fleetwood so far this week has gone birdie, bogey, birdie here at 1. Koepka, par, bogey, birdie. He's next.
It's 3:05 to the flag. Been on the 20, so been straight off the right and having a go at it. Brave.
He's only the 5th player to put it on that green in 2 today. Good start for Koepka.
Matsuyama at 6.
Straight downwind. Greens are soft enough. The ball actually can hit the screen and hold. There's an example of it. Will it stay? No, there's a false front there. It's going to feed that ball all the way back. And that's going to be delicate now because that's really uphill and then downhill to the flag, downwind.
Let's go to 10, and this was a little bit earlier. David Lingmerth for birdie.
Hello, stranger.
Three under for this final round here at Erin Hills. And Steve Stricker hands him his golf ball. Aerial coverage provided by Microsoft. We check in on the par 3, hole number 6. Holmes.
Probably only playing about 183 or 4. Now you see the difference when the ball lands past that false front.
These guys are getting ready at the first tee. Justin Thomas worth another look at the 3rd round. Here he is at the 5th for birdie, putting away from the hole.
This is just really kind of pot luck, poke and hope. Bingo.
4 under. Here he is at 15, his tee shot. 3-wood.
Oh, come on. Be as good as you look.
And it was up the hill, back down, and even though he shot 63, he would miss this eagle putt and make birdie at 15.
Joey said he yipped it. He yipped it when he shot 63.
There he is at 17. Long putt.
This was the one right here where you really knew something special was happening. But the tee shot he hit on 18 was spectacular and set him up, Joe, with this 3-wood from 299 yards.
Get in the hole! Yeah, J2. Oh gosh, Jimmy, be good. You hit it good?
Made it for 63. After calming the nerves.
Shake out that tension, buddy. There you go.
Trying to end his day, an historic day, with an eagle.
The hardest thing after you shoot a score like that is to follow it up, and he's got to follow it up under excruciating pressure, waiting all day for this moment. Justin Thomas with his greatest chance to win a major.
This is the 2:54 starting time. Please welcome from Goshen, Kentucky, Justin Thomas.
3 wins this season. 4-time winner on the PGA Tour and his 3rd U.S. Open.
And from Sea Island, Georgia, Brian Harman.
And now our leader, Brian Harman. See how Harman follows that tee shot by Thomas that's in trouble down the left side. First time Brian Harman has made the cut in a U.S. Open, and he's the 54-hole leader.
Those are the 2 worst tee shots we've seen in the last couple of hours. I really do feel like it was a tough warm-up for Brian Harman. The wind over his shoulders. Justin Thomas into the hazard.
Well, while they were hitting off the tee, that was Fowler's second shot on 2. Boy, and he made that look easy. A lot of players have hit it over the back of the green there, and now for a birdie from just over 4 feet. You see him buckle his knees immediately. You know, a lot of time the wind can play tricks right away. Wasted a shot there.
Koepka for eagle at 1.
Everybody's done that from down there. We've seen a lot of 3 putts from there.
We're on 3 now. Russell Henley.
Yeah, from the severe uphill lie, he's trying to hit a 4-iron in there.
Well, Julie, he lost that up to the right. The wind gobbled it up, but he got a very good break not to go into the tallest of the fescue. Now back to 2. Fowler for his par. These opening 2 holes have been among the easiest on the golf course all week long. So if you don't make a birdie on one of these first 2 today, you've definitely lost at least a half a shot to a full shot on this field.
Fields made 236 birdies on the first 2 holes.
Tommy Fleetwood.
A nice approach shot, pin high left, means he's virtually putting straight uphill. Get it pin high here.
Like where Ricky Fowler putted from a moment ago, Ken.
Good angle.
Everything short. And that's something to watch for as well, because when they're really feeling the pressure and the nerves, it's hard to reach on mid-range putts. And so far, these two guys both leaving it short. Koepka left a lot of putts short yesterday, so that's something to watch for today as we get through the round.
Birdie try at number 6 for Matsuyama.
Uphill, downhill. Always knew that was going to be tough to judge. Ernie Els nearly 4-putted this green earlier today.
Fleetwood makes his par at 1.
And I mentioned that Koepka left a lot of putts short yesterday. Got the kind of close but no cigar award. He hit some great putts that didn't go in, but that downhiller at 18 he left short. This is slow.
Yeah, and this is one, if he does lose pace, it'll dive left. He'll be fully aware of that. He's just got to keep a bit of momentum on the paddle, allow for a decent break. But there are worse angles to putt from than this.
It's not a hard putt in normal situations. See how he feels here. Good putt and a good start for Koepka, taking advantage of his length at the first, knocking it on in 2. Tied for the lead.
Brian Harman will be first to play out of the rough down the right side. His final pairing, they both pulled their tee shots. Thomas down the left side, Harman the lefty down the right side.
Yeah, Joe, Brian Harman is so far back in the right. There's a bunker that's 198 to the front of the green. I'm not sure he can carry it. Very suspect lie. In the primary rough, but down, sitting down thick. If he has to lay up at this bunker, he's going to have well over 200 in.
Look at that last white tone. Perfect.
Curtis, so you're surprised by that start by these two guys after their warm-up?
Well, to answer your question about warming up, they could get to the far left end of the range. They all hit right back into the wind, so the wind was no issue. But, you know, their first tee jitters. Everybody's human, and he laid up short of this bunker. That's the only play he really had.
So a long third shot coming for Harman.
Well, that's the situation. Yep, go ahead, Curtis.
Yeah, he's in the primary rough. The lie is not the issue. The ball above his feet is the issue. He's actually in the hazard, ball and feet. Once again, it's not about how far you can hit it. It's about getting this second shot in play.
Shot.
From the long grass into the short grass for Justin Thomas, who is 1 shot back. Third shot, Brian Harman.
That from 226 back into a right to left wind.
He reached this green in 2 yesterday.
Yeah.
He's not reached it in 3 today. That's a tough putt he's left himself with right there.
Here's a par putt for Matsuyama while we were away.
Saw him hit a really good tee shot that landed on the green and then rolled backwards off the green, down into the collar. It's a 3-putt short of the green. Bogey for Matsuyama. Back to 8 under.
Third shot for Justin Thomas.
Really is 161, but it's all about judging this wind coming right out of the right.
Yeah. Don't shoot right over his ball? Yeah. Or starting at the flag and then turn a little. Just coming down on that ball. Just 150 yard shot.
Guard against missing his green to the right. Solid shot. Settle. Well, settle his nerves if he can 2-putt that and get the heck out of here.
Over on 5. Xander Schauffele. This is putt for birdie. Beautiful putt there. And Schauffele surprising everybody still all week long. 2 birdies and a bogey for his start. Now Fowler's second shot.
That was 207 into the wind for Ricky, into about a 15-mile-an-hour breeze, playing 230.
Well, it looked like a decent lie down there, Steve.
It was decent, but you know, it's just a lot of ground to cover out of that rough uphill into the wind.
A little unlucky there. That hit in the face of the bunker there and just pitched forward a little bit. If it flew another foot, it would have been great.
Be precise, yeah.
Now Tommy Fleetwood with this little pitch from below here on 2.
Bit of a tight line, a little hollow here. Not the greatest of angles, but plenty of landing area. The tricky bit is the last 12 feet of this pitch. The green really does run away from you. It's not too difficult to flick it over the bank. But back into the breeze, perfect lie for giving one a nip.
That's not too bad there. Look straight up the hill, back into the wind. It'll be much easier for these players if they can be putting into the wind rather than downwind.
All right, stay aggressive.
And now our championship co-leader, Brooks Koepka.
Slightly more awkward angle this one. He's got to go across just the edge of the green, have to pop it a little bit higher in the air.
Good contact. Oh. Beautiful touch for Koepka. And that little putt to get to 13 under par. He may finish that hole. Yeah, look at this. This is his best 54 position in the majors. 2017 U.S. Open. He's tied for second. What's going to happen today? Finished twice, tied for 4th. Tied for 5th at that 2015 PGA Championship. And what a beautiful start here for Koepka. Now Fowler's third shot at 3. Likes this ball is a little bit back in his stance. All these fescue fairways are allowing the players to just grip that golf ball. You can see how his hands are forward here. That ball's back. He's going to pinch this sucker. Face stays open, club head stays low, and then it just stops right there. You like that thing?
I love that.
A glass of water on it, right?
That was beautiful.
Awesome.
Tickets for next June's 118th U.S. Open Championship at Shinnecock Hills are now on sale. Visit usopen.com and click the icon for tickets for more information. Back to 1 and Brian Harman.
This break's a mile and everybody's come up short. He's got the amount of break, but there's just no way to be able to see that it's that slow. All the best players have done exactly that. They'll have that for par.
Struggling with the 4th easiest hole today at opening par 5. Now Fleetwood for birdie and a share of the lead.
Almost readjusted his ball. I think he thinks it's going to turn a little bit more than he'd anticipate due to the breeze, certainly a little from the left.
Graphics say 9 feet. Tommy Fleetwood. He gets to the top of the board.
But for how long? Not long, potentially, with Koepka at number 2. Let's go to Thomas here for birdie to also get to 12 under par. Oh, what a good putt.
Now Koepka to tap this thing then. Make birdie, I'll match you. One better. Koepka 13 under. He's got it alone.
Well, it's critical to get off to a good start. Wind blowing the way it is. Confidence can wane quickly. Ricky for par.
putt here for Brian Harman.
Oh, this guy's so good on the greens, it's a joke.
Made that look easy. There's a lot of guys have left that short.
One hole, he's lost his lead.
Well, let's take a look at this beautiful par 4. 485 yards down the hill. Use that right side of this fairway. Slopes right to left. This green was changed for the U.S. Open. The amateur was here in 2011. The only significant change, if you can get the ball off that slope, players will have trouble reaching that bunker on the right. Back into the wind today. Now the second shot back uphill with this beautiful bunker in the front. Hides the whole location. Hides the green from these players. Now Koepka.
Straight into the teeth of the breeze.
This is the only hole he bogeyed yesterday.
Crane in the distance.
Finishing on that?
Yeah.
Yeah, got to finish on that.
Great start. He likes to fade the ball, Paul, and he's really controlled it well. Beautiful combination. Now Thomas driver off the second.
Shot.
Easily you can reach it. Get it over those bunkers. On this left side gives you a better angle. You'll have that difficult chip up the green. Now Tommy Fleetwood's tee shot on 3.
If you can drive down the left side of this third, you get a nice flat lie.
You know, Fleetwood is such an easy-going guy. Conditions similar to what he must have grown up playing in, with a lot of wind here.
Yeah.
This is his best friend Ian Finnis on the bag. Sounds like an Irish name to me, and they have a ball together. Back on 2T, Harman with driver.
Brad, tougher tee shot for Harman. He can't carry this bunker if he pulls it.
That's a reaction of a pull right there, too.
There you go. You know, it's going to be interesting to watch these two guys play. Justin Thomas will be probably average 40 to 50 yards by Harman off the tee.
You know, Curtis, he only missed 5 fairways in the first 3 rounds, and right off the bat, 2 shots to the right, 2 hooks. Tommy Fleetwood, second shot on the 3rd hole into the wind. 213 yards, playing every bit of it. And from back that far, that's a good shot. Now Brian Harman's second shot on 2.
Sitting down a little bit in the primary rough, you just can't see the surface. Into this wind, just how do you know how far it's going to go?
Oh, and he's missed the green well to the left. Haven't seen anybody over there yet today. Rough start for Harman. Now Thomas is second.
63 yards right back into the wind. Should be able to control it pretty well.
Careful not to go too far past here.
Wind died down on me.
Right now he's got some options. We've seen players use hybrids here. We've seen putts, bumps into the green. Here, Justin Thomas' comment, the wind died down on him. Now up on 3, Koepka's second shot. An amazing tee to green this week. 83% of the greens he's hit in regulation. And then 3 more in a row to start his final round here at the U.S. Open. A moment ago on 5. Brendan Steele's putt for birdie. Ideal spot. Yeah, Brendan Steele with a funny looking scorecard. Made an eagle there on 2 after bogey in the first. Double bounce back. He's at 8 under. Now Ricky Fowler on 4.
11 under for this championship, trailing Brooks Koepka by 2. Second shot.
Ricky's got 162 back into the breeze. It's off his left a little bit. Has 2 choices. It will filter off the left side, but he could draw it back against that breeze or just throw it out to the left and let it drift back in. But either way, he's got to keep the flight down.
Too much. It was 40 yards behind where Sergio drove it earlier. The wind might have arguably been blowing just as hard or harder.
He knows how to come from behind. 7 worldwide wins. 4 have been in a trailing position at the start. Never done it, obviously, in a major. Here's Harman at 2.
Oh, Joe, that's a wonderful touch. And scramble his way to 2 pars on the first 2 holes, and I got to tell you, not a bad way to start to settle yourself down.
Here's Siwoo Kim at 4, his second shot.
Just 121 in here. Elected to hit driver off the tee. Could be much more aggressive than Ricky with his second.
Comes up short.
Justin Thomas elected putter here from behind the second green. We saw him pitch it over.
I don't like the fact that Brian Harman's ball is still sitting there. You got to protect the field. You can't leave that ball there.
Now up to 3. Fleetwood's long putt for birdie.
Up a little ledge here.
A good putt for Tommy Fleetwood. Back to 2. Harman's tapped that little putt in for his par. Justin Thomas for par. That broke all the way across the hole. And
who would have thought, Brad, that Harman would make par and Justin Thomas would make bogey after those 2 tee shots.
Just a little bit of an error causes quick bogeys here. Players that played practice rounds last Saturday are seeing very similar conditions to right now. Same wind. Now Koepka up on 3 for birdie.
On a similar line to Tommy Fleetwood, half the distance away. A marvellous iron shot in here. The ridge to come up, return a fraction from his right and may straighten up.
Come on, baby! Get in there!
Another putt left short. Like Koepka, but that's understandable. I run back down the hill just a little bit at the end.
Here's Kim, 3rd shot at 4. Brilliance out of the bunkers is what led him to the Players' Championship. Comes up a bit short there.
Charlie Hoffman started off with 4 pars, chance to get red figures for today. He's been very solid over the putter this week. Solid all around. Back here, Tommy Fleetwood, a little tester.
He's been hugely reliable from tee to green the last 12 months or so. And his putting has improved, but particularly this week he's been very sound. But the final day, USO, is a little testy one.
You jinxed him, Ken. He's been working hard before the round with Phil Kenyon, his putting coach, the guru that many of the players in this field, some that aren't in this field, namely Rory McIlroy. A drop shot there and a 3 putt. Brooks. Now back on the tee, Brian Harman. See if he can find a fairway here. He hit that into the hill, so he'll be way back for his third.
Here's Fowler for birdie. Wanders well past. Second hardest hole today, this par 4 fourth. The third hole playing is the toughest. To 6, and Charlie Hoffman at the par 3.
Well, that's not fast. Normally the ball, nobody's been able to get the ball to stop that quickly unless they land on that little upslope short of the flag.
This to save par for Kim at 4.
Really poor bunker shot there. Must not have had a very good lie. That cost him.
So a bogey for Kim at 4. Visit usopen.com to follow all the championship action, including live streaming coverage, real-time scoring, and the latest news and player highlights from right here at Erin Hills. Ricky Fowler now for his par.
This one back up the hill. That first putt was downhill, downwind. That's why it went by so far. A good save there for Ricky.
Ricky Fowler has never broken par in the final round of his U.S. Open career. He's 1 under today. Back on the tee. Our leader and the bomber, Brooks Koepka.
Tell you what, you can talk to that fade all day long. He keeps hitting that. Watch out. Again, the wind's blowing. We've got some elevation changes, and what's really important, this is very much a second shot course. Not that the tee shots are gimmies, but who's going to hit it pin high the most often? So far, we've seen the top 6 or 8 struggle to hit it hole high.
Different tee, a different angle today. It's up about 40 yards. Bunker on the right, certainly in play if you push it. Players won't have practice from here. 399 yards into the teeth of the breeze, and the pin tucked over the front bunker, so finding the fairway all important.
Bunker on the right. It's almost dead. Going right at it. Let go. Maybe mishit it enough. Oh, that is no good at all.
Brian Harman's second shot from this hanging line.
Well, the hanging line is the smallest difficulty he has. He has 224 to the hole, playing 240 back up into this hill. This wind, he has a 5-wood. I think he's got to get all over it to get it there.
If this is a 5-wood, you got to keep it down, doesn't he, Curtis?
Absolutely, all day long.
He's got some wind skills, this guy.
Yeah, and he's done it just here beautifully.
One of the few players we've seen get pin high on this third hole at all. Brad.
Curtis, did he draw that ball off that line?
You know, I don't know, but it was a bullet.
Boy, beautiful shot there. Harman, an actual legitimate chance for a birdie. How much further did Justin Thomas hit it here, Curtis?
Well, we talked about the distance, Justin Thomas.
Long as that.
It is.
But I just, one's going to be playing 205, 210.
91, 201. Yeah, 208.
Just hit this like as low as I can and just kind of try to run it up there.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't have to like smash it, just flight it.
club win. He was driven at 40 yards by Brian Harman.
The advice of his caddy, Jimmy Johnson, was just flighted.
Go! Nah, I went around the top and rolled back down.
Now they'll have that putt uphill and into the wind.
Second shot for Brooks Koepka at 4.
That's a heck of a shot. You see Koepka cutting off that finish. Tells me he doesn't mind the wind at all.
Justin Thomas's putt for birdie here on 3. Good run there for Justin. Difficult to control that distance into the wind and up that slope.
Third shot here for Tommy Fleetwood at 4.
Got caught on the bank of the bunker, just chipped it 20 yards forward, so he's got 97 yards. His third shot to the par 4.
Go. It's nearly very good. Got some work left now to make a par.
Now Harman's putt for birdie, the other side of the hole. Good looking run. And what a great putt for Harman. Full circle. And an unlikely start for the 30-year-old Georgian. Watch this ball. Looked like it was going to miss twice.
That's only the second birdie there all day. And Brian Harman ties Brooks Koepka at the top of the leaderboard. Ricky Fowler, 1 under for his round, 2 shots back. Tommy Fleetwood is even for his day as he plays the 4th. He's 2 shots back. Brandt Snedeker hanging around even for his day. There's Patrick Reed, can't get it going. 1 over par for this 4th round. David Lingmer 3 under, 6 under for the championship. Sergio Garcia 1 under for the day, 5 under for the championship, but he is 8 shots back. So back to the top, Koepka and Harman. Justin Thomas 3 back, made par at 3.
Fowler, awful position right here on 5.
This no good at all, Brad. He's run 68. The lip's not the problem. The problem is the ball is sitting cuppy where he isn't going to be able to get it cleanly. I'd be very surprised if he could get this within 50 yards of the green.
Well, Steve, you know, his driver wasn't very good yesterday. He kind of fanned it into the wind on 1. Missed the fairway there on 3 to the left. Now missing again here on 5.
Well, here's Koepka.
Sneaky fast, this one down the slope.
Get in the hole!
For birdie in the lead.
Koepka made the comment after yesterday's round. He got a little more left on that. He said that he's not going to be as nervous as he was at the Ryder Cup. Oftentimes that Ryder Cup comes before your first major win. Deal with that kind of pressure. Minimize what he's feeling today a little bit, maybe.
Brian Harman, the left-hander's fighting a little bit of history. The USGA was founded in 1894. There have only been 5 left-handed men's champions. One of them is named Brian Harman, the 2003 U.S. Junior Am. Nice run to that tee shot here at the tough par 4. Up at the green, this a par putt for Tommy Fleetwood.
And as quick as Brooks is up the hill, this is slow and into the breeze. But make sure you give this a good biff.
Great save.
What a save for Fleetwood.
He is 201st on the European Tour in putting average this year, but he is 8th coming into today. Putting the ball at Aaron Hills. Back on the tee, Thomas with an iron.
Just taking that bunker out of play on the right. Long way back. A good tee shot for Thomas with a driver, and he'd have had a wedge in his hand. Opted to go the safer route.
Now Koepka for par.
Ricky's looking at the green book. It's one of those ones that's slightly elevated green, exposed to the back, and the wind is blowing from that direction. So the old trouser legs, the wind's tugging at it. It's not so easy to keep the balance, particularly as the greens dry out a little. This is a little teasy one for Koepka after a perfect start too.
He and Ricky Elliott, his caddy, figured the right line. A little earlier at 6, this the birdie try for Charlie Hoffman. Never better than a tie for 37th in a U.S. Open. On the first page of the leaderboard here on a Sunday.
Here's Fowler's third shot. We've seen him display some unbelievable up and downs. Fowler struggling off the tee here with a chance now. Ricky Fowler surveying his par putt here on the 5th.
That was a nice little pitch he hit in there. Had it downwind, downhill to the hole. It's just 6 feet back up the hill.
And into the wind. Give it a little more aggressive stroke.
He's missed 2 shorties to the right. It's also something to watch for. These guys develop a pattern, Brad.
It looked like a pretty good effort right there.
He buried every one of those the first 2 days.
He's a little separation now. 2 leaders.
Second shot for Justin Thomas at 4.
Getting way up into the wind.
Short of the bunker.
Zing, that's why you have to flight it down lower.
And that's what I want you to look for, Curtis. All of us need to just pay attention to who can hit it pin high in these conditions.
Let's watch Brooks Koepka here off the tee. Uh-oh. That bunker's in play for him. Easily downwind. Oh, he's carried it. A massive hit.
Second shot, Brian Harman at 4.
Even short little shots from 116. You better keep the ball down.
Well, a lot of buddies of mine know this guy, and they say he's a wind playing Jesse. Playing over there in St. Simons. It's windy all the time. Pretty steady. I think it's harder for Harman in his warm-up to get his feels back, but he looks like he's got it back together now. Over to Fleetwood at 5.
Picks up his tee quickly. And even Fleetwood down with this strong wind can get it up on top. Good drive for Tommy Fleetwood. Charlie Hoffman's been here all week. His third shot here now to 7.
Get the hole!
Another laser-like iron shot for Charlie. Hunting the flagstick with another good iron. Perfect spot to putt from here.
Aerial coverage brought to you by Microsoft. 652 acres of Erin Hills down below. Third shot here for Justin Thomas at 4.
Pretty simple shot back into the wind. It's just all about such a tight lie. Can he pick it cleanly?
Tell you what, I like to hit this thing on the toe side of center. We call it a little kitty at home and just get it right out there. Even if it doesn't even hit the grooves of the club, it comes off so dead and you got a little more bounce out there on the toe side. That's beautiful. That just like that. You could tell he went with a little higher hands. Oh boy, hold on now.
Look at this, is all about wind right here. A little slope. Very exposed green up here, Zing.
Yeah, you better run. That ball was 6 inches from the hole at one time. Watch this now. That toe side of center has a little more bounce, and it's a safer place to play from. That came off pretty close to the center, but that's still a heck of a shot. He hit that low little squirter out of there with all that spin on it. Beautiful to watch. Thought he made it, took his eyes off it.
Then had to run up there and mark it. Here's Xander Schauffele at 8 for birdie. In his first U.S. Open, he has been so good every day this week. Harman now here at 4 for birdie and the lead.
Very tough putt to read from his left to right. Whatever he reads, he almost has to double it because of the wind. Wind coming out of his left. And just as we saw with Thomas's, when he gets by the hole, tough to slow down.
That would spook a guy ordinarily because I believe it's short.
Stays at 13 under, tied for the lead. And chasing history. Left-handed players to win a major. Mickelson has got 5 to his credit. Bubba Watson at the Masters. Mike Weir the same. Bob Charles. And then that bottom line, no left-handed player has won the U.S. Open. The guy on the left side of that graphic, tired of hearing about his 6 runner-up finishes.
Now Fleetwood second here at 5. Hit the flag on the way down. Nice shot. And about a 30-footer.
Par 3 6th. Fowler.
199 yards straight downwind. Got to take on this false front to get it close.
That was like Charlie Hoffman a moment ago. Got it to stop immediately over that false front.
Man, he swung hard at that 8-iron.
This for Thomas for par at 4. Another short putt missed.
We started out the telecast by just alluding to how difficult it is to follow up around like he had yesterday. He's got to collect himself. He's not out of it. Got to put that behind you and get ready for this next shot.
Now Brooks Koepka with his second into 5. Gotta believe that Brooks' experience playing the European Tour. He had 5 wins over there. He traveled with his buddy Peter Uihlein. Really going to help him in this situation, and especially these similar conditions. So Hoffman's third here now, straight up the hill. Got to make this putt. Yes, he did. And Charlie Hoffman through 7 holes is 10 under par. Hideki Matsuyama, the rare birdie, see if he can get to 9 under and make a charge. This little hole tantalizing the players today. Only 2 birdies here. Can that be the third? So almost averaging a half shot over par. Now Harman on the tee here at 5.
Might be one of the easiest tee shots today. 40-yard wide fairway, straight downwind. They're elevated so they can see everything.
Stay that. Kick it straight.
Yeah, there's enough of a little slope there against the player to stop that ball, and ideal spot there. Now Fleetwood for birdie.
Little unlucky's 9 on, just skidded a fraction on landing, so he's 25 feet just down the slope. Hair from the right.
Ken Brown following this group. Right before him, Fowler had a putt on a similar line, a lot closer, and overplayed the break. Now on the tee, Justin Thomas.
All right. Give me a good lot, please.
Can't tell from our view, Curtis, where that landed.
I lost it as well. I'm back here near the tee. It went so bloody far, I can't see that far.
Well, I'm sure Justin Thomas would trade a lot of distance yards there for some accuracy on this shot. Now Koepka for a birdie and sole possession of the lead.
Perfect angle. Brad, a little up the hill, little movement for his right. You couldn't pick an easier 12-footer.
Boy, it looked like no real misread there.
Just painfully short. He's got the lead. He's got to be feeling all the weight of that. And he didn't have great touch yesterday either. But he is the leader, tied with Brian Harman.
Here's Charlie Hoffman at 8.
All right.
This fairway slopes to the right, and it's a dogleg left, real awkward, and the Marshall just about took it in the kneecap. That'll be the easiest ball he finds all week.
Now Fleetwood for par. Putt for Tommy. He's looked solid over these short ones, except for the last.
Here's Fowler at 6 for birdie. There have been only 4 birdies at 6 today. Nearly 5 as Ricky comes up just short. And he will stay at 10 under. 3 shots back. Hanging around. With all this wind, as you look at Brooks Koepka here, while we were away at 6, the par 3.
Get it home!
I to run away just a little bit. The scoring average is over 2 strokes higher today than yesterday, when Justin Thomas shot his 63.
Harman's second shot to 5 from underneath this bunker. Blind shot. How many irons has he hit over the top of the flag? And like Fleetwood's beforehand, releases back behind the hole, and he'll have about 40 feet.
Now Tommy Fleetwood at 6.
Get it all!
That's a pretty brutal miss club there, really. One, at least a full club off.
Justin Thomas wide right here on 5. Not too bad where he got it to. Now I have an uphill pitch. Similar shot to what Ricky Fowler had for his 3rd. Needs to right the ship here a little bit. Look at him already off his right foot there on the downswing. Look at the grass. Stop that club head from going.
Remember, Charlie Hoffman drove it in the rough. 3rd shot here at 8.
He's got a big backstop behind the flag, but he just laid the sod over that. That short game kind of undid him at the Masters there on Sunday when he played a poor round.
Over here, Steve Stricker a moment ago on 15. Yesterday, this hole had so much excitement. Oh, what happened? If you want to believe this, this is the hardest hole on the golf course today. Thomas is 3rd.
Tough shot. Downwind, downhill, look out. And hold on. A little bit unlucky, hit the downslope of the fringe, but pretty doggone good shot from where he was.
Good shot. 2 over here after 4 holes. He had 2 bogeys yesterday in that 63.
Now Tommy Fleetwood at 6 over the green.
Took a set line, which was an enormous amount of club directly down breeze for 199. Anyways, 50 yards too far. I know the green runs away from him, but that was at least 1 club too many. So chipping back into the breeze, we might see a touch of the old Royal Birkdale Southport chip and runs here. Uphill all the way, swinging to his left.
Settle, there's a false front there. That ball feed down, if it reaches it, will run all the way off the green. It's gone. It's into the wind. It's not going to help. He's not the only one to do that today, I can assure you. A lot of players have chipped it past the hole all the way off the green from back there.
Now 5 Harman for his birdie. Many players before him thinking that ball's got to move. A good touch. Another good ball for Brian Harman after a shaky 2 drives has got things going.
Now the 4th shot for Charlie Hoffman at 8.
Every putting around is important. Curtis, none more than this one right now.
Well, he struggled on the first 4 out of 5 holes. This is a big putt, I think, to not lose, just some confidence.
Curtis, we opened the show talking about how this wind can destroy your confidence. You can hit good shots and have them turn out bad.
Well, his strength is his driving, and he's not driving it well.
Now it's Koepka at 6 for birdie and the lead.
Uphill for 80% of the way, then it levels out.
He's left every putt short today. He's got every reason to leave this one short too after seeing Fleetwood put it off the green. That's a good 2-putt there. Only 4 birdies at the 6th hole all day.
Now Harman's little putt here for par. Thomas tapped his in. Stay in a share of lead.
Brad playing very much like he did yesterday. Other than the first struggle in the first hole, he has driven it well, hit greens. It's exactly what he did yesterday.
Yeah, he certainly looks very comfortable on the greens. Good firm accelerating stroke there. Now as he walks to the 7th tee, the par 5 back into the wind. A lot of these holes run east to west. As a matter of fact, 14 of them doing it. Goes back and forth, and this is Fowler's 3rd shot back uphill against the wind.
141 yards. You aren't kidding, Brad. Back into the wind. He has to play this almost 160.
You missed the fairway here, Steve.
46 is adjusted. How much hurt you got up there right now?
Playing on 5.
So it's 51. So that's high 40s back home.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what I was thinking if it was up.
Yep.
Where we wanted.
Ricky actually hit a perfect tee shot with this hole playing 632 straight into this breeze. He missed his tee shot a little bit, hit it about 260 yards. Just a big size par 5 today.
In the hole! Right on it.
Would have been safe to bet that thing wouldn't have gotten back to the hole.
You got this, Ricky!
Yep, no, that's not too bad. He's straight up the hill. Fowler needs to get one. Get into red figures. Put a little pressure on the leaders in front. Look at that low point of the swing. Always 4 or 5 inches with your irons, your short irons past the ball.
A moment ago, while Ricky was playing, here's Fleetwood's par putt at 6. That would have been some par.
Yeah, Matsuyama down there earlier hit it 15 feet by the hole from that spot.
This for double bogey at 8 for Charlie Hoffman.
His wedge game undid him here at the 8th.
Here at 18, this for Matt Kuchar for birdie. And the best round of the day, 68. Wide smile. Koepka made his par up ahead. Now Brian Harman.
From 187 to the front of the green, 199 to the hole with a big false front. I think he has to chase it on the green here to get it close. It's a 7-iron.
A couple guys can really land it on the green and keep it near the hole. That's right where you needed to land it. It's still going to run off. Maybe another yard short of that into that false front. Going to stop until it gets right near the collar.
That'll be a test of his nerves.
Like, am I trying to hit it super high and then
trying to land it soft when it lands above the slope, or am I trying to?
To 7.
Now Koepka likes to fade it. Can he find this fairway?
Double cross.
Well, he gets a break if he's. Oh, that's going to be no problem there. We're all.
How about a quote for you from the great Bobby Jones? Nobody ever wins an Open. Everybody else just loses it. Keep that in the back of your mind as we go through the rest of this windy day at Erin Hills. Opportunity here for Rickie Fowler at 7 for birdie.
One of the few guys with enough speed to get it up that hill. Rickie Fowler. Birdie's the 7th. 2 back. Brandt Snedeker, this was just a moment ago. Could he be the 4th birdie of the day here? 172 yards of terror today.
Well, here's the long one there for Brian Harman. What are you seeing down there from this lefty, Curtis?
Well, I am seeing a very calm guy right now. It looks like he's picked up after the first hole exactly where he left off yesterday, hitting solid shots. But this is going to be tough up and in from about 70 feet back up the hill into the wind. He hadn't shown any emotion one way or the other yet.
Work to be done for his par here at 6 to 7.
Koepka out of the walk down fescue, trampled down fescue. He really couldn't ask for a better place and just missed getting into the fairway. That's going to make a difference on this shot.
Thank you, buddy. We'll walk. Yeah, he did. Come on, baby.
He doesn't know yet whether that's in the fairway or in the rough. Now Fowler on the tee.
Rickie going with 3-wood, does not make it to the top of the hill. A long ways back. I think that surprised him completely. The wind's left to right. You know, he tried to hit some kind of draw on that wind.
Moment ago at 6. This is Justin Thomas for birdie. He needs something to fall. Here's Stricker at the par 3 16th for birdie.
Put it in!
2 under par in this final round. 4 under for the championship. Back to 6.
From 4.5 feet, this is his first real test for par.
Man, this fella can putt. I got to tell you. It's now 21 straight holes without a bogey. Gotten 12 out of 13 up and down from off the green this week.
Here's Patrick Reed 1 over for the day, 7 under for the championship for birdie. I'm going to go at 18 for birdie for Scheffler, the amateur. 1 under for the championship. He is currently tied with Cameron Champ for the low amateur honors. Champ is playing on the 15th right now, back to 7.
His third first cut.
All right.
Funnel back down. Not too bad. Sometimes out of that little cut there, you get a flyer lie, and you don't have to worry about the spin of the ball getting caught up out of the fairway. Perfectly pin high there for Brooks Koepka. Now after a beautiful par save, Koepka on the tee. Harmon, excuse me. Awkward tee shot and another one of these beautifully angled fairways.
Brad, once again, him being a left-hander, these holes set up differently. This is not a hard wind coming out of the left a little bit for him.
Good point, Curtis. Most players don't like wind off their back. Should be a happier tee shot. Some TrackMan numbers would be on the slow end of the players in this field. And every single other player would trade with his result. 260 yards, but into the wind.
Mostly in slightly off your left. It's like right here.
This distance is not hurting him this week.
Well, he held that on the wind. You could tell he just wasn't going to let it ride. Getting that right rough. This won't be held. Going to let this eat.
Well, sorry, Curtis.
Well, I think, you know, he wants to hit it hard as he always does, but he doesn't want to hit it too hard and miss the fairway because he cannot get it on here too.
On average, Justin Thomas is 21 yards longer off the tee.
There's the numbers. 20 yards past him, right in the fairway.
That's right with the season-long average right there.
Not one player in the field today has reached this green in 2. Now Fleetwood up ahead. Gave that a hit. Hard-looking swing, trying to punch it down into the wind. Similar distance from Ricky Fowler.
Second shot coming for Ricky Fowler way back at 8.
And you got that backstop too.
Took 3 wood off the tee.
212 yards with a riding left to right breeze, meaning it's helping, but it's pushing to his right. Just a bad angle here. He has that backstop, as you heard him mention. 203 is the front number, which is what he needs to key on.
On the green for a moment, and now gone.
He's probably going to kick himself for playing the 3-wood off the tee. I don't think he expected to be left that far back. It's an awkward, kind of a weird hole, the 8th. The dogleg left with the fairway that slopes to the right.
Matsuyama's second shot here at 11. Go. Hard swing there. A little unfortunate it backs up, but a good attempt now for a birdie. Matsuyama 2 under on the day, 5 back. Now Koepka for birdie at 7.
Quite an early big swing, and then it sort of straightens out, or certainly stops turning quite as much.
Can we get this one to the hole? Another good putt there for Koepka. The stroke looks good, Paul. That's nice tempo. He matches backstroke and forward stroke length.
He's doing what he needs to do. He's had some long putts. He's been able to get him in there close enough for tap-in 2 putts.
Here's Russell Henley's tee shot on the 9th. Good line. Uh-oh. Watch what happens. Will the wind keep it from going off this green, or is it going to go all the way down?
Sit.
That is fortunate. Would have been an impossible shot. Now back to 7. Fleetwood's putt for birdie.
Played the hole beautifully. Nice drive down the middle, and then a 5-wood to the bottom of the hill. Pitched up to here, spun back a fraction. And this one right down the throat of the green. Still downhill.
Just over 23 feet. Colossal misread there. Here's Steve Stricker with a 10-footer. Just saw a birdie back on 16. I saw him on the practice tee right before he went to play. You know, he wrote the USJ for an exemption. When he qualified, he said he got more media recognition from his qualifying than any tournament he's ever won in his career. What? You know, because it was public that he didn't get the exemption, and then he went out and qualified. He says the most notoriety he's ever got, the most attention he's ever got on Twitter, and he says it's meant so much to him this week. He can't believe all the applause. He almost was in tears on the driving range to get to 5 under. And an awesome putt.
Stricker cries so easy. You could see a dried up worm on the pavement. It'd make him cry. He's an emotional guy. He's one of the nicest people you'd ever want to meet.
He's tied for 17th.
Fleetwood made his par here on 7. Now Koepka popped this thing in there. Good par here. After driving it way left, getting a nice break.
Third shot for Fowler at 8.
Yeah, you see his ball rolled into the primary cut. A little bit of a fiddler. Has to be careful past the hole. But played that just beautifully.
The rest of that to stay 2 back.
Matsuyama here to see if he can convert.
Get in the hole.
Yep. Matsuyama gets to 3 under par. 4 back of the lead.
A little earlier at 12, here's Trey Mullinax. Second shot.
That is a mammoth tee shot. All the way down to the bottom of the hill to a blind landing area. Probably the easiest green on the course. Everything funnels to the center, and the hole's cut right in the center.
Great shot there by the 24-year-old. You can follow the U.S. Open on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram using hashtag US Open to join the conversation. Here's Snedeker at 10 for par.
See Snedeker miss a putt. This guy just honks in on that right side a little bit, gets underneath it, kind of behind the ball, and just makes everything.
This a birdie try for Siwoo Kim.
Good shot.
6 birdies here at 8.
Good shot in here from the primary cut. No chance to really stop it, but he muscled it out.
Back on the tee here at 8, Brooks Koepka.
Very difficult shot to find the fairway. Got to flirt with the left rough on down the left side. Blind fairway at 2, and the ball kicks hard to the right.
Say hello to your mother for me.
Going with a 3-wood there. Easier to draw a 3-wood on that wind. His power, he ought to fly that no problem. That's 40 yards past where Ricky Fowler was, maybe more. It's an enormous 3-wood.
Here is Fowler for par at 8.
Yeah, that's solid. Ricky's still hanging right in there, just 2 shots back.
Brian Harman's 3rd shot now on 7.
Well, after hitting a beautiful 3-wood into this tight fairway, they've had to lay way back. This 128 up into the wind. Tough to get it back to the hole.
Sure is, Curtis, but this guy, he can trap that ball and flight it down better than most of the guys in the field. And that's a really good effort. Only seen 1 or 2 better than that. Right where Charlie Hoffman putted from.
Happy Father's Day. Hope you all enjoy the day. Should be a fun one to watch. Happy Father's Day.
Hope everyone treats you well. Buys you lots of presents. Watch a little golf, right?
So, happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day, yeah.
Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there.
Happy Father's Day, Dad.
Hope you enjoy the golf.
Happy Father's Day, especially to my dad back in Vancouver. Hope you're watching. This one's for you. Hey, thanks for everybody that takes their boys golfing.
Dad, thanks for getting me into game golf. Because of you, I get to play the US Open.
Welcome back on this Father's Day as we find Ricky Fowler here at 9.
A lot of the players before elected to use the left side of this tee box. You see Fowler right in the middle. Elected 8-iron, this hole playing a little bit downwind, downhill, excuse me.
What was our adjusted hole again?
Adjusted hole 60. That's what we're talking about. Adjusted. Right, a little bit out.
You see it getting this help right now?
I mean, the way they look straight on the right, but I've got it at 330 where it's been.
Joey Scott on this caddy, and they say adjusted yardage. What does that mean? They're taking into account the conditions. How much is it played downhill? They have a formula for that. Kind of figure this is a 330 win. Little help. Hold the line in here. Get that ball down. Needs to stay. Now that's going to pick up some momentum there. It's the highest part of the slope. You're begging back there on the tee.
Well, he's lucky that stayed up, Brad.
He is so lucky, and that's actually not going to be too bad.
These balls go all the way down short of that bunker they're trying to avoid on the right. Now Harman for birdie at 7, guys.
I thought that would turn a little bit more to the right. A lot of the right-handed players have lost that putt to the right. He made a massive putt across the green on 18, the par 5. And didn't hit a good pitch shot, hit it way by and 30, 40 feet. And he celebrated unbelievably.
Koepka now at 8, second shot.
Yards ahead of where Ricky Fowler was earlier. I think he really caught that exactly like you wanted. You got a big backstop behind the flag. There's really no reason to come up short.
That ball did stop on the putting surface. Here's Thomas for par at 7.
Disappointing par for Thomas. A little frustration showing.
Second shot for Tommy Fleetwood at 8.
There's only 3 back. Boy, and that's going to be diabolical right there. Might have to play that out to the side to have it try to feed back down.
Harman for his little putt. Make par here at 7. He walks over now to the difficult 8th.
Fowler looking at the situation at 9. You can support the organization that supports your love of golf. From the USGA handicap system to promoting sustainable golf courses, learn more about the USGA and all the work that's happening to make a lasting impact on the game. Visit usga.org today. Here at 16, Cameron Champ, the amateur, for birdie. And currently tied with Scotty Scheffler for the low amateur. Senior Texas A&M, 22 years old. Back to 9.
See you, Kim, surveying his putt here from the left fringe.
Brad, not an easy putt. We've seen this putt quite a bit today. He is back into the breeze. Pretty level, 40 feet. Just kind of a depth charge. Just got to get your speed right. Just trying to 2-putt.
Just watching where he was standing and clean up some of the debris on the green. It looks like this putt must break pretty good right to left. Again, consulting that greens map. Shows the percentage of slope on the greens. Mark Long, the Tour Sherpa. Players have to pay $150 for that book.
You better sell them fast, because Mike Davis, the USJ, said he didn't like that book. They may have designs on doing something about that.
It's making it hard to be a golf course architect with all the technology players have. 40 feet. That's a good line. A nice touch.
Now it's Tommy Fleetwood and his 3rd shot here at 8.
Geez, Joe's left himself a snorter here. Pushed it and missed the bank behind the flag, so this is a high floater, and see if we can land softly down the face of the Eiger.
Pretty much dead from over there, Ken. No chance at all. The flyer lie out of the rough there at 8.
Fowler's putt for birdie now.
This up about a 3-foot bank. Fast by the hole.
Nice putt for Fowler. Get 3 and get out of here. And Ricky Fowler knows if he can post a score, the inexperience of the players behind him.
Heading to the final 9 of the major, just 2 shots back.
3 of the hardest holes in a row coming up, too, for Ricky.
Back on 8, here's Harman.
This is another tee shot where the wind is a favorable wind for him. Probably feels his most powerful in this wind.
Boy, another just perfect looking tee shot.
Just 5 yards right of the.
Again, the opposite for Justin Thomas is this is a left to right wind here, and that's not what right-handers like. Or Scott Quay, his caddy. Full on release there.
Here's Matsuyama for birdie at 12.
Solid bowl. Green gives up another birdie. It's only the 11th birdie there at 12 today. Blind landing area to where the players are trying to drive it.
Now back to Brooks Koepka, co-leader at 8.
There we go. 2 putts in a row from Koepka that have reached the hole from a long ways away, and that was a big one there.
Sole possession of the lead at 14 under par.
41 feet.
Not bad for a guy whose first love is baseball. His great uncle Dick Grote. Great athlete. Koepka's played golf all over the world. Really paid his dues. A lot of that experience will be paying off here at Erin Hills in this final round of the U.S. Open. Now Fleetwood for par. Fleetwood to 9 under with that bogey.
2-shot swing, Joe, puts him 5 shots back. That is a mighty blow for Fleetwood. Doesn't have the power of somebody like Koepka. Koepka out driving Fleetwood by 21 or 2 yards every single hole or more. And Koepka, it's all about staying in the moment, not getting ahead of yourself, not wondering what could be.
We'll come right back there in just a moment. Up ahead, it's Ricky Fowler at 10.
Let's go, Ricky! Go!
See the flags on the left there. Left to right wind, massive fairway. You can hit it to a certain spot on this fairway, it will roll down the hill, and Ricky's reached that area of the fairway. It's way down there.
Grant Snedeker a moment ago. Went down the hill, massive amount of break here. A lot of slope on this side of the green. Snedeker gets to under par for the day. 6 back at Koepka.
Which is 9 off that as well. You know what I mean? 20.
This is a big shot, Brad. Let's have a listen.
Well, there is a bit of confidence as well. Like, I just don't like you like hard to me things harder or your skin. Okay. I mean, there is a bit of help, you know. Oh, yeah, things hard when you're I've got it just in the corner of the green, like 155, so that get help. Should be just a normal one. Okay. Did you know him? Trust it.
Counseling. Well, we were just going to say, neither one of us, he's hit every single green today, and what a start. Way to hit the ball in the final round of the U.S. Open. Hasn't missed a green.
This is the most dangerous shot that he's faced so far today.
He really hits down at the ball. He's not a picker. That hitting down adds some spin. Stops the ball on a dime. Good play again by Koepka.
Now Brian Harman is second shot at 8.
Well, he should be licking his chops here. 148. This is a 9-iron for him when coming out of the left, slightly down. He can go right at it. If he goes a little long, he can use that backstop.
If he's right of the flag, the backstop feeds the ball away from the hole. If he's left of the flag, towards it. It's okay. He's not using any backstop.
No, not his best, but it'll do.
We'll give him a pass.
Well, if he misses it 10 feet to the left, it rolls all the way off the green. So I'm guessing he was aiming about 15 feet right of that hole.
Now Tommy Fleetwood, tee shot on 9.
172 yards, going with a 9-iron. There's a little downhill.
Tommy! Big 9-iron. Fowler hit 8. Didn't get it up the hill. Oh, what a beautiful shot by Fleetwood. Closest we've seen in a long time. Tommy Fleetwood showing how to play in the crosswind here. Back in the 9th hole here at Erin Hills. Birdie putt for Brooks Koepka, championship leader. He's part of this hole every day this week. Fast green, very exposed out here. And Koepka will turn his first 9 today at 3 under par with a 1-shot lead with 9 holes to go.
This for birdie and a share of the lead at 8 for Brian Harman. He'll stay 1 back.
Well, it's just a good solid par. He's managed to shoot under par on every single line he's played this week. He'll do that again with a par at the 9th.
Fleetwood's putt for birdie here after getting a little read from Koepka. Just outside the right.
Cindy Harvey!
Beautifully judged there. And a rare birdie. And number 9. 1 over that 9 for Fleetwood with that birdie.
Earlier at 10, second shot for Fowler. 8-iron.
Maybe the hardest hole location on the entire course, up on that right side. Trying to use that hill, maybe, maybe not, but that's stuck, and that now will be really fast.
Matsuyama's putt for par here on the 9th hole. Excuse me, the 13th hole. Down the hill, that was a tricky putt. Some good strokes on this back 9 for Hideki.
Here is Steve Stricker. A par at 18. Let's see where we are as we play this final round. Steve Stricker only broke par twice on a Sunday before at the U.S. Open. He shoots 69. Is the best final round in his U.S. Open career as he plays in his 20th. I'd say he made good on his efforts here to qualify, get in his home state. First time the U.S. Open's been in Wisconsin. How special for Steve Stricker, the 50-year-old, in his home state. Back to 9.
Brian Harman. His caddy Scott Tway trying to figure this one out.
Well, Brad, they know it's 172, but you can basically throw that out the window. Straight down the hill. As we've seen in the past, 22 feet down. Normally we play about 160, but with the wind out of the right and what type of shot you want to hit, and you cannot go long, I think front short left is the play here.
You're right, Curtis, and if he can judge that little bowl there short, just get it past that bowl, pin high to the left, easier said than done.
Yeah, it's, you know, you're exactly right, because it's such a small area over there.
No law says you got to be pin high here either.
This is just really tough hole location.
That's right. Pin high. Too far left goes down in that bunker. Just want to be short. A little left if you can. Just short and a little left would be ideal. He draws the ball with his irons. He's going to hold this on that wind if he can.
Actually, a little surprised he's on the far left side of this tee box.
This is a pitching wedge.
Pitching wedge. We've seen 8s and 9s. First wedge.
Just went viral.
He was never going to get pin high. That's, I think, good discipline, honestly. He's got a tough 2-putt, but I like that decision to play that ball there.
I agree with you, Paul. That's a mature play right there for Harman.
Well, here's that screamer down the hill from Ricky Fowler at 10, his third shot.
Wow, it slowed down so much. Can't even believe it. He can't either, as that came up short.
Now Justin Thomas finds himself six behind the lead right now. Bogey the first day. Birdied yesterday and his 9 birdies out there.
Down, softly.
Oh boy.
A little too hard. That was perfect too.
He's got a little breather there, shooting back into the wind, but that'll still be an awkward stance.
4 yards shorter would have been perfect.
Koepka now at 10.
Wind's left to right. He's got it riding on the wind. That is literally 68 yards wide, this fairway, and he's hit it into the rough. That's going to be a very difficult second shot.
Fowler able to make his par. Still 3 back with our leader Koepka in the rough at 10.
Long hitting Cameron Champ. Tied for low amateur right now. This is for par. Immediately knew he didn't make that one, the long par 4. 513 yards down, but it is downwind.
Scotty Scheffler birdied 18. Cameron Champ will have to do the same or eagle it. If he eagles it, he's the low amateur. If he birdies it, he and Scheffler tie. Anything worse than a birdie and the low amateur honors go to Scotty Scheffler. And we'll welcome you inside the tower here just off 18. I'm Joe Buck along with Paul Azinger and with Brad Faxon, and it's just heating up. So now to the backside of this golf course go the leaders, and boy, it's been fascinating to watch. Koepka, Harman, the top 2 guys, and what do you think, Mr. Azinger?
Well, I think that Koepka's holding his own. He leads the field in greens and regulation, and Harman leads the fields and the field in getting up and down if he misses a green. And Ricky Fowler's lurking, trying to win his first major championship. He's the guy everybody wants to win that's out here following for the most part. And it's a dogfight. It doesn't look like anybody but those 3 guys to me at the moment. Matsuyama, I suppose, or Fleetwood could do something magical. But right now, it's about negotiating the wind and dealing with the nerves. And really, in the end, it always comes down to a putt. So while the ball striking's good, we got to see somebody hold some key putts here at the end, Brad.
You know what I loved is when Jordan Spieth finished his rounds and did that interview with Shane Bacon, is he said, you know what, I threw away my expectations today. It was the conditions were something like they haven't seen with this amount of wind. And he said, I had more fun out there. I stopped worrying about everything. I stopped trying to make so many putts, and he had his best putting round of the week. And it's easier to say that, especially when you finished your round and played a good round, and it's really hard to do it on the final round of a major like the U.S. Open.
Well, that's a fact. And I'll tell you what, feel, like I said earlier, feel trumps thought. When the conditions get like this, it's all about situational awareness, being able to deal with wind coming off your left, wind coming off your right, into the wind, downwind. And so far, Koepka, this guy right here, has done the best as he is leading the field in green and regulation. But this is a very difficult second shot.
from this little swale coming back down the hill.
Well, you don't want to be short.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Only the second fairway Koepka's missed today, and it was on the widest fairway on the golf course.
I'm going to stay here for Tommy Fleetwood. Talked about Koepka playing all over the world. Played the Challenge Tour in Europe after missing the cut in the 2012 U.S. Open, won 4 times. European Tour, won the Turkish Open, joined the PGA Tour in 2014. Member of the European Tour, Tommy Fleetwood, second shot at 10. And he'll get a look at that putt from Koepka just behind him.
2 in a row, Joe gets to go to school. Back here on 9, Brian Harman surveying this 50-footer, Curtis.
Yeah, there's not much movement to it. It's just all about speed. It's down the hill the entire way, ever so slightly. Just about getting the feel.
Are you feeling like the wind is calming down a little bit out there, Curtis?
Well, this green is not exposed at all with all the grandstands, so wind is not a factor here. But I gotta say, I think it's laying down just ever so slightly, yes.
That was what was in the forecast around 4:30. The wind would lay down a bit, and it's gone from about gust of 25 now to about a good steady 11, 12 miles an hour.
This is for a share of the lead.
Mashed potatoes!
Oh, he's left himself a really tough little putt for par now. Obviously misjudged that speed. You can tell just from this angle how much downhill that putt was. Taking a long time there discussing with his caddy Scott Tway.
You know, interesting, Brad, talking about Scott Tway, longtime veteran out here, probably 30+ years, brother of Bob Tway, former PGA champion, and a really calming influence on this young man. There's not much that upsets Scott Tway, and I can't think to do anything but help him, especially the last round of the U.S. Open.
Well, Curtis, I know you like this guy so much, and here's a great story. In 2009, when the NCAA championships first went to match play, the final match was between Brian Harman and Ricky Fowler, Oklahoma State, where Tway is from and Verplank from. And Harman birdied the last 3 holes at Inverness to win the match against Fowler. So he loves this big stage. There were 8 PGA Tour players between those 2 teams. Tway, Uihlein, Hoffman, Fowler, Russell Henley, Harris English, and Hudson's Wofford. Awesome. Here's a killer stat. He's only 3-putted 1 time so far this week. 8 feet. Jars it. He's doing it all different ways. Scrambling the first 2 holes, driving it down the fairway when he has to. And a great way to finish up and 2-putt that. 24 holes now in a row without a bogey.
And I'll tell you what, he loves this back 9. He hasn't made a bogey on the back 9 all week. He's 8 under par on the back 9 this week. The only problem is Brooks Koepka, this guy, hasn't made a bogey on the back 9 either, and he's 10 under par on the back 9 this week.
This putt from Bernie, our leader.
And that got away from Koepka. He's been really good on the longer putts. He's actually left most of them just short. First one that got away.
Ricky Fowler, second shot now in 11.
That was a 9-iron from 156.
Got that to stop quickly. We'll have that same birdie putt. Brandt Snedeker curled in. A lot of right to left break here.
We saw the putt down the hill by Brooks Koepka, our leader by 1. Here he is trying to avoid a bogey at 10.
When that went a little farther by than I thought, and he pulled that right out of the gate, misread it a little bit as well, and all of a sudden, first bogey of the week on the back 9 for Brooks Koepka happens at number 10.
Back on the tee, it's Brian Harman now tied for the lead.
Look at the flags on the left side of your screen. You try to ride that wind. Massive fairway. Just barely clears that low area. That is way back. But he got over it. That would have been horrendous if he had not cleared that low.
Birdie putt here for Ricky Fowler at 12.
It's 11 here. Yeah, that was always a tough putt to manage. A huge amount of break. Some of these hole locations are on over 2% slope. That ball slows down, it breaks forever.
This is the guy you may want to pay attention to. This a little bit earlier, the number 4 ranked player in the world, Hideki Matsuyama.
Julie said he hit a massive tee shot, a 3-wood to there, and a gimme birdie, and all of a sudden, Matsuyama tapped that in to get to 11 under par, just 2 shots back.
He's about an hour ahead of the leaders, and 4 of the last 5 holes are among the 5 easiest today. He is making a charge and the highest ranked player left in the field. Here's Fleetwood at 11.
Yeah, sure.
With a good-looking drive down there. Likes to shape it a little bit right to left. Gets a beautiful bounce to the right. He'll be able to attack this front hole location.
Sort of valley of a fairway, this 11th, and the wind off the right, which for a fader is usually a bit more comfortable. You can cut the ball into it. That's a fairly generous landing area.
That's right, Ken, and this is the first time that these guys, these right-handers, have got a win they love. This will be a tougher win for Brian Harman.
You know, that's a good call, Paul, and to see Koepka after bogey just stripe it way down there. Good way to regain himself some composure after that bogey.
Yep, 257.
12th tee for Ricky Fowler. After his par at 11, he's 11 under, and at the moment 2 shots back.
Flat area that the players are going to try to go over. Deepest fescue on the course here. Let's take a look at the 12th. This tee shot is intimidating, to say the least. This is the one hole on the course that every designer left here. And this low area right here, the bottom of our screen, really isn't in play today the way the wind's blowing right to left. But this is the flat I'm talking about, and I believe Ricky Fowler plans on going over that. And once that ball gets charging down this hill, it's a bowl almost, and then it'll be a semi-blind second shot to a green that is another bowl. Slopes up on both sides. The flag really right in the middle. Easy hole location if you hit a good tee shot. If you hit a poor tee shot, good luck getting on this green in 2.
Zing, the architects like to call this a punch bowl green. Just a great feature feeding down towards this hole from both sides. And it's rare that you see them. The architects worry about drainage, but this could be the best looking hole on a golf course.
Here's a big difference in, well, here's the difference in top shelf and bottom shelf. You see all the yellow balls are the bogeys. Only 4 birdies from guys that left it up there on top. The hole's playing pretty hard today, actually, and you hit a bad tee shot, it's playing really hard. 11 birdies.
Clear enough?
Ricky did not want to drive it over that flat in his practice rounds, laying back, but I think today he's going to take the big stick with the wind off his right.
Might be hitting down below right now.
Yeah, he's got 80 yards for Henley has 80 yards for his third shot. You see him now looking here, and I think the marshals are just saying, Ricky, you got to hold still for a second.
Yeah, well, Ricky can't see those guys. That hill's ginormous. Hit 3-wood in the practice rounds.
We got the signal.
To stay on top today with the wind right to left, he might be able to crank the 3-wood all the way down to the bottom.
He just said no. If there's no X over there, yeah, they're not putting it out. He's holding us. Still holding our announcer.
Here, they're getting a red flag, don't hit. As I said, this is probably the deepest fescue on the entire golf course in a pretty narrow fairway. And it's blind to the player where that ball will end up.
He waits will go to Harman, our co-leader at 10, his second shot.
Just an incredibly long par 4 for this young man today. Good tee shot on the right edge of the fairway. 220 to the flagstick. 215 just over the bunker. But we have talked about it already. Being a left-hander and the wind coming out of the left, this is much easier for him than it would be for a right-handed player.
He's about to get a dose of some bad work, Curtis. He hits the 11th hole. This is the second time he switched clubs and having to go to some kind of a fairway wood or a hybrid.
Well, he has a 5-wood and then he goes to a 4-iron.
If it's a U in the USGA, he's holding. Okay.
Long is better than short here.
Talking about the left USGA, yeah, right? Yeah.
Hit a variety of shots with this club. He may try to hold this on the wind. If he nukes this and it rides the wind, it's long gone. He's going to try to feather this. He's not made a bogey in the back nine the entire week.
Sit down. Sit. Man, sit.
Got it riding the wind. Got a little backstop back there. It's a terrific shot. He's got a lot of guts, doesn't he, Curtis?
Well, so far, so good. Yes, he just looks so calm out here. You know, we talk like it's not that big a thing for all these competitors, but it is tough out here.
Here's Tommy Fleetwood. He should be licking his chops at this shot. Very close to where Matsuyama had his birdie putt from. Good approach there.
Ricky Fowler was hitting while Brian Harman was hitting, and this a moment ago at the tee at 12.
Wind's off his right. Ricky used to draw the ball. He's got his 3-wood out, usually playing a cut. Now that gets caught up in the rough a lot there. And that's another one caught, just caught. That cost him about 15 yards.
Yeah, Hideki Matsuyama pulled his tee shot off the tee here, and look how deep this fescue is. This is just hacking it out of here on this 356-yard par 4. And bad fairway to miss today. Whole location tucked way in the back right.
It's playing 68 yards longer than yesterday, the 15th.
Koepka's now second shot at 11. He too fires it right at the flagstick. Koepka a chance for a bounce back birdie here on 11.
Brooks Koepka described himself as not a golf nut, quote unquote. Grew up playing more baseball, but ironically enough, couldn't hit. Well, he's been bombing drives all over this place, and Brian Harman admits to having a chip on his shoulder. They're tied at the top, 13 under. A 2-shot lead for that pair.
There's Koepka at class. Now Koepka at school here. See if he can make this birdie to get a 1-shot lead. Nice opportunity there, lost. Keeps him in a tie with Harman. So quick from that side of the hole.
Guys got to share the lead on a Sunday at the U.S. Open, saying the back nine of this golf course really suits his eye. Now Harman, who he's tied with for the lead, this for birdie at 10.
It's not far from where Koepka three-putted, hitting it about 6 or 8 feet past the hole, but Harman much better touch. Easily two-putt that.
Tommy Fleetwood with his putt just inside of Koepka. Let's get him to 11 under. Ooh, that carried a little speed there. That might be four feet by. So fast on that side, so much slope.
Second shot here at 12 for Fowler.
It's okay. That was a blind shot from the rough off a downslope.
Here's Harman now for par. Made those all week. Talked about his chip on his shoulders. Not a big guy, weighs 150 pounds. And he talked about the chip on his shoulder. He said, I think I got it when my dad dropped me off of football practice when I was a kid and said, don't be upset if you don't play much. And he ended up playing plenty. And he's playing here today. Here's Fleetwood for his par. Now long par putt for Matsuyama here at 15.
Yeah, just under 40 feet here. Matsuyama's been striping the driver. Now he misses this all-important fairway with an iron.
How much different has this hole played today, Brad?
Well, you know what? If you're a stat geek, it's just under, like it's 0.96 of a stroke. So 1 stroke harder today.
This is for birdie for Cameron Champ, and he needs to make it to tie Scotty Scheffler for low amateur. And he does not. Those honors go to Scotty Scheffler, the 20-year-old.
Congratulations to Scheffler. That is a heck of an achievement to be the low amateur, something that nobody will ever take away from him.
You can't have it your way.
Here at the tee at 12, Koepka.
Just a bomb down there. He didn't even use the hill. Just to repeat, this is a win that somebody like Koepka is going to love, especially going to 14. He'll be able to reach the 14th if he hits a good tee shot. Harman, on the other hand, facing his first kind of unruly wind for him.
Here's Fowler now up ahead at 12 for birdie.
It was 31 feet, kind of straight down the fall line of a bathtub here. Going to be very quick. Wind's at his back, just going slightly from left to right. Just has to get it moving. It's going to get there, no problem.
His speed on the greens has been remarkable every single round, Steve.
Yeah, if you remember, Paul, this was that stretch. He had 28 holes and had a bogey starting at 11, 12, 13 in the second round. He kind of ran a little bit of a fall, but this one, just a tough read down the hill. You see how quick that is.
Wow, that got away big time. Yeah, he three-putted the 11th and 12th on Friday.
See how Harman negotiates the tee shot here with that wind that maybe a lefty doesn't like.
Yeah, this is the toughest tee shot on the golf course, too.
Oh, for Brian Harman. Beautifully positioned right in the flat. Good angle up there for Harman. See him walk down that great walk path.
At the tee now, Matsuyama at 16.
Yeah, Hideki's hitting a 9-iron here. It's, I think he's going to have to jump on it to get it there. It seems like the wind has just died down a little bit. It's coming after off bogey.
weird par 3 in that you cannot see the bottom of the flag, mainly because of the fescue, and he just nuked that 9-iron. Oh my goodness. What a shot.
Tremendous shot by Matsuyama at 16, and now this long par putt for Ricky Fowler here at 12.
He's back into the wind. That's what makes this putt most difficult. It's just left edge. After zipping this thing by right back against the hill in the wind like this, then the pace is difficult.
Yeah, actually it was 12 and 13 that he 3-putted on Friday.
It's a big putt. Zing doesn't want to fall 3 back.
Got that right. An unforced error for Ricky Fowler, and now he is 3 shots back. And suddenly it's turning into maybe a 2-man race.
We'll go back to 16. We saw that good shot by Hideki Matsuyama, and we bring in David Fay. What's the situation with Matsuyama?
Holmes and Matsuyama are being timed, and on the 15th hole, Matsuyama got 1 bad time. His 3rd shot took 98 seconds. That's a warning. The next bad time would result in a stroke penalty.
Both Matsuyama and JB are notoriously slow players, so it's a tough pairing for both of them. JB's going to have to step it up a little bit to try to help Matsuyama. JB's 1 over on his round today. Matsuyama's only 3 shots off the pace, so I imagine JB will probably pick up the pace just a hair to try to help his playing partner. Just a common courtesy.
This for par for Cameron Champ. And that young man who got attention for how far he just crushes it off the tee this week. Even for the championship. And the low am honors go to Scotty Scheffler at 1 under. Here's Snedeker at 14 for birdie. 9 under.
Perfect. Do you know what the pin is, yeah? Right, just right of that. Just right of it, mate.
Two perfect tee shots down here. Such a fiddly drive, particularly for a couple of the ball like Kepkovic is in the Mayor's office. They've got 132 yards left for Tommy Fleetwood. Pin at the front of the green. A gathering pin too. Just don't want to go too far. He's a very quick putt.
Great shot by Fleetwood.
A moment ago on 15, this is Xander Schauffele. Birdie to get him to 9 under. And what a fantastic week for the San Diegan. He's going to make so many very nice putts like that.
Here's Koepka at 12. Another good shot.
That is a good shot. Tell you what, Joe, there's going to be some birdies coming in. Some birdie opportunities.
Justin Thomas second.
At 165 up the hill. Flag only 5 paces on.
Could use the slope hop. Gets a little forward bounce. Some of them been tugging backwards to the right. Not too bad.
All right. Do a little bacon.
Ricky Fowler is his tee shot on the par 3 13th.
This is 7 iron. A little bit of help off the left. Hole is located a little bit of a bowl if you can keep it over there to the left.
And you know what, Steve, this is one of the hole locations that the USGA actually changed. The hole location was going to be way back on the right on the top shelf as you see Fowler's ball hitting that closely mown area. He had that same shot yesterday and kind of duffed it. Back to 11 now. Sorry, Harman.
At Brian Harman from 160 with a little bit of help. Wind.
Oh, and he got a good forward bounce, Curtis. You can't see it from there. Just behind the flag with a very makeable chance for birdie.
All I know from a player standpoint, if they're clapping around the green, you like it, and they're clapping.
Opportunity for Matsuyama. Birdie putt at 16.
Get the hole!
Gotta have it, and gets it. Just 2 back. Each of the last 3 holes playing under par for the day. But that doesn't happen very often in the U.S. Open.
5 under for his final round. Up above Hideki, our aerial coverage brought to you by Microsoft. To the green at 12.
Wind behind, down a very steep slope. Actually did one of my brownie points on this green this morning. It was a bit quicker this morning actually. The wind's a little stronger first thing. This is so easy to see downhill, but it's just a bit quicker than it looks.
It's a good read there, Ken, because the ball will gather pace actually as it trickles down to the hole. A little wind pushing it, and we saw Ricky Fowler, who's got the best touch in the field, hit it about 10 feet by the hole from 20 feet above.
Yeah, it's quick. Lovely amphitheatre. This looks like something that should be on the links course in Britain. Bank for the folks to sit on the dunes either side. It's a lovely vantage point. But we're coming to crunch time.
He hit it way past the hole on 10 from above the hole. Missed reasonably makeable putt there at 11. Ken, he didn't carry quite enough pace with that putt on 11. Now what?
Well, he simply can't take a dart at this because it will go trickling 5 feet by. He has to just try and dive in the front door.
This is like your typical U.S. Open putt. You're in that range where you think you ought to make it, but you're kind of mentally you're on defense.
You just got to keep the rhythm of your stroke and not prod it. Just have a proper full putting stroke. Give a nice light grip.
That was really moving.
We saw yesterday Ricky Fowler missed this 13th green just in front. This was his little pitch up the hill. He's been flawless around the greens. Caught it a little heavy. Ball rolled all the way back down, similar to where he is now, but he did get that next one up and down for a really good bogey.
I bet he won't do that again for 10 more years. He's such a good pitcher around the green. This is a tough one.
Beautiful rhythm and pace to that swing. And again, another tester. Just missed that par putt on 12. Similar length putt again here now at 13.
These are critical moments for Ricky Fowler if he wants to hoist that trophy. Cannot let that putt get away or it'll be over for him.
Hartman for birdie in the lead there. Every putt he hits looks like it's going in. He's done everything well since that scramble and start. Hitting all the fairways now. It looks like every putt he hits got a chance.
Don't count out Tommy Fleetwood. This for birdie to get to 11 under.
Back on 13, Fowler's putt for par.
9 feet back into the breeze. This one absolutely must go.
Doesn't look easy. Oh, and Fowler just had to make that putt.
Well, nobody knew it more than him.
Well, he's got 2 par 5s coming in. Got to put some pressure. Somebody's got to post here.
And now the putt for Koepka. Stays tied with Harman at the top. Back on the tee, it's Justin Thomas.
Well, strong wind out of the right. He has to start this. It looks like he's going the driver. He has to start this way out over top the tall fescue.
I mean, it doesn't matter what I do. The ball's going in the same place on this hole.
Hey, calm down. Let those wrists do the work, Justin.
I mean, I tried to.
Right there, man.
Tough tee shot for everyone in the field here today on this hole.
Yeah, everything wants to go into that fescue on the left, Curtis, and it's a weird little bend in the fairway right there, an unnerving little bend on a right to left wind.
Well, as we know, I mean, it's dogleg to the right, the wind out of the right. It shrinks up this fairway probably 30%.
Probably a harder tee shot for Harman than for any of the right-handers. See if he can fit another one in the fairway. After those first 2 tee shots on 1 and 2, he has been rock steady.
Yeah, the play here, I mean, it's just he can't drive it over the hill unless he hits a really big tee shot, just right down the right edge of the rough and let the wind push it back to the fairway.
Let's get it! Let's go! Hey, go down! Get him, JT! Go get him!
Oh boy, and that is some of the nastiest fescue on the entire property. Way back there too, Curtis. He didn't even reach the flat.
Yeah, I know.
He'll be totally blind second shot from there. If he has anything at all, he'll be happy.
Here's Brooks Koepka now on the 216-yard par 3, 13th, tied for the lead.
Going with a 7-iron, pinning the little hollow. Flag slightly left on the green, so not so easy for a cutter with the wind off the left.
Rocket Patel!
And that tool missed to the right. So many of the players today have hit it over here. And can he be like Ricky Fowler and get it up and down?
Well, the pressure's starting to amp up, Brad. These guys are beginning to feel it.
Well, it must be the back 9 on a Sunday at a U.S. Open.
Yeah, no.
Pressure ratcheted up here in Erin, Wisconsin.
Hideki Matsuyama missed his tee shot on 17 in the right rough. Muscled it out here in front. Okay. We'll have that putt left on this 513-yard par 4, which is actually playing under par today.
Yeah.
Now we'll run 13. Brooks Koepka with a little testy chip for him.
Got a tight lie into the breeze. It's going to tend to grab if he's not careful. Most of it uphill until the last 6 feet or so. It just trickles down the slope.
He's really only gotten half of these up and down and greens he's missed. He hasn't missed many greens.
This is going to test him here like Fowler. That's where you really got to have confidence in that putting stroke of what you've been doing the whole week. His best putting day of the week on the first round.
Back at 12 It's our co-leader, Ryan Harmon.
Good grief. Curtis. That ball, that rough was up to his belt.
Now Fleetwood from similar spot to Koepka.
Such perfect turf to nip the ball off, but keep this a little bit lower than Brooks. It's floated a fraction.
Good action. That 2 races by. Similar length putts for par for both these guys. Over and on 17 now. This is Matsuyama's par putt. Sneaks it in there, and can he reach the 18th green in 2? Get a birdie or perhaps even an eagle like Justin Thomas yesterday.
Here's Xander Schauffele for birdie at 16.
You know, I think right now his dreams of winning the U.S. Open probably vanished right there.
1 of 9 to qualify out of Memphis. Playing in his first U.S. Open championship. He's played well. Now the Masters champion, Sergio Garcia, for birdie.
Just could not get anything going on the weekend, Joe.
So he will finish his round even for the day and 4 under for the championship. Ryan Harmon has not bogeyed a hole on the back 9 of this golf course.
Yeah.
Curtis,
Okay. You got your target?
Yeah, I'm looking right at the peak of that tower.
Yeah,
not the tower, the
tent.
peak of the white
on
tent.
the low side of the tent. Just touch right of the hole. Perfect. Commit.
Well, we saw him miss 2 fairways yesterday. Got it up and in from 130 yards both times. See if he can do it again today. This from 114.
have the rest of that for par.
Speaking of par, Brooks Koepka. Oh. How crucial was that with a fist pump? I don't think his fists are little. Look at those biceps. What a putt. And Fleetwood, who ran this one by a little bit farther just before Koepka. His putt for par. How about those 2 saves? Incredible. Tommy Fleetwood remains 3 back.
The 18th playing is the easiest hole today. Started this round 6 shots back. He trails by 2 and definitely has the power to get on this par 5 green in 2.
That's a beautiful tee shot. Had to have it.
The largest final round comeback in U.S. Open history. Arnold Palmer's 7-shot comeback in 1960. Johnny Miller with that 63 in 1973. You can read along with me and Matsuyama. As I said, started this final round 6 shots back. An eagle at 18 would get him in a tie for the lead. On the par 5, Fowler's layup a moment ago at 14.
A little surprised Ricky didn't try to blast a tee shot down there and maybe take a chance here at 3 shots behind.
You got the wind off the right, and there's a little bit of mud on the front right of the wall.
Horrible layup there for Ricky Fowler. Now he's going to have a hard time getting on this green in regulation.
Tommy Fleetwood will be first to play now here at 14.
People
precise, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a little bit it's a nice wind.
Down this path, Benno.
Yeah, right, perfect. Just watch that. It's a nice wind. Yeah, perfect down the path.
Start it there.
Start it right down the pathway. Yeah, be precise. Right.
Looking at a golf course that played so easy the first 3 days, but not today. And then you slap a little pressure on it. These guys are starting to struggle, but now the wind off is right into taking 3-wood to keep it short of that extremely penal bunker there you see in the middle of your screen. That's a good tee shot. No chance to reach. It's not a giveaway or a gimme layup. That's a difficult layup from there. Koepka with the power, maybe to get on this green in 2. He's going to lay up, going with 3-wood. Try to take that bunker out of play.
Yeah.
That's absolutely a beauty. These guys know how far they hit every club in their bag. Perfect shot for the championship leader. And Harman tied at the moment. Now here's Harman up the hill for par at 12.
And his first bogey on the back 9 of this golf course this week. And it knocks him out of that share for the lead. He's now 12 under, 1 back. Here's the second shot for Matsuyama at 18.
Here we go. He's got to blast this. Gave it his all. Great if he could post a number, and he knows it. That will be a delicate little pitch towards a very fast green that will run slightly away.
Here's the third shot for Ricky Fowler at 14. And it runs away. While we were away, 4th shot for Ricky Fowler at the par 5 14th.
Ricky could not reach the green after his layup. He will save par, though.
Brian Harman on the tee here on 13.
That's a 6-iron.
Perched up green. If you get a little more carry, gets down to the bottom. Going to be a very fast putt. Brian Harman down the hill and downwind, but another iron shot just attacking the flagstick.
Here's Koepka at 14. In the bunker.
Well, there's a lot worse places to be than that. If he misses the bunker, ball rolls all the way down into the fescue, and that is not an overly difficult bunker shot for Brooks Koepka.
Here's Matsuyama at 18.
He's drawing a pretty good lie. It's all about the touch and the contact here. Good thing he does have a little bit of wind into him that will stop. He just can't get too aggressive with this because there's nothing behind this hole.
Well, he's actually got a little upslope at the beginning, right where he landed. Then it trickles off to the left and gathers speed. That's a great shot. The number 4 player in the world will have that to get to 12 under par.
You see J.B. Holmes there on the green here at 18. His fellow competitor. And this is what J.B. did on the par 5, his second shot.
One of the longest hitters on the planet. ...681 yards, Joe. Hit a moonshot 3-wood. So we got that to look forward to. Koepka's got the same kind of length.
There's only been one eagle at 18 so far, but it has played as the easiest hole today. Here's Thomas at 13.
Well, after hitting his 6-iron in the left bunker, blasted out to that position. And maybe his chances just left him.
Well, we repeatedly hear how hard it is to follow a great round up with another good round. Disappointing day so far for Justin Thomas. 3 over now through 13. Drops back to 8 under par for the championship.
This to get to 12 under. And a round of 66. He has a chance. And would become Japan's first major champion.
J.B. Holmes made that eagle putt.
Now here's Harman at 13.
To get to 13, Joe. And he'll have that little putt for par. To stay in a tie now with Hideki Matsuyama. Sooner or later, Brooks Koepka is going to see 12 unders in the clubhouse. Doesn't allow him any mistakes coming in now.
I'm not sure, but I think I wouldn't mind being Hideki Matsuyama right now. Brooks Koepka's in the bunker at 15. Not an 14, not an overly difficult up and down, but the 15th hole playing the most difficult on the course, and then each of the last 3 holes playing under par.
For this round.
For this round.
I don't imagine that's ever been in the U.S. Open where the last 3 holes are all playing under par that final round.
Put the right flight on it, yeah. Just left again, it's 5, 10, 15, 20. Past. There's an option is you could just play hands and shoulders. I'll keep a flight down. Let's get this right. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah. As long as you don't fiddle with putting all, it's going to go a bit lower.
Yeah.
Hands and shoulders. Mostly on the pin, isn't it? Just left of the pin.
Yeah, that's got to be right.
Yeah, yeah.
Alright.
Sure, that's Ringo Starr. Ian
It's
Finnis.
the control one on the shoulders, isn't it? So come out a bit lower that morning. And then it'll just flight.
No, it is Ian Finnis, caddy.
Yeah. Got it.
Third shot here at the par 5.
Trying to get this just right. This is a critical moment for Fleetwood if he wants any hope.
107 yards, and as you say, it's the gathering pins, bank behind the flag and bank to the left. So running into the honeypot if you get it just right.
Very well played. He had to have it.
The honeypot has been found.
Winnie the Pooh out there.
Brian Harman would normally be close to a gimme. Nothing like that now. And, oh, Brian Harman drops a second shot in a row. Boy. Oh, he bogeyed the last and now this one. So 2 dropped in a row, now up to 14.
Third shot for our leader, Brooks Koepka.
He's got a Beautiful backstop behind the flag to feed the ball back. He's going to use it. Oh, but that will be fast. That'll be the toughest 3-footer he's faced maybe in his life.
Now Harman for bogey. All of a sudden, Brooks Koepka has a 2-shot lead
on Brian Harman.
On Brian Harman, excuse me. Yeah, and a chance to get 2 ahead with his birdie putt up on 14 after that sensational bunker shot.
What a round for Hideki Matsuyama. A round of 66. Posted 65 on Friday. He is 1 shot out of the lead at the moment. It's his 5th U.S. Open. He has 1 top 10 finish. I was at Marion back in 2013. He tied for 10th. A pretty good spot right now. Our leader, Brooks Koepka, looking at this birdie putt.
One thing I've observed all day is he's not rushed around at all. He's kept his walking and his demeanor very consistent all day.
Ken, you've played Ryder Cup. Koepka came off this Ryder Cup in 2016. He said he felt that there's just no way he could possibly be as nervous here today as he was at Ryder Cup.
Well, this is a nervous moment.
You better believe it.
One of those putts that there's nothing really in it, but you're looking for something. You're looking for something. It's a bit slick down the slope. You've got to make the decision. A little bit of authority and jam it in. Be brave. Massive putt, this one. This is a nerve tingler.
Birdie for Koepka. 14 under par, a 2-shot lead. Going to the toughest hole on the golf course today.
For a guy ranked 158th in sand saves this season, none bigger than that. That's getting it done when you need to get it done.
Now Fleetwood for birdie.
Just making sure everything's just right. These greens are so pure. I don't think I've seen a ball bobble all the week. Hardly a spine mark, hardly a mark on them. So if you miss it, it's you. Inside left, mustn't give the hole away.
These two with birdies at the par 5. And as I said, they go to the most difficult hole on the golf course today, the par 4 15th.
There on 15, Ricky Fowler, second shot on up the hill.
Just a 2-iron down here into the fairway, 123 straight back into the breeze. This one's standing up a little bit into the breeze.
Very difficult to get it back all the way to this hole location.
It's got chilled.
Some 25 yards back there. And it's important to get this tee shot in the fairway on 15. Now back on the 14th tee.
Harman now 3 shots back.
Yeah, probably.
And will stay out of the bunker. Maybe a little downhill lie.
His right foot maybe standing in the sand there. Now up to 17, Brandt Snedeker. His chance to get into double digits here. Look how much break he's playing. Well, he's been the best putter this week, starting today. Some of those just aren't that easy after a good iron approach in.
Iron's all right.
There's Tommy Fleetwood after his birdie on 14, trying to figure out what they're going to do here on a tee at 15.
Yeah, I like
Well, the obvious option is just to knock it down the safe line down the right side. It's a positional tee shot. I can't believe they'll take the bunkers on.
You look at the difference between today and yesterday and how the last 4 holes played on Saturday compared to Sunday. So while they're at 15, they have the second easiest hole coming next. Opportunity to make even more of a move.
No.
Easiest hole on this golf course is the par 5 18th today.
Despite them only trying to knock it down there 250 yards, this is not an easy fairway to find from this elevated tee. Tilts you to the right. If you find the rough, particularly down the left, it's really vengeful stuff. Verdant green and swishing in the wind.
Ken, is the wind blowing across or just straight at him?
It's a little off their left and into them.
He seems to compress this ball down. Keeps it under the wind a little bit. Oh, beautiful shot.
Good target.
Now Koepka. Kenny, a little bit more difficult for a high ball hitter with a cut here.
Yeah, he's able to get ahead of it. It's so easy just to lean on it, trying to keep it under the breeze and push it out to the right, but he seems to be swinging so well.
Huge tee shot here for Koepka. Well back, but a high ball there that doesn't roll much. Safely in the fairway. A tough shot to get it back close to this whole location.
Up ahead, here's Xander Schauffele. What a showing this week at Erin Hills for Xander. And we'll see him next year at Shinnecock Hills. 10 under in his first U.S. Open. The 23-year-old from La Jolla.
While we were away, this is Ricky Fowler's par putt. On 15. Graphic said 14. That's the 15th hole. Effectively taking Fowler out of there.
Here's Patrick Reed. This for birdie at 16. He's been frustrated all day, just could not get this round kick started.
He gave you the feeling that that this could be his day.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost playing. It's just above its number, like 5 yards past its number for this.
It's a medium one of those, yeah. I mean, there's not much wind there now, but it's still there. Like, there's 4 iron went nowhere. Yeah. Medium one of those.
Ken Brown, they look well back on this hole.
Well, they've only just reached the fairway, 144 yards, and Brooks doesn't have to take this flag on if he doesn't want to, and if he does, he must hit it left with a cut, otherwise push it right in Alcatraz.
He's got to hit it right at the TV tower there. Forget about the... I guess he doesn't. Yeah. It's incredible. They're only playing that shot 5 yards farther than the yardage. Brooks Koepka has no idea how great that shot was, considering everything going around. And now Tommy Fleetwood, can he answer?
It's 141 in the wind, so it's like 155. I like hands and shoulders, 154 is a nice time. Especially that last one.
He just stuffed the wedge on the last hole for birdie on 14.
You think?
Not to keep this under the wind.
I just don't like it though. I like it on the... I like it just fly through like that. Are you going to go on? See where the rough just comes down?
Yeah, I've got it.
Perfect there, yeah. Hands and shoulders, mate, and good flight on it, yeah?
Good instruction there from his best friend, 143 yards up the hill. Has to be playing close to 150.
Always goes down the shaft of all his shots. But this is one of those ones you just want to hit the back foot, 3/4, you must club down, otherwise it's going to balloon in there, and even if it lands on the green, it comes screwing back. It's going to take a lot of skill. 25 on 4 from the right, very tight to the right.
Right away, he knew that. And watch where this thing ends up. A real bad error at the time right now for Tommy Fleetwood. And look at that monster coming back up. Ugh, nothing about that you like.
Now up ahead, 16T, the par 3, Ricky Fowler.
184 yards. He's got an 8-iron. Wind straight down pretty much, maybe a hair off the right. 3-putt bogey essentially took him out of having his chance to win this year's Open.
Ricky started swinging really hard at it. He hit a couple iron shots as hard as he could. Maybe he could have taken one more club at 13. Kind of undid him, and made a good par there at 13, though, actually. So, but get in between clubs when you only have one speed.
Earlier here at 14, Brian Harman.
That from 139, but a long 139 up the hill into the wind.
Not out of it yet.
No, not at all. A moment ago, this is Charlie Hoffman. His putt for birdie. Yep, that triple at 8 is going to eat at him for a while. And he'd be in second place, just 2 back. Yep, no ifs in this game of golf.
You can show your love of the game with official U.S. Open merchandise. View the entire 2017 collection of U.S. Open merchandise online at usgashop.com. Right now, the Koepka family is thinking about buying every T-shirt and golf shirt that's ever been made with Aaron Hills on it if young Brooks can close this out.
Well, there's a long walk back down the hill, surveying his 3rd shot. Ken Brown's there. What's he got?
Well, he's got a nice decent lie, and there's a big slope behind the flags that he can use. Back into the breeze. It's not that hard of a shot, but you're trying to get down into it. It's extremely tricky.
Looks really hard on this TV here right now with those gaping bunkers.
Yeah, he's got to pitch it beyond the flag. If he tries to land a soft one by the flag, he's going for a Mickelson miracle.
Focus.
And with the wind in his face, he can sort of stall it a little bit. He pitches it 6, 7, even 8 yards past the flag on direct line with the pin, it will come wandering back.
Nice flighted shot. Can he use the slope here? Come back far enough. Beautiful stuff there. Yeah, he gained a lot walking up there, taking his time. Beautiful flighted, controlled shot there by Tommy Fleetwood.
Feels like a must. Birdie putt for Brian Harman at 14.
And not much at all into this, just slightly back up the hill, maybe a little bit from his left.
Well, he had to have it. There's no doubt about that, Joe, and he just buried it right in the middle. Just remember now, the last 3 holes, all playing under par. 2 guys on top, Harman and Koepka. Of course, Matsuyama in the clubhouse. Harman and Koepka played this back 9 the best. Good vibes as we
Last
close this
thank
round.
you.
Well, Brooks Koepka has played all over the world. We said that earlier in the telecast. 5 European Tour wins, and that's had to help him. And boy, if he can make this putt with those 3 downwind holes coming in, be gigantic. And that never looked like it was going to miss. Brooks Koepka birdie on 15 to go 3 ahead of Matsuyama, done in the clubhouse. And look at this. Only 1 error. He missed that 10th fairway by just a smidge. 3 putted for bogey. Other than that, but absolutely flawless.
His walking pace. So this can be
from up above. Brooks Koepka stamping it down there. On 15. You know, I just got to believe that hanging around here in the Jupiter area of Florida where he lives, DJ, with Ricky, with Justin, playing with these guys all the time has got to help in this situation. Now Fleetwood for his par. Well done there. What an up and down for Tommy Fleetwood. But 4 back now with only 3 holes to go.
Moment ago at 16, second shot, Ricky Fowler.
And Ricky's led the tour in sand saves all season long, upwards somewhere around 74 or 5% right now. Pretty clever boy here. Watch this club just slide right past that ball. That's the key. Get that club head to chase by the ball.
Now Brian Harman back up on the hill of the top of the 15th hole tee shot.
Just for the fairway metal to lay it up short of the bunkers in the middle of the fairway. Wind right back at him.
Crucial fairway for Harman to hit here.
Gotta be kidding me. Get lucky somehow.
Well, he got lucky. He's gonna be lucky. He's a left-hander.
No, it's in the friggin' hay. Oh, in the hay.
It's not in the hay, Brian.
Straight in?
Right here, can't you?
Right.
Coming right from the green.
Huh?
Straight in from the.
There's our leader, Brooks Koepka. He just birdied the toughest hole on the golf course today. Right now he's got a 3-shot lead over Matsuyama. As Brad said, he's made only the 1 bogey all day. And he's about to play 3 of the easiest holes on the golf course. Only pressure really is in his way. And now you start looking at most under par at any point in a U.S. Open. Koepka is number 2 on the list. McIlroy got to 17 under in 2011, won at 16 under. Opportunity for Koepka to better that.
No, right over the flag.
And drifting back down, almost hole high. Making it look easy.
He's leading the field in greens in regulation. The only bogey of the day for Brooks Koepka was the 3-putt on 10. Nobody's played more solidly. Nobody's handled the wind better. Nobody's made more putts.
Brooks has played this closing stretch now, 15 through 18 at 4 under par this week.
Tommy Fleetwood teeing up on the right side of the blocks with a pin tucked front left from the tee. You can only just see the top of the flag, a big mound in your way and some fescue grass. 184 yards. Little ledge behind it. You can pitch the ball and stop the ball.
JJO!
Tommy Fleetwood finds the bunker on the right side of this par 3 green here at 16. A moment ago here at 18, this is Brandt Snedeker for bogey. Eight under for the championship.
Yeah, he bogeyed that hole yesterday too, and kind of effectively put that sour taste in your mouth.
We are going to go commercial free the rest of the way as Brooks Koepka, a man with one PGA Tour win that came back in 2015. He's taken second twice this year, lining up a birdie opportunity here at 16.
Yeah, from this angle, a little uphill, a little bit of right to left movement. Certainly as it's dying, it will turn to the left, but one you can certainly give a bit of a run at, not one to be frightened of.
A few players leave it short from here. It's got some left break in it. And make another one.
Get the hole!
You better believe it! Wow!
16 under par and a 4-shot lead. He's made 3 birdies in a row. And remember that par save at 13.
Fabulous par save at 13. And this guy Koepka, just watch his walking pace. Hasn't changed. It's even slowed down a bit. Now here we are at 15.
Harman second out of the primary rough. Got a break, not to be in the heavy stuff, and this ball will release for him. Harman 4 back now with 4 holes to play.
I guarantee you, he got a blast in his ear from that putt that Koepka made.
You're right, Paul. That 16th green's right next to where he was hitting from.
Now Fleetwood. This for par. We'll stay at 11 under. Nice up and down for Tommy Fleetwood. But all eyes on Brooks Koepka.
Just a moment ago, Ricky Fowler's second shot into 17. Seven back. With a lead of neighbor and friend Brooks Koepka. Fowler disappointing 1 over on the day. Now, if you're Hideki Matsuyama, things aren't looking too good for you. The 3 previous rounds here.
There, yeah.
Not only has Koepka hit it in the fairway every time.
Good rhythm. Maybe he's just a little off the left. I mean, very fractionally, yeah. Well, good rhythm. See your target.
Good rhythm, see your target. Great advice, but he's pounded the ball off this hole. 344, 318, 332 yards, all 3 in the fairway, and not one person today in the field has double bogeyed 17 or 18 today.
Could go with a 3-wood if he fancied. I mean, he doesn't need to hit a driver. It's just straight down breeze, but going with a big dog.
I don't think
so
there's,
well.
Yeah, again, there's not one bad thought in this guy's brain right now. He's just going to swing as hard as he can.
Let's go. That's so bad. It's all right.
That's so bad. It's all right. And that stays in the right edge of the fairway, which is actually a beautiful angle for Brooks Koepka. Harman must make. Just
well, that's the way it's been the last 3 or 4 holes. how quickly times can change. Things can change. After bogeying 12 and 13, he finds himself 4 back.
4-shot swings on 12 and 13. Two-shot swings anyway.
Harman just to clean this putt up here on 15 and find some way to magically birdie the last 3 holes and see if there's a way that Koepka can falter, but it just seems impossible.
So much for wanting to be Matsuyama in the clubhouse.
He's packing his bags now. And now Fleetwood's tee shot. Even par on the day, but no match for the 5-under par for his fellow competitor. Brooks Koepka is not done yet today. Rickie Fowler at the green here for his birdie. Disconsolate Rickie Fowler. Many players picked him. Many people picked him to be the pre-tournament favorite. Showed so many good signs the first 2 rounds. Lost his way with his driver yesterday. But again, always seems to be in contention. The more important the tournament is, they'll cross that finish line soon enough. Absolutely fantastic demeanor.
Leaderboard, you focus on the top name. Now with a 4-shot lead, Brooks Koepka on his way to his first major championship and doing it in brilliant fashion here down the stretch. Brian Harman 4 shots back. Hideki Matsuyama 4 shots back. Tommy Fleetwood hanging in even for the day, 5 back. Xander Schauffele, so impressive today, shot 69. 10 under for the championship in his first U.S. Open. Rickie Fowler has hit the skids here down the stretch. Justin Thomas never could get his round going. Patrick Reed, same story for Captain America, as they call him now after the Ryder Cup. Matt Kuchar shot 4 under today, 5 under for the championship. Can anybody put any pressure on Brooks Koepka? Here's Harman at the tee at 16.
Well, like you said, these holes are played much easier than they have earlier in the week. And you can't force the issue, but you certainly got to take dead aim, don't you? This is 7-iron.
Great shot. That'll get him in solo possession of 2nd place.
Which is a big check, by the way, of over $1 million. But aside from that, I mean, he'll be 3 shots back.
Yeah, exactly.
A moment ago here at 18, Hoffman. For par.
Soak it in, buddy.
A round of 1 under today. And his best finish in a U.S. Open. Now Bill Haas playing with Charlie for birdie here at 18. 10 under.
Well, 10 under par would have won every single U.S. Open in history but 2.
By far, Bill's best finish in a U.S. Open.
Starting line back there. Yeah, starting line, mate.
Tommy Fleetwood back to him, 17, second shot.
Draft virtually straight behind him, maybe a little off the left side from this angle. He's got 178 yards, pin sort of tucked behind the left man so you can see the top portion of the pin.
Tommy Fleetwood will have a lot more followers over here in America. His iron play has been outstanding. Distance control, short game. He's just a downright nice guy. Good shot there.
Koepka is chasing history here, Brad Faxon.
He sure is. One more birdie ties that record. Rory McIlroy at Progression. Very similar wet conditions. Wet or dry, Brooks Koepka doesn't care.
Only one player has been as far as 17 under par. That was Rory McIlroy at Congressional in 2011. He finished at 16 under. So, as you said, Brad, one more birdie would get him to 17 under. And if he ends there, that would be record-setting as well.
And a good smart shot there for Koepka, not taking it too far left, just get in the middle of the green. He knows the scoreboard right now. He's got 4-shot lead. He can play the 18th hole as conservatively as he wants to.
That was that straight. No, it really wasn't.
Let's pick up some highlights. Brooks Koepka at 12.
This was for 2-putt, and this was really, I thought, critical after he 3-putted the 10th. He had about a 10-footer down the hill for birdie there, gunned it about 3.5 feet by, and then made it coming back. He misses the green to the right at 13, and pitched it to here, Joe, and that putt was huge. He was tied with Brian Harman at the time he made that par putt, and then the 14th hole after taking 3-wood off the tee, 3-wood into the green side bunker hole. That shot down the hill, that was a real tickler. And then the hardest hole on the course, he hit it in the fairway with a long iron, had 144 yards, and hit arguably the best second shot we've seen in hours to the 15th. And then this at 16 after hitting his iron shot right over the flag. Slow putt, breaking left. Seen lots of players leave this putt short today. Bingo! 3 birdies in a row, and Brooks Koepka got a hammerlock on the U.S. Open.
Well, he's hit 16 out of 17 greens. He's only had 27 putts. His lone bogey, we said, on 10 was just a 3-putt from far away, and just next to flawless how he's played.
Here's Brian Harman for birdie to get to within 3 at 16. And in second place all by himself at 13 under.
Halfway to the hole. What's that? Oh, halfway to the hole. A little bit to the right. No. Right. Yeah, that's right.
Halfway to the hole, it's going a little right, he said, Ken.
He has a good angle to putt from though this side. What an ovation he got coming onto this green. They all stood up and cheered. It was quite electric.
How about the scoreboards out there, Ken? You know, Dustin Johnson said he did not want to know where he stood. Is there any way that Koepka can not know where he stands?
Yes, they're not massive scoreboards. He probably, if he wanted to know, he certainly could. There's plenty of them. But who knows? I'll have to ask him afterwards. Couldn't hold another one, could he, Paul?
31 feet. Gave that a good run.
Probably a little more ambitious than he needed to be.
A little adrenaline in that stroke.
Tell you what, that 4-shot lead can go down to 2 here in a New York minute if he's not careful.
Huge tee shot for Harman.
Beauty. Sure, Brian. Shot.
See that carrying 319 yards.
Yeah. Coming down the turns is perfect.
Right where he wants to be. Now Fleetwood's putt for birdie.
Certainly the front portion of this green is some of the flattest areas of putting surface there is on the golf course. There's not much in any of it. Just gentle tilts.
Putt from just under 20 feet to get him in a tie with Hideki Matsuyama for third. Boy, everything figured out there. And alone in fourth as he walks to the 18th hole, but not before this gigantic putt of Koepka that trickled by. I don't know if I call that trickle, probably the wrong adjective. Racing by, almost 6 feet long. Ken, what's it look like?
One of those putts, but there isn't much in it. It's a little a fraction down the slope, believe it or not, from this angle. Sun setting, but it would be nice to take a decent lead down the last.
Great putt by Brooks Koepka.
That's money right there, buddy. That is money.
Doesn't look like anything's bothering him. His emotion's been very steady.
He said coming in about not being nervous today. It's one of those things. It's just confidence. The more and more opportunities you get, you put yourself in that position, you feel a lot more comfortable. For a guy with one PGA Tour win on his resume.
And you know, Joe, on the range with Butch and C.H. Harman, there wasn't much conversation with these guys. It wasn't like they were trying to retool anything. They were keeping everything very simple.
How about that walk to the 18th tee for a guy like Brooks Koepka, who's played golf all around this world, well seasoned, 27 years old, lives in Jupiter, Florida, played collegiately at Florida State. He's a birdie away from the all-time U.S. Open record. Right now he's 16 under, which would tie him with Rory McIlroy. Up in front of him here at 18 a moment ago, Ricky Fowler. Second shot.
Right. What a shot for Ricky.
He's 2 over on the back of this golf course. Ricky is. He's got 2 birdies on his card today, none since number 7.
And for a little guy, he gets a lot of club head speed. 681 yards, and he's hitting an iron for his second shot.
From 300 yards?
You know, the wind really never did completely calm down like it was forecast. It's still howling pretty good, but my goodness. 300-yard long iron. Good start on that thing.
Just a little off.
Yeah. Koepka feeling a lot better after making that 6-footer on the last hole.
He was having a dabble for the driver, but eventually he's gone with a 3-wood.
Easiest hole on the golf course today. He's gone par birdie this week.
Swing, Butch.
It's just roasted. Oh, look at that. It's absolutely roasted that. It's a mile down there. What'd you call it, Ken? A corker?
Stand still,
A
please.
corker, yeah.
Thank you.
Cork coming out of a champagne bottle just exploded out of there.
Fleetwood.
The stone crabbed it. Just one claw. That is in the tall stuff.
Found that. We'll go back to 17.
Brian Harman surveying his second shot here on 17.
But I'll repeat what I just said. 178. It's tough to get it in there close, but I think he has to take that aim. Come in from the right a little bit.
Oh, Curtis, without a doubt, he has to make a birdie here. It doesn't look like Koepka can lose this 3-shot lead. Needs a miracle here, Brian Harman.
Yeah, I got to tell you, he's really played well, though. A couple of missteps back in the start of his backside. Really played well, held his composure, showed a lot of class.
Another iron right at the flag, and unlucky there that pitched right in front of the green, and softer fringe deadened the shot. He's looking in dismay.
People will think a lot differently about Brian Harman after this week here at Erin Hills.
And how about he got a phone call from his good friend Dustin Johnson last night telling him, Brooks, you're good enough to win. Little things can make a huge difference. Just can't say enough how much his Ryder Cup experience had to help Brooks Koepka last year. That's the ultimate pressure cooker. And oftentimes Ryder Cups come before majors.
Up ahead, here's Ricky Fowler for Eagle. Trying to shoot under par for the first time in a final round at a U.S. Open. The best he can hope for is even. 9 under now, 7 shots back. And the wait will continue for the first major championship for the 28-year-old from Oklahoma State.
Not a very good round for Ricky today. It was a difficult day anyway, and he just didn't hit a lot of shots hole high. Made some nice putts. But got out putted today by Brooks Koepka for sure.
Siwoo Kim, the 21-year-old, with his putt here at 18. 6 under for the championship. 3 over for the day. This for birdie.
People thought that the Players Champion was going to be the man to beat here on a Sunday, and it just didn't happen for him. Let go of a couple shots early on. Clawed his way back and then let it go here at the end.
Just 21 years old. Bright future for Siwoo Kim. Lives in California, born in South Korea. Meanwhile, Ricky Fowler is the 9th ranked player in the world. He's got 4 PGA Tour wins, including Honda this year. This is 9th U.S. Open, 7th as a pro, and it just did not click.
Tell you what, Joe, I think we can safely say that that 3-wood that Ricky hit on 18 went over 350 yards. For him to be able to hit an iron into that green is just unbelievable.
And a nice ovation here at 18 for Ricky, 10 under for the championship.
Maybe the most popular player on the PGA Tour. Fans were behind him at the start of the day. Not meant to be this week for Ricky Fowler. Expect to see him again, maybe in a month, at the British Open.
Now back here, Brian Harman on 17, knowing he's got to make this, and still winning would be a stretch. Curtis about 25 feet.
Yeah, max, not much to it. Expect him the way he plays to come very close, if not make it. Wind is not a factor here at all. Just want to finish out well. got to be disappointing right now. It's hard to keep the energy up at this point.
Well, he better keep it up because, you know, as we said yesterday at the close, players at this level choke for two things, Curtis, and you know that: cash and prestige. The prestige is going to Koepka, the cash for Harmon.
Paul, they don't think about the cash here because that trophy is priceless.
Well, you got a good point there.
Well, because of the play of Brooks Koepka, think about Brian Harmon. He sleeps on the 54-hole lead, shoots 1 under through 17, and he's 3 shots back of this man, Brooks Koepka. Aiming at history.
Longest tee shot of the day, 379 yards for Koepka. Just 272 to the hole. He's left it in a perfect spot.
And he hit it with a 3-wood.
Yeah, he did.
It wasn't even a driver.
Well, if he can get that up and down, it would be 17 under par, which would be the best score in relation to par in U.S. Open history.
That ball actually just stopped rolling, Joe, but it stopped short of the bunker. He'll be pitching back up the hill.
You know, Claude Harmon, Butch's son, who helps Brooks Koepka with his full swing, said he showed up on Monday as content as Dustin Johnson did last year at Oakmont. He said he had never seen him in a better place, confident with that similar drive. They both hit that power cut, and he had that power cut working this week so well. Hit so many fairways.
The U.S. Open seems to be a paradise for guys who fade the ball. Faders play well in U.S. Opens.
Here's what he's chasing. Lowest score to par. He's at 16 under. If he gets it up and down, he'll be 17 under. Meanwhile, back on the tee, here's Harmon.
Yeah, I just want to split the 2 fairways. Bunkers on the left and the right, both about 282. So he will be able to get to him playing downwind.
Come on!
And another. Yeah, going a little right. Yeah, excuse me, in the right bunker.
Yeah, it's close. Yeah, I still think a good one covers that right one, but
yeah.
Third shot here for Tommy Fleetwood.
Yeah, just right. Keep smooth with that. You like to smooth with that, yeah? Yeah. Like it. All right.
220 to the front, pin on 21 towards the right side, down, straight down breeze. Just got to favour the right side of the pin. Over is no good. His third after hacking out the jungle.
Nice shot there by Tommy Fleetwood. Still rolling, but will hold up. Long birdie try coming for Fleetwood, but here is Brooks Koepka. His dad Bob, a terrific athlete himself, played basketball and baseball, Bridgeport, West Virginia. Was a terrific pitcher for West Virginia Wesleyan. And for Brooks, his life perspective changed 5 years ago when his mom, Denise, was diagnosed with breast cancer. She took it on, beat cancer with the boys Brooks and Chase by her side, and she told them, you have to be able to give a punch and take a punch in golf and in life. And he has punched at Erin Hills. And he's about to win his first major championship at the age of 27.
A little bit of an awkward stance here. The ball's far above his feet. Would have been a horrendous bunker shot to have. Big false front there. He's walking up right about now. This chip shot needs to get a good 15 yards into the putting surface. It'll roll back to his feet.
Like 5 feet, right?
Yeah, 5 feet.
Actually close to about 10 yards up into that green.
That pairing of Brooks Koepka, his caddy, Richard Elliott, calls him Ricky. What a partnership this week at Erin Hills.
Charlie Hoffman bladed it to the back of the green here and made that long putt coming back. This ball's on the tight grass. Get up, get up. Watch out. It stayed, but just barely.
Awkward shot. Unfortunate from where his second shot landed, how that ended up there against the collar.
So now he would have to hold his putt to get to 17 under. A 2-putt keeps him at 16 under and ties Rory McIlroy with what he did at Congressional back in 2011.
Just can't say enough for Koepka and the way he's kept his composure today.
Last 3 first-time major venues. 2008 U.S. Open, Torrey Pines South, Tiger Woods. Rory McIlroy, the PGA Championship at Kiowa Island. 2012, Chambers Bay, we all remember. In 2015, Jordan Spieth. And now at this golf course, it's been such a great host to the best in the world. Erin Hills, just 11 years old, with everybody coming in talking about DJ trying to repeat as champion, and Jason Day, and the health of Rory McIlroy and how would he play. Obviously Jordan Spieth talked about quite a bit. Phil Mickelson, would he play this week? He had to withdraw with his daughter's graduation on Thursday. Brooks Koepka with a long birdie putt at 18, but a 3-shot lead in the 2017 U.S. Open.
And I tried to just have the viewer just notice his walking pace and how it never changed. It actually was probably slower than he would normally walk all day long. Great players control their breathing in pressure situations. He was confident. He's got this putt for the all-time record, lowest score ever posted in the U.S. Open.
That part won't happen. But a major championship will.
No telling what the future has in store for this guy. He can overpower a golf course. If he has a wedge game to go with that, he may be able to sustain the kind of play that Dustin Johnson's been able to sustain. Dustin Johnson's won 5 times since he won his U.S. Open. He's become one of the best wedge players in the world. That could be Brooks Koepka's future. Tommy Fleetwood really put on a good showing today. He just stumbled there a little bit in the middle. Maybe slightly overpowered by Koepka today. Outdrove him by an average of about 25 to 30 yards. It gets intimidating after a while. Remember, Tommy Fleetwood's come a long way in the last year. Highly touted player in Europe. #1 amateur from Europe. Been a pro for a while now, and then his game slipped. He changed coaches. Dropped from top 50 in the world all the way down to 180th. Switched back to his original coach, and everything started to get right with Tommy Fleetwood, and he got a good taste of some major pressure this week, and that could bode well for a player that many think can win these types of championships.
This putt to stay in fourth all alone. Well done for Tommy Fleetwood and the end of a great week. Brian Harman has already laid up behind Brooks Koepka here at 18. This for the U.S. Open. A major champion.
Rick. He stole that shot.
As subdued a reaction as you'll ever see. Like business as usual, and it's anything but. At the age of 27, Brooks Koepka has won the U.S. Open.
Dave, hold me, just hold me. You're going to be invited.
He's easily the best player this week, leading the field in greens in regulation.
His girlfriend, Becky Edwards, All-American soccer player at Florida State, pro soccer player.
Hey, I'm going to come with you. Hey, I'm going to come with you. Hey, I'm going to come with you.
Third shot now for Brian Harman, trying to stay in second place by himself.
It's going to feed back down. It might reach the bunker.
Stays on the grass, and he'll have to get that up and down. If he doesn't, it'll bring Matsuyama into a tie for second, but there's our champion here at Erin Hills.
When it came down to the putts, Brooks Koepka made them.
And that is now 6 straight majors won by first-time champions, and you can add another, and his name is Brooks Koepka. That was the talk coming in, and certainly the talk after the top 3 in the world. Exited, did not make the cut. And Brooks Koepka, I think it's just starting to hit him.
No feeling like it. Sense of achievement. Dreamed about it your whole entire life. That dream just came true, buddy.
That's out of the mouth of Paul Azinger. Now one of 4 Florida State Seminoles to win a major. Hubert Green, 2-time major champion. Paul Azinger, 93 PGA, and Jeff Sluman in 88. Paul was second that year, and now Brooks Koepka.
Joe, that's actually his new girlfriend. That's Jenna Sims. They were all staying together this week. Dustin, you know, and Joey Giovasalvi, their trainer, they said these guys have really bonded. Dustin, Brooks, spend so much time together in the gym, and I can't help but think how Koepka played this week, just like Dustin did last year at Oakmont.
You know, you get the sense, Brad, he never got ahead of himself. Dustin said that was his key. He didn't even want to know where he stood on the leaderboard. He was so wrapped up in what he was trying to do. He had the ruling issue to deal with last year. And Brooks gave you the same feeling that he just wasn't going to allow himself to get out in front. And, you know, as cliche as it is, staying in the moment is the key to success.
Well, Paul, we came on the air talking about Justin Thomas after the record-setting day yesterday. Shot 9 under 63. We said how tough it is to follow up a great round. Yesterday, 9 birdies and an eagle for Justin. Today, 1 birdie. 3 over. Third shot out of the bunker at 18.
It started with his hook tee shot at the first and a struggle for par. Then he hit it over the green at the second. And Justin Thomas just didn't have it today after setting the all-time record, 9 under par yesterday.
And, yeah, we've said it so many times, Paul, how hard it is to follow up those fantastic rounds with a good round. And Patrick Reed, who had the other low round of the day yesterday, struggled as well today with 2 over par. Your expectations get so high where everything can go right for you and everything can go wrong. And that first tee shot on that first hole almost predetermined that round for him.
I've been with these guys all day long, and 2 disappointed young men right now, but there's a lot of game and a lot of talent, and we certainly expect them to be on the leaderboard here again and again and again in majors. They're a wonderful representation of this game.
Let's see if he can get this up and down.
Huge up and down here too.
Yeah, no doubt.
Not just money, FedEx points, world rankings. Don't fall asleep now, Brian.
Oh, you can see how dejected he is, but a lot of cash on the line here for a guy who probably isn't as flush as he'd like to be. Still a pile either way, but this is really a matter of being able to finish second by yourself or tied for second.
So our champion is Brooks Koepka. Fax, I'm glad you got the girlfriend thing right.
Well, good friend of mine, Matt Boone, knows him pretty well and sent me that name. And Brooks told me secretively that they were together this week.
Oh, really? Look at you, up on all the gossip on the PGA Tour.
Hey, I live right near these guys.
Wow, you got to keep up with Brooks, and Fax is your guy for that. Harman now for par, and say it again, to stay at 13 under and in second place all alone. And
it's $250,000, 250 grand.
Wow.
He can make this putt. I don't know, but my palms would be sweating. Plus, if he 3-honks it, it's even more yet. This is for par from a long way away.
Well, it's right where Brooks Koepka had his birdie putt for, just about a foot outside it. He knows how big this is.
For this week, his best result in the major was tied for 26th, the British Open in 2014. It's only the 3rd time he's ever made the cut in the major. First time in a U.S. Open, and he had the 54-hole lead.
He's got a lot of heart, this guy. Easy.
Joe, his teammate at Georgia, Eric Compton, said earlier for his size, he was one of the most athletic guys on the team the whole time, competitive in everything they did. Compton said he was afraid of him. And I think a lot more people would be afraid of him, or at least respect the heck out of what he did this week.
Boy, I'll say. Made a lot of putts of this length, and he's now going to have to make it to stay tied with Matsuyama at 12 under in second place. He misses it. He slips behind him. Meanwhile, it's Justin Thomas, who had the headlines after round 3. 9 under 63, and just could not get it going today. Trouble early and could not bounce back.
This putt just over 9 feet. Certainly a totally different feel than yesterday.
A round of 3 over 75 for Justin Thomas. Now Harman. This for bogey. The tie for second.
This putt snuck by. This is over 4 feet.
This is a $500,000 putt. Man, if you can make that, you can make anything as far as I'm concerned.
A tie for second with Hideki Matsuyama. Obviously disappointed as he leaves the green here at 18. But nothing to be ashamed about. His best showing in a major by a mile.
You can take her. It's okay. Yeah, you're better.
That's little girl. That's baby talk for you. Did good, Daddy.
Oh, you got your sunglasses. You got your sunglasses.
She took her shades off for the camera, too. Turned out to just be a great championship. Cream rose to the top, and Brooks Koepka.
Take a look at the final leaderboard, and it's Koepka on top by 4, as it turns out. He started the day 1 shot back behind Brian Harman. And so that means the last 7 major champions are all first-time winners, dating back to Jason Day in the 2015 PGA Championship. Let's give you some highlights for Brooks Koepka, and we go back to the 8th. This for birdie.
Hit a mammoth tee shot, had kind of a short iron and didn't hit a great second, but was able to run this in, Joe, and it was the beginning of things to come. He was being pressured by Harman and Fleetwood. Ricky Fowler was right there at the time. Tenney hit it on the back of the green and hit his first putt all the way down to there, and that was his only bogey on the back 9 all week.
He goes back into a tie with Brian Harman, now at 12 for par.
Pretty big putt there as well. That was for 2 putt after he missed about a 10-footer.
Keeps him tied with Harman now at 13.
Well, he missed his tee shot. He faded it off to the right into closely mown. Hit a beautiful little delicate chip shot and had that little slider down the hill from 9 feet.
He put his power on display at the 14th, Brad, into the wind and right to left. He hit 3-wood off the tee, 3-wood second into the greenside bunker. And a wonderful shot using the backstop. Ranked 158th in sand saves this season. But what an up and down this was. That putt was dreadfully fast.
Now at 15 for birdie.
Well, he hit an unbelievable iron shot from well back from where the rest of the field was. Got it past pin high, and that was the icing on the cake right there. Hardest hole in the golf course today. A full stroke harder than it was yesterday, and Koepka makes it 3.
But he wasn't finished. Now 16.
Yeah, he had a terrific 9-iron right over the flag. Pours it right in the center. That blast went off in Brian Harman's ear as he was just over the hill at 15.
Had a chance at history when he went to the 18th. A birdie for an all-time record 17 under par, but he taps that in for his par. And a win here at Erin Hills. Just a brilliant round, and he took it by the throat. Did not let it go, and Brooks Koepka breaks through at the age of 27. When we come back, we will hear from first-time major champion Brooks Koepka on the other side of the break as we wind down here at Erin Hills.